We're still there. Let's do it. Check this stuff out. This is from Liberal Hive Mind. Good show. Check him out. Good channel.
News cycle that we're stuck in right now. Not to say that what's happening in Iran. I'm on a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by FiveMind.com. You know, I get a little bit frustrated with the current news cycle that we're stuck in right now. Not to say that what's happening in Iran isn't important or of the utmost relevance in some sense, but what's endlessly frustrating with these massive global events is that in a way they kind of serve as a distraction from very important stories that kind of just fly under the radar. And well, you could probably get where I'm going with this. This is one of those stories. I mean, holy freaking crap. We've got two absolutely insane exposés that drop on the same day, and both of them pointing to the exact same scandal. And again, fitting a pretty consistent trend here. What the left told you was not happening, just wild, wacky, right-wing tinfoil conspiracy theories. Turns out to be less conspiracy theory and again just conspiracy. Massive corruption in California is currently being exposed as nonprofit groups, in other words, Democrat ground operations, were just caught on tape in California literally walking into homeless encampments and handing people cash to sign petition initiatives and in some cases handing them cash to register to vote. This is straight up manipulation of the political process, and it's once again proof that Democrats are engaged in exactly what they say is a conspiracy theory and totally not happening. I gotta show you guys this, and of course we have to have a conversation about the larger concepts here. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. Alright folks, so I think we got enough context there from the intro. Now just take a look.
What I'm about to show you is one reason people don't trust the election system. Long line, mostly homeless, getting $5 to sign election petitions. Not only is that illegal, they're also being asked to commit fraud by impersonating other voters hundreds of miles away.
Hey, what's the line for? For sign a petition.
Shut up! Don't say nothing more.
They get paid $5 to sign a petition. They get $25? $5. $5. Okay.
So the guy who shot this says hundreds signed these petitions. No one reportedly asked for an ID, nor were they told what they were.
And this is California, a blue state. Straight cheating. Democrat states. And y'all talking about y'all want voters ID. This is why.
Signing.
I get $5 too?
Yeah.
And what is it?
Just sign it.
Just sign it?
Yeah. You ready now? First name is going to be Carol.
The petitioner, Brenda Brown, hands cash money to the homeless person, not only for signing the California ballot initiative, but also as payment for them to register to vote.
Now, because you haven't registered, I need to register you so I can get paid too. Okay, you guys, I need to get paid.
We personally witnessed and covertly filmed this happening at least 28 times over the span of our investigation, and that is just in Los Angeles. Many of the homeless have zero understanding of what it is that they're actually signing.
But what is our petition for?
The petitioners instruct the homeless to enter made-up addresses like Pinocchio Lane.
Good morning.
Yeah, just put up. You live on Pinocchio Lane?
Oh, good.
And all of this occurring just outside the front doors of shelters and NGOs such as Weingart Center, which have received hundreds of millions of
dollars. The voter fraud in New York, the voter fraud in California.
Tells us when and where to find the illegal cash exchanges for signatures.
They're giving them money to go vote.
Outside, and says the cash being given out
Good morning,
is
Angelo. Good morning.
From a higher source.
Do you know if they provide the money that they're handing out?
Yeah,
the company
when they give the money out, they got to go back and tally up if they stealing the money or not. So they got to have it. Most of them be right across the street under that tree. You can check with them Monday through Friday.
While another Weingart employee advises the homeless on how to practice plausible deniability and ignorance of the law.
Oh, that will be what he should say.
Yeah, absolutely freaking wild. But of course, the O'Keefe footage is really what crosses the line. What happened there appears to be blatantly illegal. illegal, paying people to register to vote, that doesn't fall into a legal gray area. No, my friends, that is illegal. And it shows you the lengths that they're willing to go to basically engineer the
Pretty,
results.
this is in California.
This is probably what's described in Democrat budgets as ground outreach. That's the line item, right? But of course, the correct translation is corrupt electioneering. But really, what's most despicable about this is the people they target. Once again, it follows a trend with these Democrats. Here they are with their ground game organizations, targeting the most vulnerable of communities. People who are desperate, people who need money, people who will sign whatever you put in front of them. That's who they're using. Once again, it shows total moral bankruptcy, exploiting the weakest people in society to push your political agenda. That's basically the Democrat modus operandi. And here's, of course, when we zoom out from this one particular anecdote and look at the whole picture, because, of course, that's where things get real interesting. You know, seeing something like this, it reminds me of the 2020 election. Remember all the claims of Democrats supposedly engaging in mass ballot harvesting schemes? And what was the one claim that continued to pop up over and over again? This suggestion, this theory, that Democrats were registering people in nursing homes to vote and basically pushing all Biden ballots from those hospice care organizations. And then if you really want to go down the rabbit hole, potentially tying that to the mass hospice fraud that we know Democrats are already engaged in, you know, it all begs the question, what the hell kind of schemes are these people up to? We've seen for years, of course. And so what are we supposed to believe? That this is just a freak occurrence? It's not related? They'll engage in these kind of pay-for-play kind of schemes when it comes to petitions and other initiatives, but when it comes to ballot harvesting, suddenly these types of operations aren't happening? Are we really supposed to believe that, or is this just the only one that we can't? Because honestly, if you're bold enough to be handing out cash in broad daylight, well, it really begs the question, what else is going on? And what makes this particularly frustrating is the backdrop, because all of this is happening as Democrats on the national stage are fighting tooth and nail to stop voter ID mandates federally. They call it racist, they call it oppression, they call it stupid, unnecessary, and useless. Well, I wonder why that is. Well, probably because the second you actually secure the system, their entire game plan freaking falls apart. But at this point, honestly, I think we have a litmus test. It's a very simple litmus test at that. If Democrats say it's not happening, if Democrats respond with shock and awe and outrage at any claim pointing the finger at potential schemes that they might be engaged in, well, then you can pretty much bet your last dollar that they're probably engaging in exact said behavior. You know, just like how they're constantly saying that voter ID isn't necessary. No, why would you need it? The laws are already on the books. Illegals can't vote. Yet just this week we saw multiple stories of provable instances where illegals voted, not to mention this.
So the answer to my question is yes. Under that scenario, they get their driver's license, again, because we give them to anybody here. They register to vote. It doesn't match with the social security number, so they're flagged, but they come in, and as long as they have an ID, which is that driver's license, and they sign that they're eligible to vote, they can vote. And they're then no longer flagged. They're on the system. Is that correct? Mr. Linnell.
Madam Chair, if I could add, and maybe stepping back from those that are flagged as CID on the roster, for anyone that's presenting documentation to register to vote, that is affirmation of their identity. The driver's license has not been used as proof of citizenship for the purposes of registering to vote. It's affirming that they are who they say they are. In any of these cases where someone were to cast a ballot if they were ineligible to vote, there are also reports that are generated post-election for voters that are challenged that counties will run to show status of voters that have been updated due to the fact that they've now cast a ballot that can be reviewed and referred to the county attorney.
Okay, so the answer is yes to my question.
Kind of interesting how Democrats constantly suggest that illegals can't even vote, therefore proof of citizenship is not required, it's redundant. Yet here we have a Democrat elections official basically saying that yes, it is in fact possible, and we've had multiple instances of it happening or it being proven just this week. Yet Democrats have the audacity to look you in the face and essentially suggest that you're stupid for the mere suggestion that people should prove citizenship before registering to vote. I mean, literally, that's what Ted Lieu's saying right now as Democrats are fighting against the SAVE Act.
The SAVE Act is insane because you know what it does? It's going to say for most people your driver's license doesn't count for you to be able to vote. How do you prove you're a citizen? Well, hope you have a passport. If you don't have a passport, you got to go try to find your birth certificate. But if your birth certificate's name doesn't match because you're a woman and married and name change, guess what? Doesn't count. So all these people women and people who don't have passports are going to get disenfranchised immediately.
The argument, of course, being, I guess, that driver's licenses are valid enough. But speaking of stupid, what a ridiculously stupid argument that is. As if we haven't been paying attention to the scandals as of late. Democrats not only handing driver's licenses to illegals, Tim Walz literally passed a bill allowing that to happen, but also commercial driver's licenses, not to mention, you don't necessarily need to be a legal American citizen to get a driver's license. If you're on a valid visa, you can get a driver's license. They're not proof of citizenship. But Democrats, again, are fighting tooth and nail to stop the SAVE Act. You know, it really makes you wonder with the added context, with everything that we've seen, are they so hell-bent on stopping election integrity laws from passing? Because they're up to no good with these on-the-ground schemes. You know, at some point, people are going to have to stop pretending that all of this is normal. You can't have a system where money is being handed out for political participation, where basic election laws and verification of citizenship is treated as oppression or racist. And the more we learn, the more we get footage like this, the more these on-the-ground Democrat operations get exposed, the harder I think it becomes to dismiss these concerns as paranoia or right-wing conspiracy theory. Anyways, that's the latest scandal, and that's what's on my mind.
That's Liberal Hive Mind. He be cooking, man. Check him out.
Speak online. But as per usual, the... Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course, here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. You know, it's interesting because if you listen to the Democrats, a blue wave is now inevitable. You got odds of them winning the House and the Senate.
If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Thank you guys. 1,500. Wow. 1,500 subscribers. Thank you guys.
Still have quite an uphill battle to flip the Senate, but if you listen to Democrats, they're firing on all cylinders. An unstoppable force is coming. Also kind of hard to make that argument when their congressional approval is historically in the dumpster.
Democrats, in the minds of the American public, are lower than the Dead Sea. What are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look. The net approval rating for Democrats in Congress, you said it, Kate Baldwin, the lowest ever. Look at this. Overall, they are 55 points underwater. Their approval rating is south of 20%. It's even worse when you look at independents. Look at this. Negative 61 points. That means that their approval rating is 61 points lower than their disapproval rating. Quinnipiac has been polling this question for the better part of the 21st century. They have never found Democrats, at least those in Congress, in worse shape than they are right now.
You know, that's the sense
right now.
you get listening to these people speak online. But as per usual, the narrative, what they're projecting, what they're suggesting online is a whole lot different from reality, because the reality, it seems, is the Democrat Party has never been more divided, fractured, and most importantly, ideologically fractured. You've got this dysfunctional coalition of far-left socialists and corporate Democrats, and I think many people on the left are starting to see flashing red warning signs as to where this party is headed, especially with all these punitive taxes and wealth taxes and what Mamdani's doing in New York City. This is a party that doesn't even have the basics right, folks. This is a party that's in a full-blown identity crisis, as the young far-left progressive socialist base is clearly attempting a hostile takeover here. I got a bunch of clips to show you guys, all within the same kind of general theme, starting off with a viral Jon Stewart clip that I think will really set the tone. Let me show you guys exactly what I got. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks. So it appears some of the more legacy Democrats are finally starting to ask some very important questions, especially in light of all these wealth tax proposals that are being pushed. And while speaking of asking the right questions, here's Jon Stewart asking the mayor of San Jose on his show a very important question that I believe is on the forefront of many people's minds.
For Democrats, it's always been interesting that they've had trouble connecting the money that they're asking to raise through taxes to the value it's providing to taxpayers. So to the point of, like, there's a lot of referendums up there now, a billionaire's tax, or getting people that pay $100,000 not to have to pay any income tax. But I think too often the politicians haven't connected that money to real value. I don't think people trust that money will be spent responsibly or have any efficacy.
So predictably,
yes,
being the capital of Silicon Valley, we created some dashboards to show people how we were spending their dollars. It works.
You've got to be freaking kidding me. And honestly, in a way, that was kind of like a microcosm, kind of like what it's like engaging with leftists in a nutshell. He asks a very pertinent question. And most importantly, he asks for results, details, information.
After this
facts.
video, I will.
As we know, if you're ever expecting a substantive response from any leftoid, yeah, you're pretty much going to get the exact opposite in response. The response there was, well, we've created some dashboards. Oh, wow. That pretty much seals it now, doesn't it? You've got these idiotic leftoids in California going full-on friggin' Marxist. The slow creep of endless taxation, let's call it. They never go backwards. No, you can't expect a tax cut. In the world of far-left politics, it's always more. But nobody ever asks the question, does it even work? Is it even worth it? What are the results? And when you do ask the question, the response is, we made a dashboard. Well, actually, interestingly enough, I found this supposed dashboard. Let's pull it up here on screen. And as you'll notice, yeah, it doesn't really speak to results. Not at all. Not a single mention of results. It's just expense appropriations. In other words, it's a breakdown of how they're spending money. We get it. It's always the same thing in far-left politics. Don't ask questions, folks. I call it fluffy program spending. We're allocating $50 billion to equitable social housing programs. Bunch of fluffy buzzwords. And in the leftist mind, it ends right there. Oh, well, the money's been allocated. There you go. Job's done. But what these colossal morons don't seem to realize is the allocation of money is the first step. The hard part hasn't even started, the actual implementation. These leftists never speak in terms of results. Always in terms of spending. Always in terms of moral purity tests. They're always asking for more and more and more and more. And of course, the two places we're seeing that the most these days are California and New York City. California is proposing a wealth tax. That, of course, has been an utter disaster already, leading to the fleeing of wealth and productive people, the most significant taxpayers. Again, the socialist grassroots idea, the people who are writing the legislation in California, the people who are pushing the grassroots political culture that politicians inevitably have to follow, they have all these ambitious plans to raise more and more money. That's what's going to get the results, except this thinking is totally backwards. Because in their endless pursuit for more tax monies, of course mostly targeting, quote, the rich, what are they actually doing? Well, they're achieving negative results, the exact opposite of what they initially intended. They're not going to tax the rich. Are you kidding me?
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday.
Connected in cahoots with the rich. The rich have 1,000,001 ways to avoid taxes, not to mention they basically have the cheat card. It's, oh, so you want to tax the rich now, do ya? Well, I guess I'm moving to Florida, and that's exactly what's happening. And so instead, what they achieve is the exact opposite of what they intended. The tax base leaves, and then who's stuck footing the bill for all the increase in spending? You, regular people, hardworking middle class and lower class Americans. Many people who are already living paycheck to paycheck, and that's of course what we're seeing in New York City. Zoran Mamdani's big epic plan was again to demonize.
Like and subscribe, everybody. Like and subscribe.
Targeting the most wealthy of New Yorkers, and the whole strategy has fallen flat on its face. And so instead, what did he do? He pivoted and increased property taxes in Manhattan. Absolutely idiotic. What does that do? That makes everybody's rent more expensive. It makes home ownership more expensive. And mostly the people who are going to be affected by a marginal increase in property taxes are not the extremely wealthy people who could afford it. No, it's the regular people who are living again on that edge of affordability. It just doesn't work. It's idiotic. It's counterintuitive. And really, I think there's two factors that are counterintuitive here. The first is you set on this plan to increase tax collection, and instead you dry out the tax base and end up with less. And secondly, again, all these promises of more taxes equaling greater results, leading to absolutely jack squat in actual results. That was the whole point of Jon Stewart's question, right? That's what a lot of people are questioning. Paying more and more in taxes. Gavin Newsom spending $24 billion in less than a decade tackling homelessness, only for homelessness to increase significantly, by the way. You know, it's just so interesting watching these leftists all of a sudden so concerned and start asking the right questions after decades of turning a blind eye to what was obviously happening within their own party.
People are leaving New York in droves is just not the case, right? We see it in California. Like this idea in California that they're going to have the billionaires tax. I'm not even saying whether I like it or not, but what I am saying is if you think you're going to get billionaires in California to suddenly fork over a giant amount of money, they're not. Here's the thing about being a billionaire. You're not worried about leaving your house empty in New York City. You're not worried about where your kids go to school. If you're a billionaire, you're going to pick up stakes and you're going to go somewhere else, and you're going to bring your tuners, your kids. So this idea that like they're going to scoop up the billionaires there, I don't know how they're possibly going to do that. I'm not saying whether they should or they shouldn't, but I'm thinking in terms of
It's just going to be hard to do. Yeah.
I did like. Guess what? Nobody is better at swan diving through a loophole than billionaires.
Yeah.
They can pick up and move.
Basically, they're all hitting the frickin' panic button. Are we sure we want to increase more taxes? We can't even necessarily equate those taxes to real tangible results. Are we sure we want to keep up with this tax the rich stuff? It appears as though it's draining our tax coffers. They're hitting the frickin' panic button. Well, you can see where the Democrat Party is headed. They've embraced the worst kind of policy platforms. And I think a lot of people are starting to ask questions. A lot of people are starting to get nervous as to where this whole thing is going. It's not just Jon Stewart. It's also New York City Democrats. I can see the writing on the wall in terms of what Mamdani is proposing.
That nationally, we should raise the estate tax, both to bring in more revenue and for equity reasons. I think we should be very, very careful about doing it just in New York, because people are mobile and they're potentially more mobile later in life when their kids are grown and they may be retired. And it would really undermine the whole purpose of a move like that if people left. We'd actually get less revenue. That would be bad for everybody.
This is a political party that lacks a genuine identity. They're pulling in two different directions. You got these young far-left revolutionaries who think they have the Midas touch, they have the one answer to everything, and it's demonize and punish rich people. And you've got the other people who clearly know better, or at least they used to pretend.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Name is Deunta. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Democrats. They weren't enemies of capitalism. They understood basic policy traps. And now here we have these people being led into said trap by the young faction of the party that's basically got them by the balls. This is a party that is dysfunctional, lost, clueless. This is a party that's on a crash course collision for full-blown socialism. And clearly, some people are seeing the writing on the wall. But unfortunately for them, I think it's too little too late, and there's very little that you can do to stop it. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got. I saw that Jon Stewart clip, and this is what came to mind. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
President Trump is urging Congress to pass the Save America Act, one of the most critical pieces of legislation in our nation's history. The Save America Act is overwhelmingly popular with all Americans because each provision is rooted in common sense.
It's okay, Derek. It's all good. I'm glad you're in the chat. No problem.
By the President of the United States. Number one, voters have to show ID to cast a ballot in an American election. Very simple. 90% of Americans, including more than 80% of Democrat voters, agree with this. Number two, the Save America Act will require all voters to show proof of citizenship in order to register to vote in American elections. Again, this is popular and rooted in common sense. Only American citizens have the right to vote in American elections. But after Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed tens of millions of illegal aliens into our country, it's more important than ever.
It's actually 900 views.
Only American citizens are registering to vote on our nation's voter rolls, and Congress needs to pass this. Number three.
There's more than 98 people watching.
The incredibly unsecure practice of universal mail-in ballots, which throw the door wide open for fraud.
There's over 900 people watching the
The
chat.
Save America Act maintains exceptions for Americans to use mail-in ballots, like for illness, disability, military, or travel reasons.
The Senate is now officially debating the Save America Act after clearing a key test vote about 15 minutes ago with a simple majority. Now senators can introduce amendments. The bill itself would require proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote, a real ID, passport, or other government documents, plus a photo ID to cast a ballot. It's pretty popular. A Fox poll shows a majority of Americans support voter ID. But the problem is passing it takes 60 votes to break a filibuster. And Republicans don't have that. A talking filibuster has also been floated, but there aren't enough votes to go that route either. President Trump says it has to pass, saying, quote, this, "I will never, ever endorse anyone who votes against Save America."
So we got to talk about the Save Act, a.k.a. the Democrats' worst nightmare because for whatever reason, Democrats are afraid of people actually having to prove that they're citizens in order to register to vote or to show an ID in order to vote. Okay, they claim that is bigoted, racist, sexist, hateful to have basic election integrity, right? This is what Democrats are claiming. Now, in my opinion, I think the Democrats are afraid of this because they depend on stupid people in order to win elections, right? Let's be real, because the only opposition to not requiring somebody to prove it.
When it comes to my channel, you know, if you're a bot, I'm gonna block you. But some of these people in this chat has been here since I had 50 subscribers. Now I have 1,500 subscribers. So some of you guys just jumped in. I'm not gonna just block anybody because you guys don't agree or disagree, whatever. Everybody is welcome. But no bots.
That are a citizen, which you can do with birth certificate, passport, or requiring ID in order to vote. It just weeds out people who aren't smart enough to do basic things that every responsible citizen should do, right? And if you're not responsible enough to have an ID, which you need for basically everything in order to live, right, in order to function in society, or if you can't prove that you're a citizen, which is something that everybody should be able to do as well too, then you're probably not smart enough to be voting, right? You're not responsible or intelligent enough to be deciding who should be making laws, okay? It's very simple, okay? It's common sense. That's who they depend. They depend on people like that to vote. Also, they depend on the illegals as well too. That's also the other reason why they are opposed to common sense election integrity laws. So with that being said, any attempt by Republicans to make sure that our elections are fair and square, Democrats boo-hoo, whine, and cry, cheating, right? They basically tried to accuse the Republicans, aka Trump, of stealing the election. And they swear up and down that Trump is going to steal the midterms or interfere with the midterms, even though they claim to be so confident, right? Everybody's so confident that there's going to be a blue wave, but yet at the same time, they're claiming that the president is somehow, some way going to cheat.
Thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. It's Craig Mauger from the Detroit News newspaper here. There's a lot of concern and talk in Michigan right now ahead of this pivotal midterm election that the federal government might somehow intervene in the administration of the election here in this state. Do you have any promises that you would make that the federal government will not intervene in any way in this election, or what would you tell people in Michigan who are concerned about that?
Well, what do you mean by the federal government intervening in the election? That's the first I've ever heard of it, but maybe I don't understand your question.
I believe the president has talked about nationalizing elections in recent months himself. The state.
Well, if what you mean by intervening in the election is that we want everybody to have a voter ID.
Angelo, right? No IDs in Illinois. Me and my wife went in and voted. My wife went to go vote. They gave us our name and address, and they gave us that ballot. Went to go vote here in Rockville, Illinois. Only blue states don't ask for IDs, and they should.
If by what you mean is, Marco Rubio has like 5 jobs, is the president going to send Marco Rubio to Michigan to be a ballot counter as his 6th title? I don't think so. I haven't talked to the president or Marco about it, but look, there's a lot of scare tactics, and there's a lot of scary.
If you haven't subscribed, subscribe, everybody. Good morning, good morning. Happy Thursday.
Yesterday in the United States
Let's learn from each other. Let's learn.
Which is a very simple piece of legislation that does a number of things, but one of the things it does is actually establish this very simple principle that if you're going to vote in a federal election, you ought to show identification before you do so. I think that's very much common sense. So no, we don't want to intervene in elections, but we certainly want to make elections safe and secure. Number one, because we want to make sure that the will of the voters is actually recognized and respected. But think about this. We've got, I don't know how many people, a lot of people in this room. Let's say for every single person here, an illegal alien shows up and votes in a Michigan election. That isn't just fraudulent, and that isn't just illegal. That steals your right to vote away from you, because then your vote counts for less.
Yeah, it's really that simple, right? Any illegal vote is a big deal, right? Every time somebody votes illegally, that takes away somebody else's right to vote. Okay, it dilutes the votes of people who rightfully can vote. Okay, that is the problem. That is a big issue. This is why Democrats are not going to be able to just poo-poo this away. Oh, it's not that big of a deal. Only a few illegals vote in our elections, right? It's a non-issue, okay? Only a few people get disenfranchised from their right to vote. Who cares, right? That's the Democrat position. But again, Democrats want illegals to be able to vote, okay? And they also want stupid people to be able to vote. This is why they keep coming up with these stupid excuses for why is it that they can't agree with just basic election integrity.
Congressman, Democrats have repeatedly expressed deep concern over ICE being at polling places, but if illegals aren't voting in American elections, as you just alleged, then why is that of such great concern?
Oh, because people with guns around a polling place would be intimidating to lots of Americans, and why would they even be at a polling place, right? There's no reason for that. And
for federal elections, why not? Keep the illegals from voting. If you're not born here, you should not be voting.
Republicans, many of them, are now stating that they're not going to take up any bills coming in from the Senate until the Save America Act is passed. What's the Democrats' take on that?
I'm fine if the Republican House doesn't want to take up any bills from the Republican-controlled Senate.
Hi, Leader Schumer. You've repeatedly called the Save America Act Jim Crow 2.0. Can you just be a little bit more specific in your comparison between blatant racial segregation and the need for secure elections in America?
Come on, Chuck. Chuck.
85% of Democrats support voter ID.
The camera's right there. Come on.
ID bill, period.
Okay, well, don't you think we need a secure election?
Purge the voters off. People know it. And why the right wing is so angry we call it Jim Crow? Because they know it's true.
You said tens of millions of people are going to get kicked off voter rolls. Is that an admission that tens of millions of...
It's funny, the Democrat Party brought the bill, the Jim Crow bill. And Chuck Schumer, a Democrat person, bringing it up, saying about it. Come on, man. It's not on Jim Crow.
Illegals are voting in American elections. Did you know Gavin Newsom is now calling for the prosecution of the people complicit in cash for ballot deals in California? Thank you, Senator.
The core of the bill is handing the voter rolls over to DHS, putting them through an algorithm designed by Moj and Musk that supposedly knocks out illegal immigrants from voting. But the evidence is almost no illegal immigrants vote.
Their private voter data is sent to Homeland Security to go through some Elon Musk designed computer system. It's not.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Well, I'm calling it out all the time, Joe. I mean, I think they could change the name of this to the Save Americans from the Right to Vote Act. I mean, this is going back to
Saucy Spotted Dog. Good morning. Good morning.
And it's not just it's not voter ID. You can't even use a military ID card for this. Everybody would have to re-register to vote. Think about that 80-year-old senior who doesn't have a passport, who can't find their birth certificate. What are they going to do? Who may be for decades have been voting by mail.
The SAVE Act, for instance, is nothing but a throwback to those laws that were passed after Reconstruction that made it impossible for African Americans to get elected. And if the SAVE Act becomes law, it will reduce dramatically the number of African Americans that's currently serving in the Congress. And I think that what we need to do is spend our time working on saving this democracy that some people seem to want to throw into the ditch.
Yeah, so you see, now you heard that.
Amazing.
All the excuses that Democrats are currently making for disagreeing with 80, 85, 90% of the American people. Okay, the SAVE Act is very, very, very popular on all sides of the political spectrum. Let's be honest. I know the far left doesn't like it, but Democrats, liberals with common sense are like, it kind of makes sense to verify citizenship, before somebody can register to vote, right? That's just common sense. But also it's common sense to show an ID when you go to vote. Again, this is basic stuff, right? This is not anything ground.
We got too many people that's passed away over the last 10, 20 years on the election ballot. That makes no sense either. We got to stop all that. Why not?
Breaking, okay? This is basic stuff. But see, here's the reality. What Democrats are afraid of, okay, and this is why they cry voter suppression. When they cry voter suppression, what they really mean is that, hey, we are trying to make it as easy as possible for stupid people to vote, right? We don't care about
Subscribe, like, and subscribe.
Verifying stuff, right? People who should vote, okay, they have a hard time getting their shit together, right? In life, in general, okay? And we want those people to vote because we give them handouts, right? We get them hooked on the government.
Happy Thursday. Thank you guys for being in the chat. Name is Deunta. Thank you guys.
Because we're
MAGA, baby.
That's how it works. That's what Democrats are really, really upset about. And also on top of that, yes, they want illegals to vote too for the same reasons, right? They get the illegals hooked on the system. The illegals vote Democrat because the Democrats are the ones that are giving them all the government money, okay? So when you understand how this stuff works, when you see it, you can't unsee it. This is why they're so afraid of election integrity, right? This is what they really, really, really are concerned about. So with that being said, the Senate...
All these people on SNAP benefits got IDs, so it's not an issue. It's not a problem. It's not on Jim Crow .0. It's not evil.
Pressure from President Trump to pass this bill. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Right now, a marathon debate in the Senate over an elections bill dubbed Save America Act.
President Trump claims it's needed to prevent cheating, but Democrats argue it's really about voter suppression. Erica Brown reports.
Let them vote with the EBT card. That's a good one.
Wednesday, lawmakers
There'll be a lot of people.
Debate on the Save America Act, a bill that would require proof of citizenship to register to vote.
If they vote with that EBT card, that's all Democrat. No, that's not cool.
Along with photo ID to cast a ballot.
Certainly, if they're not citizens, they shouldn't be registered to vote automatically.
The SAVE Act makes voting harder and makes registration much harder for U.S. citizens.
President Trump.
Yeah. Again, notice how he said, well, it makes registering to vote harder. Okay, right? Should registering to vote be super easy, right? I mean, seriously, ask yourself that question, right? Some people may say, yeah, off the bat, it should be super easy to register to vote. I think it should be super easy in regards to access to register to vote, right? It should be convenient to register to vote, right? In regards to your ability to actually, start the paperwork, okay? But in terms of actually filling out the paperwork in and of itself and the requirements to make sure that
1971. I've been saying that before.
Somebody that's eligible to vote.
If you're a citizen, and you're poor and you need some help, your neighbor should help you out, help you go vote.
That the people who are registering to vote
help you get an ID. Why not?
People who are supposed to be able to vote. Okay, I think it makes sense.
If your neighbor visa expired, make sure they keep it up to date.
It's only for people who don't have their shit together, right? Who tend not be that smart. And they can't really say it out loud, so they say it in code, right? The way they say it in code is that they say stuff like, well, black people aren't going to be able to vote, right? That's code for, in their mind, and Democrats speak, hey, look, people who aren't intelligent aren't going to be able to vote if this act passed, right? And we got to keep those people voting Democrat. So therefore, we can't allow this, okay? So they can't really say out loud what they really mean.
Social
so
Security,
they go about saying it in different ways, right? And once you learn Democrats speak, then you know how to interpret all of this stuff, right? You can see through the BS.
Trump has been pushing for the legislation, arguing it is needed to protect election integrity.
Who would not have voter ID? Who would not have proof of citizenship? And the only people who would want not to have that are people that want to cheat. It's very, very simple. We can't let that happen.
But Democrats say the bill could disenfranchise millions of Americans who may not have access to documents such as a passport or birth certificate.
Donald Trump knows that he is losing. That's what this is about. He's losing.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune has acknowledged the legislation does not have the votes needed to pass, but he promised a, quote, full and robust debate on the Senate floor this week.
I think it's an issue that's really fundamental and important to free and fair elections in this country.
Thune said the debate would force Democrats to defend their position on the issue, and the discussion could last a week or more. Erica Brown, CBS News, Capitol Hill.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing, John Thune, that's not enough. What John Thune is trying to do is that he's trying to thread a needle here by saying that, okay, well, I don't really want to force Democrats to do a talking filibuster. So basically, I'll force them to talk for a week, and then we're going to move on, right? I already know it's not going to pass, right? He knows that Democrats are not going to break the filibuster, right, in order to pass the legislation or to allow a normal vote on the legislation. He knows that's not going to happen, okay? So, again, he wants to force debate on the floor for a week without the Democrats having to actually really defend their opposition to the bill for an indefinite period of time, which would be the talking filibuster. Okay, so he's trying to do a mini talking filibuster without actually really doing it. That's what he's trying to do. He's going to give it a week. All Democrats are going to spend a week telling us why this is racist, sexist, bigoted, why it's going to keep dumb people from voting, right? That's what they're going to tell us. And then, hey, once they get done, then we're going to move on. And I don't think that's enough. I think that you need to have a real talking filibuster. Make Democrats tell us for as long as it takes why is it that we should not pass the Save America Act, right? Tell us why we shouldn't have voter ID, why we shouldn't have citizenship verification in order to register to vote. Tell us why. And I think that they should be required to do that for as long as possible, right? As long as possible. I'm for the filibuster. But I think that the modern day filibuster has been abused by both parties, really, as a way to just stop any type of legislation from being passed, right, in a Senate that has a very narrow majority, okay? And I ultimately believe that, hey, if you really feel like this piece of legislation should be passed and you are in the minority, then, yeah, you should be required to stand on the floor for an indefinite period of time and to tell us why this legislation should get passed, right? If you really feel that passionately about it, then you should be forced to fight. Now, Republicans love the modern filibuster because, when they're out of power, they're going to be spamming it against the Democrats. That's what they're going to do. So that's why they don't really want to do anything, right? John Thune doesn't really want to make the Democrats work for the talking filibuster because that means that it will set the precedent that, hey, Democrats will start to do that if they take back power. They'll make Republicans work in order to stop anything that Democrats are trying to do, okay? So really all this is John Thune trying to protect the institution, okay? He's trying to not rock the boat, right? He's trying to make sure there are no real changes that ever get done and to continue to play the game that the Uniparty likes to play. That's what John Thune is doing. That's why this is not enough, right? You have to make Democrats do a real talking filibuster. I want to see Democrats telling us 24/7 why is it that we should not have voter ID and citizenship verification in order to register to vote, right? If they feel that passionately about it, then they should be able to defend it indefinitely until Republicans give up. But again, Thune doesn't want to do that. He ain't got the cojones for it. He ain't got the cojones, and he's worried about Republicans having to do it if Democrats take back power. That's how these people work. It's like, no, I think we should keep the filibuster. But again, make the politicians work for it, right? You just can't spam it by, effortless motions that, that's currently what they do right now, right? It's an effortless motion. One person said, I'm filibustering, and it's filibuster. Now it requires 60 votes. No effort, right? No effort at all. If the politicians actually had to put in effort, then they need to make sure that, hey, we really don't want this to pass, right? We will defend this for as long as possible, right? That was the original intent of the filibuster. But again, that has been abused. It's been abused, okay, in modern times as a weapon to basically stop any type of progress, okay, from the party that is in power. So, John Thune, okay, if you really wanted it, if he really wanted to help Republicans maintain power, he would do what he has to do in order to get this passed. But he's not going to because a lot of these Republicans don't want to be in power, right? Republicans don't like being in power, okay? They like being out of power and, basically stopping Democrats from doing stuff. That's what Republicans like to do. They're not comfortable when they're in power, and that's the problem. We need leadership in Congress that actually wants to wield power, right? That actually wants to get shit accomplished. That's what we really need. And I don't think Thune is that guy. But let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
ask any questions. The Attorney General's here, but they said they wanted C-SPAN in here. They want the cameras, and very typical behavior of the Democrats. Very disappointing, because I really felt like there were a lot of the Democrat members that cared about getting the truth, but I've never seen members storm out of a briefing with the Attorney General and the entire leaders of the Department of Justice are there to answer questions, and they don't ask a single question. So, but I think what we heard today helped us. We'll continue with our investigation and move forward. Any questions, Annie?
Will you still move forward with the subpoena for Attorney General?
That's what we plan on doing.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
if Attorney General Pam Bondi does not comply with the subpoena, will you commit to go down the road of contempt?
Well, we'll have to talk about it. I will tell you, some of the members who voted to subpoena her today were pretty embarrassed by the way the Democrats acted and their lack of sincerity in having her in.
I just want to make some comments. We just walked out of what has been, quite frankly, complete disrespect of the process of one of our members. And quite frankly, the American public should be outraged at what is happening right now. I want to just start by saying that we opened up what was supposed to be a briefing by asking the Attorney General, which I did multiple times, if she would commit to follow the subpoena that is in place, that compels her to answer questions, that's under oath, transcribed, and then made available to the American people. And she refused on multiple occasions.
I just tells you the level of dirtbags we're dealing with. You've had 5 people that have been in sworn testimony, Americans, that have all said that President Trump had nothing to do with any of the nonsense from Epstein. So I don't know. They're going to use whatever they got. If that's what they got, they're dealing from the bottom of the deck, and they're very desperate.
Got to thank you, Harrison. Appreciate it. So we got to talk about the latest Democrat stunt that did not go down the way the Democrats hoped. And because it didn't go down the way they hoped,
They're crying about it.
Storm out of this hearing featuring Pam Bondi, who they want to testify under oath about Epstein, right? That is what Democrats seem to be the most concerned about nowadays, right? A story that they weren't concerned about at all when Biden was in office, okay? Pam Bondi and the DOJ, you can criticize Pam Bondi for a lot of things, but we have gotten over 3 million plus of these files, and there's no evidence or proof that President Trump did anything wrong, right?
There was no there.
For whatever reason, Democrats continue to look for this smoking gun that appears to not be there, because this is all about going after Trump, right? This is a witch hunt against Trump. And they thought that they were going to make a show out of this hearing with Pam Bondi, where they were allowed to ask her all the questions that they claim they want to get answers to. But because cameras weren't there, right, they decided to lose their minds and to walk out, right? They stormed out of the hearing once they found out that cameras weren't there, at least according to Pam Bondi and other witnesses who were there, and Democrats themselves who are going to admit that, not having cameras there was part of the reason why they were pissed off. So without further ado, let's roll this.
Identified to us, we fix them immediately.
And let me be clear on this case. This case has spanned multiple administrations. It started under Bush. It went to Obama.
Bush? Wow.
We were the only, no documents were released, only under the Trump administration. And we released 3 million documents, had 500 attorneys working on that, complying with the law the best we could, and protecting victims in doing it.
Attorney General,
Go ahead.
This has been quite an odyssey. This began with an encounter you had with some activists in the Roosevelt Room, where you handed out some binders. Then there was a discussion, a statement that the FBI and DOJ put out that this investigation was over. The flash ahead to a couple of weeks ago, you had a very unusual appearance before the House Judiciary Committee. Do you have any regrets? Is there anything you might have done differently? And do you think that your comportment and the department's comportment in this has exacerbated the public's lack of trust in this process?
Well, let me repeat what I just said. This has spanned 4 administrations. Bush,
4.
Obama, well, Trump won, 45, where Jeffrey Epstein was prosecuted, and then Joe Biden's administration, where 0 documents were provided. We have provided 3 million documents. 3 million documents, the height of the Eiffel Tower, used 500 attorneys working around the clock, have identified, either they self-identify.
Has anybody ever thought about how much this actually costs? Right? Seriously. Okay? Seriously. For, Democrats who boo-hoo-whined and cried about DHS spending money on, commercials so that illegal immigrants self-deport or don't come to the country.
If you haven't subscribe. Let's grow together.
To spend resources on this Epstein stuff, which basically it has become a Trump witch hunt, right? So we're spending millions and millions and millions of dollars on what effectively has become a witch hunt against Trump that has not produced any evidence whatsoever that Trump was involved in any of Epstein's crimes. Who knows? Okay, some Democrats have been exposed, but at this point, we really don't have anything. And all of the resources, all of the manpower that we have put into what has become a witch hunt against President Trump, we could have actually put those resources and that manpower into, fighting crime that's happening right now, right? Crime that is actually happening right now instead of investigating Trump and his relationship with Epstein, which, again, has not produced any evidence whatsoever that President Trump did anything wrong. If anything, it has produced evidence that Trump didn't do anything wrong with Epstein, that, he ended his relationship with Epstein a long, long, long time ago, right? You had Democrats still cozying up with Epstein. You had Epstein sending text messages to Democrats, doing congressional hearings, right? Telling them what to say. I mean, literally controlling Democrats, right? Controlling Democrats, literally controlling them, telling them what to say. This is happening after his initial conviction, right? When he was already exposed as a sex offender. Democrats were still in bed with this guy. Probably Democrats. But all they didn't want to focus on is Trump. It's fascinating. It really is. That's why this stuff is falling apart, man. It really is. At some point, people are going to have to accept, look, they released 3+ million documents. Okay? If what you're looking for isn't there, maybe, just maybe, what you were looking for, the thesis behind what you're looking for is not correct, right? Maybe it needs some work. Okay?
Or through their attorneys, 1,200 victims who we did our very, very best to protect their identities. And so we're proud of the work that we've done on this. Go ahead. Next question.
Democrats on the committee walked out. They called it a, quote, fake hearing and said you were just trying to get around appearing for a deposition. Can you respond to this?
Sure. We were there to answer questions. It's the evening. We came at their convenience. We gave them as much time as they wanted. And one congresswoman screamed C-SPAN wasn't in there, so she didn't want to ask questions. Yet all day long they've been on social media saying they had all these questions. We sat there saying, anything you want to ask us, anything you want to ask us. And they screamed C-SPAN wasn't there, one of them, and then they stormed out of the meeting. So thank you all. Thank you. Have a good night. Thank you.
Victims.
Some victims have said they
Wow. So with that being said, what Pam Bondi is saying is that Democrats were mad that cameras weren't available, okay? Because we already know that this is a clown show, right? That's what they say. It's a clown show. It's a political game for Democrats. They're trying to get gotchas on camera for their audience, right? For their social media following, for campaign donations. That's all they're trying to do, right? They're trying to embarrass Pam Bondi, the Trump administration, on camera so that they can repost it and they can boost their own profile, right? That's what they're trying to do. And they admitted it. After they stormed out, they were boo-hoo-whined and crying. And this Democrat literally admitted on CNN that cameras were the reason why she stormed out, right? There were no cameras there to give Democrats the show that they wanted. Take a look.
Yeah, well, I just walked out of the briefing room, and what is absolutely clear is that Pam Bondi has
like and subscribe if you guys haven't already. Like and subscribe.
Subpoena that we've issued for her to be deposed under oath in front of the committee. In fact, what appears to have happened.
Thank you guys for being in the chat. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate it.
The committee, and so we walked in today ready to hear information that they would provide to us about what's going on with the Epstein File Transparency Act. And basically, they said we've released what we're going to release. And now you can ask me questions. And there was no oath There were no cameras. The American public were locked out of the room, and it was clear that they were not prepared to answer questions about compliance with the law. And so ultimately, after Chairman Comer insulted Summer Lee, who is the lead in many ways on the subpoena, both of Pam Bondi and the subpoena of the Epstein files.
To our lawful subpoena in a deposition. So instead I asked Chairman Comer if he would compel her to come to our deposition. If she did not come, would he force her to, or if he would move for contempt hearings as he did for other people who did not respond to our subpoena. Instead of answering as an adult, he said that I was bitching, which is, again, something that would not be allowed if we were operating under the rules of this committee, because engaging in personalities is actually something that we are not able to do. If C-SPAN and the public,
No problem.
I'd imagine that he would not act that way. Neither here nor there. We expected AG Bondi to be adversarial. We expected her to be confrontational. And we expected her to not offer us much information. But that's why I introduced impeachment articles, because she has already been obstructing justice. She has already weaponized the DOJ. She has already ended investigations into Trump and his allies. She has used this role essentially as one to help the president. She does not answer to the president. The DOJ does not have the right or the privilege of withholding information from an active investigation, ignoring the laws of our land, which the Epstein Transparency Act is, with our subpoena from last July is. And the oversight Dems will continue to press for accountability. We'll continue to press for justice for survivors while also keeping them centered in this. So at the end of the day, we are still here seeking answers for women, for girls, and for the American public who has demanded justice, who have demanded answers to this, and whether or not they will pretend that the document.
But you still want men in women's bathroom and boys and women's sport and girls sports. Stop it. What is a woman?
That they've given us is enough. We already know that they have not complied, and we are asking other people to make sure that we do not let them off the hook right now. So we look forward to her on the record deposition with our committee in response to our lawful subpoena.
The Attorney General, I'll have Congresswoman Frost come in. He specifically also asked her if she would show up to her deposition, and she was very clear. If you want to comment on that.
Look, to me, it's very clear that the purpose of this entire fake hearing, this fake deposition, is the Attorney General trying to weasel herself out of sitting in front of us under oath, under a bipartisan subpoena that we gave her committee. We asked her multiple times, are you going to come and speak with us under oath? She would not say yes. Filibuster would not say yes. And so why do we, and then our Republican colleagues say, is this not enough? Why don't you want to speak to her now? We want her under oath because we do not trust her. Why don't we trust her? Because she's a liar. Look at how that Judiciary Committee hearing went. She was spying on members of Congress when they were in the DOJ looking at the documents unredacted. Look at what she's done as far as not putting documents relating to Donald Trump on the website, not releasing them, and only doing it when the public noticed and said something about it. We want her under oath because we don't trust her. We want her under oath because she has shown that she is involved in a cover-up. My Republican colleagues under the last administration would not stand for this, with Merrick Garland being in front of them not being under oath. They wouldn't allow that to happen for a second. So we see this for what it is. This is not a briefing. A briefing is when we sit down and we're getting information from the person giving the briefing. That didn't happen here. She sat down. They started the clock like a hearing. It's a hearing. It's a fake deposition where no one can see what's going on, where there's zero transcription, where it's not on C-SPAN or anything, and where no one is under oath and they are allowed to freely lie to members of Congress.
Is it ongoing now that you guys have left?
They're hilarious, absolutely hilarious, right? You can't make this stuff up. Democrats are saying out loud exactly why they left, right? They didn't go there to actually get answers to their questions. They got pissed off because they wanted to put on the show, okay, for the American people, and there were not cameras there to record the show. And because there were not cameras there, they got mad and they stormed out, right? Well, C-SPAN wasn't there, right? It wasn't recorded. There was nothing that we could use for our social media following to raise campaign funds, to virtue signal win, right? That's what it's about. These people don't care about getting answers. They don't care about this Epstein stuff. They don't give a damn about the victims. They don't give a damn about accountability. They don't give a damn about anything except getting Trump. That's it. That's it. And that's, I think, what the American people have to understand, right? People got to understand, like, people are mad at Trump about this Epstein stuff. I'm like, dude, 3 million documents have been released. I mean, I'm just saying, like, at some point, right, if Trump and Epstein, if it was so obvious, right, if there was a there, right, I'm not sure how you release 3 million documents and none of them zero. And there's some pretty outlandish allegations against Trump in some of those documents. None of that has produced any hard evidence, right, of Trump doing anything criminal with Epstein. Nothing. Zero. Nada. Zip. And you're still demanding more. It doesn't matter what the DOJ releases. There are going to be people who say, hey, the government's hiding stuff, right? They're hiding that smoking gun against Trump, right? This is what they're going to say no matter what. And that's what people got to understand. There's nothing that the DOJ can do to satisfy some people on this issue. And once you understand that, once you realize that, right, you understand, again, why this is a game for Democrats. But my question is, if Democrats take back power and control, will they all of a sudden be concerned about transparency for Epstein stuff, right? Are they going to care about that? Is the liberal media going to care about it? I guarantee you they're going to go back to not caring about it, right? I guarantee you. If Democrats take back power and control, I'm talking about
Subscribe.
The House, or at least the White House and the House, right? They need the White House, the House, and the Senate too. Then I guarantee you, all of a sudden the Epstein stuff is going to go away. They're not going to want to talk about it. They're not going to give a damn about it anymore because it only serves one purpose for them. It only serves one purpose, to get Trump. It's not about anybody else who may or may not have been involved. They don't give a damn about that. They just want to find some dirt on Trump. That's what they want to do at any and all costs, even to the victims, because we have had sensitive information, inappropriate pictures that have been accidentally leaked by the DOJ due to the ridiculous deadline that was imposed on them by Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna's ridiculous law, right? That's what I want people to understand. How in the world is the DOJ supposed to redact and go through legally, like they have to do a legal review of everything that they're supposed to release to the public? How are they supposed to do that in 30 days? Millions of files. How? Right? They set an impossible deadline, knowing that people would get hurt, that victims would get hurt, that information would accidentally be exposed. And then if the DOJ doesn't meet the deadline, because the DOJ is saying, hey, look, we need more time to comply with your stupid law, right? We can't just do it in 30 days. Then they say, oh, well, you're hiding stuff, right? You're hiding stuff. And then once they release the stuff and they accidentally, release sensitive photos of the victims, young girls, then all of a sudden Democrats are boo, whine, and cry. Well, why did you release that? Why were you responsible with the release, right? You can't have your cake and eat it too. Has anybody ever thought logistically about this stuff? It's almost as if when it comes to certain topics, people's brains just shut off, right? They don't think, right? They don't think when it comes to stuff. Has anybody ever sat down and thought, okay, logistically, how is the DOJ supposed to comply with Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna's law in 30 days, considering the requirements to protect victims, right? Which means you have to legally review millions and millions of documents, images, right? You have to review all that stuff. How is that supposed to be done in 30 days without pouring massive amounts of resources, taxpayer dollars, okay, because this stuff ain't free, into it, right? Nobody ever thinks about that stuff. Nobody thinks about it. But when you actually do think about it, then you understand how much of a game this is for the politicians, right? It's a setup. It's a trap. Well, if you don't comply in 30 days, then you're hiding stuff. If you do try to comply and you get sloppy about the release and the redactions, then you end up hurting the victims. And then you end up getting blamed because you hurt the victims due to the ridiculous deadline making you do sloppy work. It's damned if you do, damned if you don't. You show up to a hearing. All right, I'm here to answer your questions. Democrats, boo-hoo, cry, the cameras aren't here, right? They're mad because they can't make a show out of it.
That's all it's about.
These politicians don't care about the victims.
Nope.
All they care about is making it a show. All they care about is themselves, right? They're creating brands off this stuff. And that's the saddest part about it. They're taking what was a tragedy that happened to young girls, and they are using it to elevate their own political careers. Okay?
That's all they're doing. Look at this trash right here.
And I'll go further, Pamela. We love our military. This
Trader Green, Marjorie Trader Green.
A betrayal to what MAGA was supposed to be when we voted in 2024, and it's turned into some perverted, deranged version of MAGA now that nobody wants. And a lot of people are just like, this doesn't make sense. And I'll go further, Pamela. We love our military, and God bless the men and women serving, and we love their families, and we do not want to see flag-draped coffins coming home in a war that does nothing for our own homeland. And then I want to add on something else. How insulting is it to Americans that the GOP can't even fund Homeland Security right now, our own government that protects our own homeland, while they're waging some war like 6,800 miles away in a country that none of us have ever been to, against the foreign people that none of us know, killing many of these people, even to the point of killing their children. It's just absolutely absurd.
Marjorie Taylor Greene, somebody I liked there for a while, you know? It's a darn shame that people can change so quickly. And you know what I found interesting? Is that even AOC exposed at least one of the reasons why Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing all of this. And if you don't believe me, y'all know I come with the clips, baby. I come with the clips. Check it out.
Here's some tea for you. MTG, people are like, oh my God, she's saying all these things. Like, what's gotten into her lately? Oh, like she's bucking against Trump. She's bucking against the administration. Marjorie Taylor Greene wanted to run for Senate in Georgia. She wanted to run for Senate earlier this year in the state of Georgia. She wanted to be the Republican nominee for Senate. So she was gearing up for that statewide race, and Trump told her no. Trump said no. And the White House and Trump land shut down Marjorie Taylor Greene's personal ambitions to run for Senate. And she has been on a revenge tour ever since.
Straight out of AOC's mouth. You know?
Oh, wow.
And that has been one of the rumors for a while, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene wanted to run for Senate and went to Trump asking for help, and he told her hell no. Yep. And ever since, she's been on this rampage of saying just absolute nonsense. Can't believe the GOP doesn't fund the DHS. You know good and almost cursed. You know good and darn well it is Democrats that have chosen to defund the Department of Homeland Security because they don't like what ICE is doing. ICE is funded. ICE is funded until the end of Trump's term. This ain't got nothing to do with Republicans or the GOP. This has everything to do with the Democrats because they wanted to try to force Republicans to reform ICE because they know they can't take any funding away from ICE because ICE is already fully funded until the end of Trump's term. ICE is funded until 2029. 2029. Fully funded. Fully funded. If you don't believe me, you can look this stuff up. Right? I ain't talking out of the side of my neck. So for her to get on CNN, a network that has never, how many times, I want to ask y'all a question, a genuine question. How many times have you seen Marjorie Taylor Greene on CNN or MSDNC? How many times did you see her on either one of those networks before she went on this rampage? I'll wait. Like never. And now all of a sudden she's all over them. All over them. Wall-to-wall coverage. Look at Marjorie Taylor Greene. Look at this. Oh my goodness.
Look at her go. Look at her go.
Yeah, The View with Sonny Holston and Joy Behar and Whoopi Goldberg and the crew. She went on that show. How many times you seen her on there before she went on this rampage. Exactly. And now she's getting oh man, I gotta play a couple of clips for y'all. One being a clip from NBC, who went to Pennsylvania expecting to see and hear something totally different than what they actually got. And then I'm going to play one final clip for y'all in closing, because I think it fully encapsulates exactly how I feel. All right? Let's hop into this NBC clip. Make sure you guys smack that like button and subscribe if you are new. Let's jump into it.
We're down lower than we've been in 7 years. Gasoline prices and oil prices, not just the 3 states that I talk about, with $1.99 a gallon. How would you like to have $1.99? You know, that's the equivalent of a very major tax cut.
Welcome back. Now, that was President Trump in Pennsylvania back in December, touting low energy and gas prices. Today, the average price for a gallon of gas in Pennsylvania is $3.76, according to AAA. That's higher than last week, and it's up more than 60 cents from a month ago. NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen has been speaking with Pennsylvania voters. He's been...
I also find it funny how, all of these Democrats and mainstream media and these rhinos want to talk about gas prices all of a sudden so much now, when none of them had anything to say when gas prices were absolutely bonkers.
Just deal with it.
Biden and Kamala Harris administration. Because one thing that they also aren't mentioning is, yeah, sure, gas prices are up right now, and yet they're still lower than where Joe Biden had them at all-time highs.
Right.
They don't want to talk about that, but carry on.
Out kind of on a road trip here in Millersburg, about 25 miles north of Harrisburg. He joins me now. And John, I understand you're sort of in a Trump supportive part of Pennsylvania, and there are a lot of those in Pennsylvania. What are you hearing about how people there are feeling about gas prices, and are they factoring that into how they view the war in Iran?
Well, first, Kelly, I would be remiss if I did not wish Kelly O'Donnell a happy St. Patrick's Day.
Right back at you, my
happy St.
friend.
Patrick's Day.
I'm genetically required to be
part of Pennsylvania. And
I'm sorry,
I can't see you right now, but I'm
You're
sure
on the
you
road
look
trip
lovely
here.
and great. Okay, so I'm in Millersburg, Pennsylvania. The reason I'm here is it's a swing district, Pennsylvania's 10th district. In a swing state, President Trump won this district by about 5 points, but the local congressman...
swing district. Trump only won this area by 5 points. Not a huge margin. Swing district. Oh, man. Listen close.
Scott Perry is in danger of losing the midterms, and we wanted to talk to people about their feelings about gas prices, about the war. You mentioned Pennsylvania's average gas price about $3.76 a gallon right now. We went to the cheapest place around, $3.54.9 a gallon here, and talked to folks. Better you hear from them than from me about how they're feeling.
Let's roll the tape.
The decision to strike Iran.
It was a great decision. I think somebody else should have done it a couple of years ago, the last 3 other presidents.
Are you willing to pay higher prices at the pump if that's the cost?
Yeah, I'm willing to pay a little more, yeah.
What do you think about the war?
I think he's doing the right thing. In the long run, it's going to help us out because, if they get nuclear weapons, we might not even be here in a couple of years. So I think he's doing a good job.
Is it worth the rise in the price of gas?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you think about the U.S. decision to go into Iran?
I think we got to do what we got to do to keep this country safe. So, and if it means paying a little bit more in gas right now to keep everybody safe, then that's what we got to do. And eventually they'll come back down.
Kelly, we talked to, we're supportive of the war and willing to pay the higher gas prices for the war. Some of them because they believe in the goals of the war, others because they trust President Trump. But not everybody felt that way, and not everybody's excited about Trump here, and not everybody's planning to vote for Republicans in the midterms who supported Trump. Let's take a listen to one more woman who we spoke with. If you could say something to President Trump, he was going to hear you right now, what would it be?
You are a worthless pile of
And you voted for him how many times?
3 times. That was my bad. Apparently, I'm an idiot.
So not
lots of personality there, John. Lots of personality. Yeah.
Right. Not everyone's thrilled with him. That was a voter who voted for him 3 times. She went on to talk about the gas prices. She went on to talk about the war, about not supporting the idea of us, basically going around the world. So a lot to process there. But this is going to be the real pressure test for President Trump and Republicans.
Oh, man. What do you know? Going to a swing district where I'm sure they thought, these guys probably aren't going to say anything nice about Trump. And lo and behold, they do. And they got one person. They got one person to say something crazy. One. Interesting. At a time where, you have a lot of, people who we thought were on the right coming out and completely bashing the right. You got Marjorie Taylor Greene, of course. You got Tucker Carlson, of course. Excuse me. You got Nick. You got Megan. You've got a lot of different individuals. The Hodge twins. Got a lot of different individuals. Although I feel like a couple of them are like trolling, but I don't know. We'll see. But all at the same time, I find that quite interesting. All of these folks are coming out all at the same time, speaking out against the Republican Party at a time where the Republican Party is surging or should be surging. Now they come out and say all of this stuff. And once again, I'm not saying that we aren't allowed to disagree. I've disagreed with Trump, but also didn't make it that big of a deal because it shouldn't be that big of a deal. So
right.
You take something and blow it up into this massive situation, like Byron Donalds said, when you're basically taking a grenade and throwing it in the room, walking out and locking the door behind you. That's almost what it feels like some of these folks are attempting to do, like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh yeah, I'm out of the Republican Party. Look, slam the door, walk out, deal with it. That's what it feels like. I also learned that somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene is getting a check. Yeah, and I think this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Man, does the truth always come out later on down the road. A lot of people know Marjorie Taylor Greene as this loudmouth individual that was outspoken for the American people, and then all of a sudden she does this switch up in the last couple months, and then abruptly just resigns. Makes you wonder why, right?
If you have to subscribe.
And
Let's keep growing.
That Marjorie Taylor Greene was receiving funds from the Marouk family. And if you're not familiar with the Marouk family, more specifically Sam Marouk, it's an individual here in the state of Texas who is a huge funder of the left. For example, this is part of his family, Hassan. Others in the Marouk family, showing Act Blue, Ilhan Omar, and then Sam himself. And I ran it through a couple AIs just to verify, make sure, maybe I read something wrong. But then people are like, well, it's only $7,000. Yeah, but it's $7,000 from an extremely blue individual. That in itself is a red flag, pun intended. Because not only would it explain her 180 there at the end, it would also explain her abrupt resignation out of nowhere. Oh, but her family was being threatened. Yeah, she's a congressional member. That happens to them literally every day. That's nothing new. But I knew there was something off about her, and this kind of points to the right direction for me. Does it explain the whole story? No, but it's starting to come into focus a little bit more.
A piece of that puzzle. And apparently, so-called influencers can be paid under the table. Yeah. I know some of you are like, Rich, is that what you would be considered? I guess, maybe a little bit, but ain't nobody sending me any checks. And if they are, shit, I missed them, send them again. Please do. Right? Because I've been accused of being paid. You're just getting paid by the Republican Party. I wish.
Man.
Send me a check. What are you doing, son?
Sit in that bag.
Everybody out here getting paid except for me, it seems like. My goodness. Now, on a serious note, Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene themselves even confirmed this very thing. Check it out.
Israel is paying an influencer campaign $7,000 per post in some instances. But the people like Eric Swalwell and Adam Schiff who are clutching their pearls over foreign influence in U.S. elections and politics, are they going to be upset about the Israel paid influencer campaign?
I made 2 posts about this today. I find it highly offensive as an American that social media influencers can get paid basically under the table and no one knows who is paying them and who is sponsoring them. So today I made 2 posts. I made 1 post calling for any social media influencer, if they are getting paid by a foreign country, that they have to register under FARA. And especially our MAGA influencers
Like and
that are
subscribe.
so-called America First. You know, the biggest message they need to hear is they're not America first if they're taking payments by a foreign government.
What the?
Yeah, so Marjorie, I got a question to ask you. Who's paying you?
Yeah.
That's my question. Who is sending you that check? Because it gotta be fat. It gotta be a fat check. A crazy thick check. You know? But I'm gonna end it on this though, because I think this is important to say, and obviously, as you guys saw there, for the most part, MAGA is still rocking with Trump. I saw one report where it was like 90-something% of MAGA still supports Trump 100%. And I'm gonna end it with this note, this video clip, because this is exactly how I feel.
I voted for the first time in my life because of Donald Trump. That's the first election, presidential election, or any election I ever voted in. I didn't come off the schneid because of Tucker Carlson or Megyn Kelly or Mark Levin, for that matter, or people on the other side of this whole thing. I didn't get into this because of you. I got into it because of Trump. That's why I got into it. That's why I'm still here, is because of Trump. I support President Donald Trump. That's it. Does that mean I agree with every single thing that he does? No, because I'm not an idiot. But it's like these people think like, oh, wait a minute. What did they say? Oh, you're not supporting Trump anymore? Oh, I'm not supporting Trump either anymore then. You're just a man with a wet paper ass. So the feuding that's going on online is an impressions grab. It's a money grab. It's a free-for-all in that space, in that influencer space. That doesn't mean anything really anyway. It means something in the terms of monetizing all this stuff for these people. So that's all that's about.
Yeah, I think it's all.
And again, this channel, everybody is welcome. I'm a Trump supporter. I'm not pushing on nobody. I'm just showing guys I like, information I like, you know what I'm saying, here. I'm right here with you guys, listening and hearing, and listen to the chat as well. Everybody is welcome. But if you're a bot, you got to go. Just have some fun. Let's agree or disagree. America ain't perfect, but we can make it perfect.
All about the Benjamins, baby. It's all about the Benjamins. You know, it's crazy to me to think that, you know, now all of a sudden this guy, right, Uncle Trump, we're just supposed to abandon the guy. Whatever happened to the saying, dance with the person that.
Right.
That giving a provision.
Majority Republicans and they can't pass it.
Right. Well, that's obviously, that would be the rules of the Senate, which means it requires 60. That's the supermajority requirement that we have in the Senate to pass most consequential legislation. The exception to that, of course, is budget reconciliation, which we used last summer to pass the Working Families Tax Cuts Act. But as a 60-vote threshold, Martha, that is the thing that people should understand about the way the Senate works. And in order to get around the 60-vote threshold, you would have to nuke the legislative filibuster, and there aren't the votes for that. I've said that over and over and over again. And so it's a math issue. It isn't whether I want to do this or a question of leadership. It's a question of you have 53 Senate Republicans, all of whom have their own views on these issues, and they decide how they vote.
So
yeah, buddy, the one and only. We must protect them at all costs. A national treasure. Term limits, exempt Senator Kennedy.
Serious about passing. And I think we are, Mr. President. I know you are. We need to try to pass this legislation through reconciliation. Now, You know how reconciliation works, Mr. President. It means we can pass this bill with 50 Republican votes.
A live stream about 3 hours. I'm right here with you guys,
That's how we pass the
reading and watching.
I would hope to get some of my Democratic friends to support us, but we don't have to have it.
Welcome.
That's harder than I described because, as you know,
It's been an hour and 24 minutes so far into it. Let's get it.
anything you propose through reconciliation has to be paid for. We can find the money to pay for it. And anything you pass through reconciliation has to conform with the contours of the Budget Control Act. We call that giving a provision a bird bath. And our parliamentarian decides what passes muster under the Budget Control Act.
Yes, term limits for real.
What doesn't.
Chuck Schumer should not be still in office.
Now, we've got a lot of smart lawyers in the United States Senate. Every single one of them thinks they're Oliver Wendell Scalia. But we got a lot of other smart lawyers in America. Here's what I'm getting at. We have yet to try going to these.
My wife think I'm a good dude. I'm a good dude. Why not? I'm a child of God like we all a child of God.
These smart
I'm a good
lawyers,
person.
some in the Senate, some, believe it or not in the Senate, and saying, craft us a SAVE Act that will pass muster under the Budget Control Act and can be blessed by the parliamentarian. And some of my colleagues, those Oliver Wendell Scalia types, they say, Kennedy, you know, that you'll never be able to do that. They don't know. I've been here 10 years. I've seen things pass muster, survive a bird bath that I didn't think had a hope in hell.
Damn.
And I've seen provisions pass the parliamentarians' judgment under a bird bath that I thought, I've seen them not pass that I thought were slam dunks. You don't know till you try. And we haven't tried. And if this bill is as important as everybody says it is, and I think it is, because we're not just talking about voting, we're talking about the confidence, the trust of the American people in our elections. If this bill is as important as we say it is, we should try to do reconciliation. I haven't.
Stepdaddy, the stepfather. All right, stepdaddy, let's get it. Let's knock it back.
The president has talked about nationalizing elections in recent months himself. It's state.
Well, if what you mean by intervening in the election is that we want everybody to have a voter ID before voting in this country, yes, we should be doing that.
Yeah, term limits.
Common sense.
I mean, if by what you mean is, Marco Rubio has like 5 jobs, is the president going to send Marco Rubio to Michigan to be a ballot counter as his 6th title? I don't think so. I haven't talked to the president or Marco about it. But look, there's a lot of scare tactics, and there's a lot of scary language floating around there. The president and I have been working very hard, and we actually got a good vote yesterday in the United States Senate on the Save America Act, which is a very simple piece of legislation that does a number of things. But one of the things it does is actually establish this very simple principle that if you're going to vote in a federal election, you ought to show identification before you do so. I think that's very much common sense.
Common sense. Common sense.
Very often, as is the case with voting, if we make it easy to cheat, then your constitutionally protected right to vote will mean less and less with each passing election. And our failure to take these risks seriously further undermines the public perception of the legitimacy of the rights in question. Now, the mere fact that something is a constitutionally protected right doesn't mean you can't make it harder for people to break the law and gaining access to it. Otherwise, there would be all sorts of things that would be off in our society. Because according to my colleague's logic, a signature is all the identification you need. Well, is it? Well, signatures can be forged with increasing ease. They can be forged. In other circumstances, they can be presumed not to be checked, and in some cases that might pan out to be more true than in others. But nobody would seriously suggest, particularly those who like these background check laws, they wouldn't be content with somebody just signing their name, even if it said, I hereby declare under penalty of perjury that I am entitled to purchase this firearm, that I am an adult, I'm a U.S. citizen, I have not been convicted of a felony offense, which would disqualify me under 18 U.S.C. Section 922G. Nor do I trigger any of the other exclusionary factors articulated in the various subsections of 922G or under any other federal law. The signature wouldn't do it there, and that's a constitutionally protected right. This is a constitutionally protected right, but we're still making it, yes, easy to vote and hard to cheat. You've got to have both. You don't get that if you have a mere signature. So too with the purchase of alcohol or tobacco by minors. Even if you had people sign something saying, I hereby attest by signing this under penalty of perjury that I am in fact entitled to purchase alcohol. I am in fact at least 21 years old. We wouldn't do that. Well, why? Well, it'd be really hard to enforce the law at that point.
I don't know what you're going to find harder to believe. Trump's poll numbers or who's reporting them. Because while the legacy media and a small but very loud roster of turncoat podcasters has spent the last 3 weeks telling us that MAGA's finished, that the base has abandoned Trump over the Iran war, CNN, of all places, just nuked that narrative to smithereens.
And one thing I like what Benny said earlier, we played on the show earlier, this afternoon, was that majority of Americans didn't elect
Vance, Marco, Rubio, Vance and Rubio. Why not?
Elected.
I wanted Ron DeSantis, but right now Vance
and again
and Rubio.
I know we agree, we disagree. Some of us are like on this side, we don't like maybe this, or we don't like this Iran conflict. Some say we should have did this Iran thing after the midterms. People are saying this, people are saying that. But there has been a huge difference from the previous administration. And if you look at the analytics, the stat sheet, you look at this, it's totally different than the previous administration, than the auto pin presidency. Biden. Trump has done a phenomenal job on a lot of things. And you have to give him credit. They don't want to give him credit. They discredit him. They'll never admit it. Hey, people hate Trump so much. The media hates Trump so much. But we have to be honest. He's not perfect. We don't agree with everything he's done. We don't agree on this or this or that. He is not perfect. We are human beings. Trump has not been perfect on everything.
Nobody is.
But we have to be honest. Simple. And for half of these other people rooting for the downfall, to burn and crash, for the operation, these missions, to everything to fail, and to oppose everything he's doing, we should be praying for the president, praying for America, praying for our troops, the complete opposite. But no, to see how low and how we mock and disrespect one another, simply because we don't like who majority of Americans elected. Whew, what a time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. What a time to be alive, man. The critical thinking has gone out the window. And it's in through one ear, out the other. It's shot. That's the times we're living in, man.
Thank you.
And that's just the beginning. because the SAVE Act just cleared its
Obama
first
ran 3
Senate
times
vote.
already.
The Democrats are being dragged onto the floor to defend
Twice by
the
himself and
indefensible.
with
And the
Biden.
numbers tell a story the left absolutely does not want you to hear. So if you know what to do, Operation Epic Fury began just over 2 weeks ago. We've been told by both the legacy media and
And the biggest thing that he won on, which was immigration. He's been an A+ in, and we see why Democrats are fighting the man so hard on everything. But there's been so many roadblocks. Oh, we want you to do this. They want you to do this. Another shutdown. This, that. It's all in connection with one another. And this is why majority of Americans hate politicians. And why I think it ought to be a whole sweep down there in Washington. That's just my opinion. I think it ought to be a sweep down there in Washington. I think motherfuckers ought to be walked out in handcuffs. I think it ought to be term limits. Some people got to go. It's been decades. It's a god doggone nursing home down there.
Mitch McConnell, man.
And it's not just Democrats. Oh, it's Republicans. It's rhinos. It's people got to go.
On both sides.
Just being honest. I know I come on here and crack jokes a lot about all this stuff, but, we got to be honest and we got to continue to keep it real, man. But I love what Benny said earlier. The majority of Americans did not elect podcasters. They did not elect the Megyn Kellys, the Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, whatever that brother name is. He lost his damn mind. Somebody go give him a Billy Doll and a blow pop and a sweet tea, old fella. Somebody get him a diaper and give him some Kleenex and baby wipes.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Like and subscribe. Appreciate it.
President Trump. And a lot of big things that why people got it. What we wanted to have Trump in
Thank
there,
you.
He's been an A+ on. Mind you, he was left with a complete mess.
Love you guys.
small number of right-wing podcasters that MAGA is finished. MAGA died with Trump betraying his populist base after he was bewitched by Bibi Netanyahu to do the bidding of Israel and fight Israel's war. Now, make no mistake, the legacy media is absolutely loving this. They adore watching MAGA, or well, I guess now officially post-MAGA influencers ripping on Trump. Joe Kent, case in point,
How to honey? Yeah, no problem. How to honey? Yep.
Legacy media to be a far-right lunatic who hung around white supremacists. Now he's their darling. Now that he's turned on Trump, he is the new official darling of the left.
The Democrats' hero now.
As Senator John Fetterman has said, the left has no principles other than TDS. Their absolute rabid hatred of Trump. And they are welcoming with arms wide open the rebellion of these now anti-Trump post-MAGA podcasters. And they're framing that rebellion as indicative of a wider rebellion among Trump's base. In other words, the legacy media is pushing this notion that the podcasters speak for the people. Not Trump, no, the podcasters. They are the true voice of the MAGA base that Trump has officially betrayed after being spellbound by the evil Bibi Netanyahu. That's the narrative that both the legacy media and these MAGA turncoats are spinning. And who on earth would ever have believed, again, reality is better than fiction, right? Who would ever have even conceived that the one place of sanity in the midst of all this, the one place that literally blew apart in one single strike that entire narrative could possibly be CNN.
And this is one of those, because just take a look here. MAGA GOP view of Trump. Approve 100%. 100%. If you are a member of MAGA and the GOP, you approve of Donald John Trump. 0% say that they disapprove. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know you can't go higher than 100%. He is the 1972 Miami Dolphins. Now, there are some Republicans who disapprove of Donald John Trump, but they are not members of the Make America Great Again movement. The bottom line is this: if you are a member of MAGA, you approve of Donald Trump.
It's interesting, though, because there have been a couple prominent people who have sort of come out online, and they're very mad about this war with Iran because he promised no new wars. Is there any sign that people might be leaving MAGA relative to 2024?
Yeah, okay. So, I've said it before, and, the theme of this segment is Tucker Carlson be darned. And when we look at the numbers, I've heard some people say, when you look at those MAGA numbers, it doesn't account for those who might have left MAGA. But take a look here. Americans who identify as MAGA in November of 2024, it was 28% of Americans. Now it's basically the same. If anything, it's slightly higher at 30%. The bottom line is this: the MAGA base within the GOP is not shrinking. It's the same size. If anything, it is slightly larger than it was back in 2024 when, of course, Donald Trump won a second term. So that 100% that Donald Trump has approval among MAGA GOP, that is not an artifact of MAGA shrinking. It's just an indication of how strong Donald Trump's grip is on that MAGA base.
100 freaking percent. That would make Trump more popular than Kim Jong-un. Did you see that? Kim Jong-un was just reelected General Secretary by North Korea's parliament with just 99.93% approval. So Trump is now technically more popular than the otherwise single most popular politician on the planet, if we're done is being held to MAGA heads. But seriously, what on earth do you say to that? By the way, that was an NBC poll that Harry Enton was referring to there. But what do you say to that? Fox News polling, which tends to lean left, they have Trump at a nearly identical 98% approval among self-identified MAGA loyalists. Or take the latest YouGov. In terms of the war itself, 91% of self-identified MAGA voters approve of epic fury. There's no controversy here. None. Zippo. 100%. 98%. 91%. And MAGA's growing to boot, as you saw with Harry Enton talking about there. More people identifying as MAGA supporters today than they did back in 2024. So again, what do you say to that? Well, unfortunately, I think we are seeing something akin to what the Portuguese scholar Bruno Maçães would call virtualism. And he makes the extended argument that America, in particular, is prone to, or it's evolved into a kind of virtual society where politics and culture increasingly take place inside constructed virtual worlds rather than in what I would call visceral reality, right? Shared, stubborn, empirical reality. And what Maçães argues is that American life, in terms of it being so much online, being consumed in a virtual universe, as it were, it tends to lean into make-believe, where people choose the story world, the narrative arc they want to inhabit, and then they treat it as more real than the actual facts on the ground. And I would argue, from what I can see, that is exactly what we are seeing, generally speaking, with these turncoat influencers. When CNN,
no problem. Thank you.
Forced to admit that Trump is more popular with his MAGA base than any other president, Republican or Democrat,
No problem, Clark. Thank you.
have been with their own base. That's not a talking point from a MAGA account. This is NBC polling data presented on one of the most
It's all
anti-Trump
good. It's
networks
all
in
good.
America.
Thank you. It's all good.
So
Thank you,
all I can
guys.
say here is that these turncoat podcasters, these online so-called influencers, are frankly not operating in the real world. They're inhabiting a Messiah-style virtualist political universe, a VR political universe, a self-contained narrative ecosystem turbocharged by Telegram channels and online rabbit holes where a preferred storyline has become their primary reality. The polls don't lie, the base is not fracturing, and no amount of virtualist storytelling changes that. All right, so that said, we've got another big story that we're following, the SAVE Act in the Senate. We've got some big developments that you're not going to want to miss. Speaking of SAVE Act, President Trump's number one legislative priority, which would require proof of citizenship and photo ID to vote in federal elections, has just officially cleared its first major Senate hurdle with a vote that fell almost entirely along party lines, with only Senator Lisa Murkowski, the embarrassment from Alaska, Trump plus 13 state. She, in her typical Jezebel fashion, broke ranks and voted with her fellow swamp rat Democrats, as she normally does. Senator Tom Tillis, the retiring Republican from North Carolina, didn't show up to vote at all. He was too busy pouting under his desk. Even Mitch McConnell, in the end, voted to open formal debate. With that procedural threshold cleared, Senate Republicans have now launched what Majority Leader John Thune is calling a full-scale floor takeover. They're promising marathon sessions that could stretch for a week or longer, forcing Democrats to show up, defend their opposition, and go on record against a bill that polls show anywhere from 80 to 80% of Americans, including a majority of Democrats, actually support it. Is probably the SAVE Act is probably the single most popular piece of legislation out there. Now, the strategy championed loudly by Senator Mike Lee and Ted Cruz is to make this a public spectacle, to drag Democrats onto the Senate floor night after night, make them justify to their constituents why they're blocking a common sense voter ID requirement, and build the political pressure heading into the midterms. Now, unfortunately, because this is not a formalized talking filibuster, there is a catch to all of this, and that is that when the debate does finally end, however it ends, Republicans are still going to have to come up with 60 votes to invoke cloture and pass the bill. So that's a threshold they're not even close to reaching at this point. In the old system, you could filibuster, but each senator from your party was only allowed to speak twice. And so there was a built-in terminus to the debate. And once every senator in the opposition party spoke twice over the course of the entire continuous debate, often lasting weeks, then the debate came to an end, and you got to pass the bill with a simple majority. So for the last several decades, we stopped the talking filibuster through a rule change back in 1975, and you need 60 votes to end the debate, to vote to end the debate early in the Senate. So we don't even need to end the filibuster, to be honest with you. We just have to bring back the original one that our founding fathers intended, that had a built-in terminus to it, which allowed for bills to finally get passed with a simple majority, not the ceremonial filibuster that has effectively shut down the Senate. To make, ironically, asses of themselves, get it, donkeys, they are making asses of themselves and arguing against a bill that over 80% of the voting public supports,
which is crazy,
in an effort to politically damage them.
Majority of America agrees with
Then it looks as if they're going to try to pass it as a reconciliation bill, which only requires a simple majority. But reconciliation bills...
That's what we played with Senator Kennedy earlier.
...are generally specific to budgetary issues, right? The argument that senators like Louisiana's John Kennedy are making is that the SAVE Act does carry undeniable fiscal implications associated with federal benefits or welfare programs and public services flowing to ineligible non-citizens, which is precisely the kind of mandatory spending reform that qualifies under what's called the Byrd Rule, which requires that reconciliation provisions have to have a direct budgetary effect, used reconciliation twice in recent years when they had control of the Senate to pass sweeping partisan legislation on party line votes. And with Senate Democrats now blocking both DHS funding and the SAVE Act through the filibuster, Republicans have explicitly declared that a reconciliation bill is indeed, well, they say, the only train leaving the station for moving priority legislation that can't reach 60 votes. So again, with a bill that has 80% support among voters, including a majority of Democrats, who support the bill's core requirement that only citizens
correctly, they shouldn't have been counted. And that's. Let me ask you something. Why would anybody fight this hard to stop you from showing an ID when you go and vote? It's not voter suppression. It's not racism. It's got to be something else, right?
Like and subscribe, everybody. Like and subscribe.
Mike Rogers joins. He says, what's happening right now is bigger than what most people realize. And what he told me is going to make a lot of people very uncomfortable. The argument on the left is that this is going to disenfranchise black people and women and Latinos when 81% of Americans want this. Mike, what are we looking at here with this SAVE Act battle that's going on in the Senate right now?
Well, first of all, you're insulting black people, Hispanics, women by saying they can't get an ID. That is the most ridiculous thing I think I've ever heard in my life. And it's insulting to those people who use an ID every day in their lives to do a whole host of things, including, by the way, if you want Sudafed, that you got to go get behind the counter. You need an ID to do that. Yes. You have that cold. I mean, this is so ridiculous. I mean, they are clinging to this, and I have no other way to describe why they would fight so hard to make sure you can't show an ID to prove who you are when you vote. Certainly lends the mind to different places. Like maybe they do want to cheat. I don't know. But what they have to do is make sure that the public, and the huge numbers support this, believe in their elections. And by the way, that's for Democrats too. Everybody wants to believe that when they show up and cast your vote, it counts because somebody hasn't stolen it or fraudulently voted. This is a very simple way to make sure that people feel better, will participate more in voting. And if you look at the polling, Democrats say are going to be disenfranchised, overwhelmingly support having to show an ID. You know why? Because when they bother to show up and present their ID, they want their vote to count too. Yes. That's why it's so important. It really defies logic what they're doing. I hope people see through what this nonsense is all about.
Follow him on X at Mike Rogers 4M. Mike, I'm not going to be as nice as you. They want illegal aliens to vote. That's clear. They want to be able to have universal mail-in ballots that aren't verified at all. We know that 300,000 plus votes are now in jeopardy from the 2020 election in Fulton County, Georgia. Over 300,000 were not certified. They weren't matched up correctly. They shouldn't have been counted. And that state only went to Biden by 11,000 some odd votes. In Michigan, we know that there were irregularities in Detroit. We know that there were, and we're not allowed to ask about it. There were actual hearings in the state legislature in the great state of Michigan where they said poll workers would come up and say there was something fishy going on, and we're not allowed to find out. So how do you bypass all of that? You get rid of universal mail-in balloting unless you've got a verified person. Maybe they're serving in the military, something like that. An absentee ballot can be had, but it's got to be verified. And maybe you just make sure that those who are voting are citizens. So why do you think they're doing it? I just said it's because they want illegal aliens to vote. Do you agree with that, or is there something else going on? The Democrats can't think this is a winning combination.
They want to make it as easy for them to stuff these ballot boxes along the way as they can. I mean, there's no other explanation for this. Matter of fact, we had a township clerk come out and say that he found a couple of dozen foreigners who had registered to vote. And that's just in one little spot in Michigan, one tiny little area in Michigan. We had a Chinese student from University of Michigan who proudly declared he voted, got on a plane and flew back to China. Here was the problem. That vote counted.
Yes.
Had he had to show up with an ID, that vote he would not have been able to vote. These folks in this township that were not American citizens who showed up to vote would not have been able to vote. And so, listen, we ought to make this as easy
but as certifiable as you can. And it is not an onerous thing to say you should show an ID who you are when you have to vote. You have to do it to buy a poll. But man, do they not like it. The Democrats hate this. I think it's because they have nefarious purposes in mind.
But when it's an 86 or 84-16, it's 80-20, it's an issue that they're on the wrong side of. And these people, and you know this as well as anybody, I don't think that you always relied on this, but these people watch the polls every day. Every single day they watch it. I just don't understand how the leadership in the Senate, Chuck Schumer on down, on the Democrat side, can say, if we stick to our guns, we can win this one. Mike, they literally can't. So is there something else going on that I'm not seeing?
I don't think so, but I mean, look at all the 80-20 issues. They're still promoting, men and women's sports.
Yes.
That's an 80. Most normal, rational people say that's not fair. It is not fair to the women who do work that hard. Boy, they're still out there promoting that like crazy. I candidly, I think the Democrat Party has lost their ever-loving minds.
Yeah.
They are wrong on so many things for the future of this country. And when now you have the mayor of New York City proposing that a 50% death tax on everything over $750,000. So good luck having your family be able to keep your family home. And this is, he's a leading Democrat in the nation right now. And that is the direction that they're going. I'll tell you, that's not popular. So you start doing the math on the back of a napkin. You start thinking, hey, wait a minute. I hope to own a home one day. I hope to have that thing grow in value, maybe worth, a little more than $750,000. You're going to take, congratulations, you're dead. Give me all your money. I mean, this is crazy.
And he won, Mike, he won because he kept using the word affordability. There's nothing affordable about that. I want to circle back to him in a second. It is former U.S. Representative Mike Rogers, should be the senator out of Michigan, Mike Rogers. I'm not really sure why you're not. So had you won, and I think you should have, and had we had all these things in place, maybe you would have won. I'm just saying, just putting it out there. But had you won, what would you be doing today? Would you be digging your heels in and saying we're not going to do any other legislation until we do the talking filibuster, until we get the Save America Act done? Well, how would you be acting? Because Lisa Slotkin is not doing what the people of Michigan want. I can say that I'm still a homeowner in Michigan, Mike. I still pay taxes there. I've got relatives that live there. My daughter lives there. So at the end of the day, this matters to me as it does to every other Michigander. What would you be doing had you been in her place right now?
Well, I would obviously be doing everything I could to get this thing passed. There is a reason they're fighting this hard against all reason and all rationale for having to show an ID and prove who you are when you vote. Matter of fact, if you ask most Michigan citizens, they believe you probably have to show an ID. They wouldn't know you didn't have to show an ID.
Right.
So I would do everything. If it takes that talking filibuster, it takes that talking filibuster. You cannot allow them to continue to disenfranchise people from voting because they don't believe their vote counts. That's, to me, is about as un-American as you get. And by the way, this is on the heels, Joe, on the heels of saying, well, we should all fund DHS. It is getting bad where it's dangerous to citizens. And then they all just voted against funding DHS again for the fifth time or whatever it is. They have been so disingenuous. And what they're hoping is Americans aren't paying attention. That's the saddest thing of all.
Yeah.
They're hoping that Americans don't really get concerned about things like this and why it matters for the future of their country. Boy, I hope they do. I think this will backfire. I think it's going to bite them right in the backside.
Yeah.
Because they cannot explain how you're out there thumping your chest saying, we must fund DHS. We must, we can't have voter IDs for voting. It's just ridiculous.
It is. It's Mike Rogers at Mike Rogers 4M over on X. That's the one you want me to send them to, Mike? That one?
That's perfect. Perfect.
Okay, go and do that. Digging your heels in.
RogersForSenate.com is always a great spot too.
Say it again.
RogersForSenate.com.
Make that happen. Go and support Mike and go see everything that he's doing. So you dig your heels in and you hope to win. But see, here's the confusing part. Do you know John Thune? I don't know John Thune. I know every senator but him, I think. You know him?
I do know John Thune, yeah. Good.
So
I think his heart's in the right place.
Well, I think his heart's in the right place, but he's not doing the job that we gave him the ability to do. And here's what I mean. He comes out and says, I have the votes to pass the SAVE Act. I have enough. I've got 50. And all you need is 50 plus J.D. Vance. So he says, I've got it. And he says, I don't have the support for the talking filibuster. I thought you had to vote for a talking filibuster. You don't. You just have to do it. Mike Lee has said, constitutionally, all we have to do is do the talking filibuster. Do not stop until the debate ends. And once the debate ends, we'll vote in a simple majority to get to cloture. Then you vote on the Save America Act. So, again, I'm not here to beat up John Thune. I don't know him. But he has the ability to do this without even a vote. We're doing the talking filibuster, which looks like even as you and I speak right now, they're trying to do that. Do you think he'll dig his heels in and say, listen, as the Senate Majority Leader, they gave me the power, they gave me the ability, we're going to do the talking filibuster, and we'll do a simple majority to get it to cloture, to get it to an actual vote, to get it to the president. Do you see him following through on this?
Boy, I sure think so. I don't know him well enough to tell you that he wouldn't do it, but listen, this is where the American people are by large numbers. I think they need to do it, and I think it shows who the Democrats really are. They say one thing and then they absolutely do another when they get the reins of power. And man, that's exactly what they're trying to do now. And one of the first ways they do that is by making sure that people who don't have to show an ID.
The media said people out there burning their Trump hats, their MAGA hats.
No, I'm with you. It's Mike Rogers. Let's go back to the DHS.
Still got mine.
Here in Texas, where I am, we do have to show a photo ID, by the way, by law, and it works every time, and we have pretty good elections here. This guy, Greg Kassar, I don't know how he pronounces it, but he's a U.S. representative from the San Antonio area through other parts of Texas. He shows up at a John Cornyn event and starts yelling and screaming about how Cornyn refuses to fund TSA. Now, you and I both know that TSA is part of DHS. Greg Kassar and these other lefties all said no to funding the DHS. They're all saying no in the Senate to funding the DHS. And now the House has said, Anna Paulina Luna and others have said, we will not take up any of your legislation. Tim Burchett said this too.
The last administration knowing what a woman is. They want men in women bathrooms. They nasty. Nasty, dams. What is a woman?
From the Senate until you give the funding to the DHS. Now, again, the left wants the American people to believe we want to fund TSA so you don't have these long lines in Austin and other places, and these evil Republicans won't fund TSA. Mike, can the Republicans do a better job of communicating the fact that we are voting to fund the TSA through the DHS? What Kassar is saying is BS, and he knows that it's BS. But do the American people understand well enough that TSA and DHS are not, mutually significantly separate? TSA is in DHS, you fund that, and then you can start flying again.
Yeah, and they've offered multiple times, I understand.
Well-minded, right?
Like, let's do a temporary funding measure.
Yes.
And then we'll talk about all of the kind of nonsense that you guys are fighting about. And they said no. You know why they said no? They want this fight. They want to punish you. Remember when AOC was in the hallway and said we need to punish working people more?
Right. Joe Biden was in the basement the whole entire time in Delaware.
What? I don't know why that was.
They built him a fake stage to be on. He wasn't in the White House. He was on a fake stage talking.
They were willing to put you through the ringer. You, the average folks, just like us, trying to get on an airplane.
Who cocaine was in the White House when Biden was there? Who cocaine was that at the White House?
Aliens who are, rapists, killers, and murderers running around, and guess what? All that money's going to go away too. They're hoping that the public believes it's Republicans that are doing this. And here's the problem. You know this, the established media is not going to be with us on this. They just keep saying, well, it's both sides, didn't vote. That's just absolute nonsense. They don't cover the truth when you talk about who is standing in the way of safer streets, who's standing in the way of having to show your ID when you vote, who's standing in the way of those long lines getting longer at the TSA. It is Democrats, and they're doing it by design.
Yes.
They want you to feel pain. That's what's so ridiculous about this.
And to add to that, which is also ridiculous, ICE and CBP are what they're complaining about. You and I both know ICE and CBP got fully funded through 2028 in the One Big Beautiful Bill. So they're holding out to make changes in ICE and CBP that aren't shut down right now. They're still being funded while TSA is not being funded, while FEMA is not being funded. And you got wild weather showing up all over the place. What if we can't help people out that need help? So again, maybe it's a dumb question and I keep asking it. But Mike, what do you think? You've served with these people in the House. What do you think they think they're going to accomplish by lying to us about the reasons they aren't funding DHS, and then lying to us about how they want to fund TSA but not DHS, and the reason why is ICE and CBP that are fully funded? I don't understand.
Well, because the media helps them along with their narrative. If you listen to the news, you don't come to that same conclusion. It's confusing. They do these.
But what I said is true, isn't it?
Oh, completely. And when they do these interviews in the line, and people say, I wish they'd get their act together back there. I wish Republicans would pass the funding bill. These are people who fundamentally don't understand. It's Democrats making you stand in line for 3 hours, snickering the whole way. I mean, it's really, I think it's loathsome behavior, which is why I think the Democrats are so far removed from real working people in America, certainly here in Michigan, working families here in Michigan. I don't know if they know the difference there. They become the coastal parties, who love higher taxes, who love government to punish you in instances like this.
Yes.
And want to tell you one thing and then do a very another. And you saw that in the last election. Remember the governor of Virginia who was walking around saying, no, we're the party of affordability and I'm going to make it affordable. And then the first thing she does is raise taxes and and just swings wildly to the left.
Yes.
On all of her proposals. Guess what? They're trying to do that again, and they think it worked, and they're going to do it again. And so, if you look at who they are and what they stand for, remember that's 9% inflation rates. Guess what? Thank a Democrat. Remember those high costs for eggs and bacon and bread. Guess what? Thanks those Democrats.
Yes.
And so when you think about it, they're promising the same thing over and over again. They're just saying, no, but we care more than the Republicans do. It's absolute nonsense, and it's worrisome that so many people buy into it, honestly.
And the legacy media helped Abigail Spanberger big time by suggesting she was a moderate. She wasn't a moderate. The first thing she actually did, and you were right about taxes, is she signed an executive order that no law enforcement agency in the Commonwealth would cooperate with ICE. I mean, that's the first thing she did was say, hey, illegal aliens, you can come and live here in Virginia. Don't worry about it. And then she's like party to about 140 new taxes that the legislature there is pushing through. She's going to sign them. It's Mike Rogers. Go to @MikeRogers4M. But before I let you go, I got to talk to you about Joe Kent. I've had him on the show 1 or 2 times. I like Joe Kent a lot. He lost his wife in war, so he's a Gold Star husband. Here's a guy that was the head of terrorism, counterterrorism in the Trump administration, who just today, and I know that you've been traveling. I filled you in on this before we did the interview. Put out a letter that he signed, resigning from the position, saying that he doesn't support the military action happening in Iran. Now, Mike, I know that your history in intelligence is so deep that you can help my audience and me understand what the threat was from Iran, because he says in that letter it was not a direct threat to the United States. I don't know why we did it, and I don't support it. I do think it was America first because they declared war on us in 1979. But where are you on this? Finding out about Joe Kent stepping down, and what are your thoughts on the actual military action happening in Iran?
So I'm not sure what he was reading, or if he was, or he wants to go work for MS now. I don't understand what he's doing here. Over 200 times were U.S. interests attacked by Iran through proxies between 2023 and 2025. They mined the straits. People forget about this. We actually had to clear the Straits of Hormuz. You hear all that in the news. Yes. We had to clear that back in the 80s with ships because the Iranians were mining it. Matter of fact, one of those mines hit one of our naval vessels, and it was intended to hit one of our naval vessels, by the way. And so they were all, back then they were saying, we're going to use the Straits of Hormuz. We're going to extort the rest of the world for all of this. I mean, it's been pretty bad over these years. Killed over 200 U.S. Marines, 200 U.S. Marines, took those 60-some Americans hostage. I mean, they have been bad actors. And here's the worst part. When the president was, I think, the right thing to do, go in and take out their nuclear program. And when I was chairman of the Intelligence Committee back in 2014, they had all 3 components of a nuclear weapon program. They had enrichment, they had ballistic missiles, and they had the capability to form uranium and put it on the top of a missile. So that was 10 years ago. And if they saw it today, I don't have the intelligence today, but if they're saying, hey, this thing is getting dicey. So we didn't get it all. They told our negotiators they had enough enriched uranium to make 11 nuclear bombs. They were working on an ICBM missile capable of transcontinental flight. So what the president said is either we're going to deal with them threatening the Straits of Hormuz, attacking us all across the Middle East, threatening America. These are the same ones that said they were going to blow up the Saudi ambassador in Washington, D.C., and they didn't care about civilian casualties.
Right.
How somebody comes to the conclusion that this country, who has kept nibbling away, and by the way, was behind the Hamas raid into
Bruce,
Israel,
good morning.
behind Hamas firing missiles into Israel,
Bruce, how you been?
He's firing at commercial ships, raising costs here at home. How anyone looks at that body of evidence and doesn't say the worst thing happens here is that we take out their ballistic missile program, we stop their ICBM program, we take out any notion that they have 500 kilograms of enriched uranium. Their Navy can't operate, and their missile program and their support for Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis goes away. How anyone says that's a bad idea for America, I don't know what is. And so a little disappointed somebody right in the middle of a fight when we have sailors standing on those ships doing, working 12, 15, 18, 20 hours a day, trying to make sure this thing goes all right. And boy, the media is out against this thing. The Democrats immediately, the default position, after years of saying that even Trump wasn't tough enough on Iran.
Right.
It is maddening to me.
Spider-Man fan through and through. Got a tattoo on my arm as well.
Stand up and say, we want this thing to
At
have
school,
a
my name was
successful
Iron Man.
And you want to debate it later, let's do that. Yeah. But we need our sailors to be successful, and we should stand with the men and women who are serving and putting their lives at risk for us right now to end what has been a 47-year war against the United States.
Oh man, reading that Bible, man. Blessings on that, man. That's what's up. Got to read that word.
It is Mike Rogers. We appreciate
The living
the
word.
insight. I want to add this: the hypocrisy that we're seeing from those on the left, both politically, also in ideology, walking the streets, and also the legacy media that's all very far left. It blows my mind that they were out there fighting to stop the so-called genocide in Gaza, which wasn't a genocide. But you can't. No civilians can die when you go to try to take out Hamas. But now they're quiet about 30 to 40,000 Iranians killed in the streets for protesting.
It don't fit the narrative.
So, I mean, that hypocrisy is so alive and well, it makes me sick to my stomach, because I'm with you if you're against any civilians dying in Gaza and against civilians dying in Iran, but they're not. It just depends on what Trump says. If Trump's on this side, they're against it. If he's on that side, they're also against that. So all that said, we know that. Is our side, Mike, your side and mine, conservatives in America, are we smart enough? Are we using information well enough? Are we communicating to the people well enough what I just said? The vast, deep hypocrisy.
I'm just not sure we are, but I think it is so hard. It has been breathtaking to watch the kind of legacy media companies nitpick everything they think is wrong or not going right every single day. We've been at this for 3 weeks. They've taken out 90% of their launchers. That in and of itself is a better world, a safer world. Yes. By the way, the Middle East and us as well. Taking out
They're not real people.
That are building
Spider-Man, Iron Man, not real.
That's a safer world. And people forget. Well, I say, well, it wasn't going to hit New York City. It was killing. They've been killing U.S. soldiers over the last decade. I don't know. And no one's upset about that? These are U.S. personnel, people we've asked to serve, going to a hard place, and they've killed them. And my argument is, the president finally said, we're either going to keep talking. Oh, here's the other piece of this, and I think this is really important for your listeners to understand, Joe. They are
I'm a huge comic book fan. Batman's my favorite.
Nuclear program, and we'll pay for it. We'll bring in enriched
The Dark Knight.
You will help you set it up. And by the way, we'll take out the waste,
right?
Which is also bad. You can use it in a bad way.
And I was a foster kid. My mom, she was beat, raped, and strangled. My father never got a chance to meet him until later on in my life, but by that time, he passed away. So I grew up as an orphan. I grew up on my mother's side. As I got older, I met different people that had me along the way. But yeah, comic books helped me out, but reading the Bible is even better. But yeah, I'm a huge comic book fan.
And you know what they said? No. We want to put our peaceful nuclear program, half a mile inside the mountain, which means it's not a peaceful nuclear program.
Right.
And so you can imagine if they've been killing us for the past decade like this, and really since 23, what do they do when they get a nuclear weapon? What do they do when they get a missile that goes a little farther and gets into Europe? I just don't understand people who aren't paying attention.
Well, go ahead. Hey, cool. You can go. I'm definitely not mentally ill.
What the heck Iran has been doing to the United States and our allies. And so, in Europe, I can't be more disappointed in Europe. They got their feelings hurt. So I don't get it. I mean, we have the chance to take the most significant sponsor of terror in the world, responsible for tens of thousands of deaths of Iranians, as well as Americans, Israelis, and then the Iraqis. I mean, the list keeps getting bigger. And we had the chance to stop all that, and people are now, pouting. Please, I don't get it.
I had Robert Spencer on yesterday from Jihad Watch, and he said that there were 49,000 attacks by the proxies of Iran or Iran directly in the past 47 years. 49,000 attacks, and we're still worried. Don't we want a peaceful Middle East? I think we do. Don't we want Israel to be able to not worry about who's trying to wipe them off the map today? I think so. But even more importantly than that, 92 million Iranians appear to want these people gone, and we're not giving them a chance. So let me finish with this, Mike, and I appreciate all the time. Let me finish with a very simple question. If you were able to set up what happens next, what would it look like? And let me give you what I mean. We can't just say, okay, we did the deed, have a nice day, because somebody else will come in there and fill the vacuum. We know bad guys do that. That's how these people got
No problem, Bruce. I definitely will.
Do you give it back to the Shah's son for a short amount of time? Let's work on getting free and fair elections there. Let's say you get rid of the theocracy. The Ayatollahs are gone. What's next for Iran to make sure it's a stable place?
Yeah, I think they have to have an interim government that gets to free elections. And I think if the Shah is the right guy to do that, and again, I'm not as close to that part of that puzzle as I used to be back 10 years ago. But I think there's a way to do it. And you'd be surprised. There are a lot of groups. The one thing that stands in the way is, my understanding is, there's a little bit of infighting over there about who's in charge. That's always a dangerous thing.
Yeah, like I said, nobody is paying me at all. I'm only getting paid through commercials through YouTube. No sponsors. It's just me.
But I do believe we don't need to be sending troops into Iran. We shouldn't do that. We don't want to be a part of that. But I think we can continue to degrade Iran's capabilities to hurt its neighbors, to hurt the United States, to hurt Israel, and really to hurt.
All right, this is my YouTube channel.
And when that moment tips, I think you're going to find people who are willing to stand up. And I think the Shah has a pretty good plan. They
check it out.
Going back 10 years, it's not like this happened overnight. And they've got people inside. The U.S. was always communicating with groups inside of Iran who wanted to overthrow the government. So how they're trying to stitch that over is going to be interesting. But we've got to be able to continue to degrade. I hope that they keep this mission. It's conditional, not a date. People say, well, what date is it going to end? It shouldn't be a date. It should be conditional. Yes. When can they no longer mine the Straits of Hormuz? When can they no longer send drones into the side of commercial ships, which they had been threatened to do, and did before? By the way, if we did nothing, they would do it again. Yes. And so this is a really important time. This is why Americans need to stop.
First, go to riverside.fm and open an account.
This done,
and then you'll be able to
right. Then let's debate it all you want about.
This is my other channel.
Could have done it different.
I got two channels.
House Intel Chair. It's Mike Rogers, former.
This channel's not political. This is a channel I would just do my life blogs and all that. There are two channels.
Yeah, Special Agent, of course, former representative from Michigan. I think you should be in the Senate. What is the website again before we go?
Rogers for Senate, ROGERS, RogersForSenate.com.
And you will be running again?
I am absolutely running again. We're the number one pickup opportunity in the country. So if you want a conservative back into Michigan, get on our website, help us out. We're going to need all the help we can get. These Democrats, they're an interesting bunch.
Again, you're much nicer than I am. I would have used different words. It's at Mike Rogers for M over on X. Mike, good to see you, brother. Thanks for all the information today. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Joe.
So there you have it. Two very important issues. One on who's voting, and the other one on whether the Iran situation was called for and whether they were an existential threat.
Time for Lefties Losing.
I got you, Bruce.
What I'm about to show you is, I've got to say, a little bit sad. I know we have a laugh on this segment, but sometimes the dysfunction, the hate, the cowardice of the modern left is, well, a little depressing. Even a leftist as blessed as Hollywood actor Jerry O'Connell, good-looking, rich, successful, but utterly divorced from reality. First, let's look at him establish his Democrat credentials.
I went to a Kamala Harris rally. My wife and I donated to the campaign. Oof. And Megan Thee Stallion played. And that was pretty epic, Bill, if you were there. I mean, it really invigorated, excitement.
And it really invigorated the people who were already going to vote for her anyway. That's who invigorated.
Now, I'm about to show you the sad part. This rich, attractive, successful dude has failed as a man. His own family, his wife and daughters physically attacked him on election night for not being sufficiently pro-Kamala. Watch how terrified he is at the prospect of speaking his mind. He's self-censoring and being so pitifully weak that even fellow lefty Bill Maher has to have a go at him.
And I'll be honest with you, I didn't think Trump was going to win. I live in California. I didn't think he was going to win. From what I was hearing.
I didn't either.
I think he was going to win. This is where I live, you know?
Yeah.
I said something along the lines of like, there was no planning. This is what they get. There should have been a primary. I said something along those lines, you know, like I was just spitballing ideas as to, it was a shock, you know. My wife and daughters, without saying anything, became physical with me.
Appreciate it, Bruce. Appreciate you, man. Hey, man. Hey, you guys in the chat, Bruce been with me since I had like, 50 subscribers. Now I got 1,500. This guy's been around, man. He's a good guy. Check him out. Bruce is on the loose.
They were filled with rage. So if I am being careful with you in how I say things, yes, I live in California. I live with not one, not two, but three people who, if I made any kind of joke, they would they become very angry with me. You know, I don't want to tell you how to live your life, but I couldn't live that way. I would, whatever household or whatever situation I'm in, I say what I truly think, and if it makes you angry, I'm sorry. We'll have to work that out.
Well, it makes.
But I am not going to tuck my tail between my legs and just shut the f up. This is what you were dealing with when you were a child. Just sit there and don't say anything.
Just pitiful. Weak. Now let's check in.
Thank all of you guys in the chat. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
Female leftist who has
really appreciate it.
Delusions of victimhood.
Have less rights than I did when he became president, and I shouldn't have less rights than I used to. I shouldn't have different rights than my husband has in 50 states. And I shouldn't have to provide a plethora of other documentation to get an ID because I got married, because I've changed my name. It's just chipping away at us little by little until we don't realize we're all cooked.
There you have it. Republicans have it in for marriage now, apparently. They're coming for married women. Yeah, right.
Subscribe. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Brave, principled, logical British woman, Connie Shaw, who clearly has endless reserves of patience. Watch this. She tries.
Crazy train. No problem at all, man. Common Sense Channel.
Activist holding a union banner.
Do you support a woman if she was going through the fact that she'd been assaulted?
If you don't agree, you're still welcome. Everybody is welcome. No bots.
You wouldn't help a woman who's.
I don't care what you are, Democrat, Republican, Independent. Everybody is welcome. With no bots.
Trans women are women.
Even if they rape other women.
Trans women are women.
Give me Somalian. I don't care.
Women
with no bots.
Trans women are women.
Was Ida Bryson a woman?
Trans women are women.
What makes them women?
Trans women are women.
And you've got no explanation for what makes them women?
Is it in the word? Is it in the name?
Oh wow, because it's in the name that makes him a woman.
That's a circular definition?
Wow.
Would you like to explain why trans women are women?
You can't have a period.
That's all they have.
You can't give birth.
Rejection, empty words, and circular arguments. Watch now as this coward has other activists come in to physically obstruct Connie Shaw from asking any more uncomfortable questions.
XX chromosomes.
What about women's rights to single-sex spaces?
Trans rights are human rights.
So you don't believe that women have the right?
Yes, trans people are humans.
The presence of men.
They are humans, but doesn't make it a right to say that you. Oh my goodness.
To a man who should be awarded the Pulitzer Prize, if that media awards actually meant anything these days. Here is Nick Shirley, who blew apart the depths of fraud in Minnesota, concentrated in the Somali community. Well, Nick Shirley's in LA now, and the scale of the fraud there is even worse. What he saw in LA is incredible. Here he is at what looks like a former motel, which is allegedly running 30 fake hospice businesses.
We have Angels of Valley Hospice.
Nick.
We have Angels of Haven
angels of peace, light of angels. Yet the BMWs, one right here, one right there, two brand new Mercedes over there. It just is unbelievable the amount of money that these people are making, and they're not even trying to hide it.
And while in Minnesota we had fake daycare centers that had no children enrolled, in LA he found children in daycare centers, but there were no adults around.
Talk to the adult.
He's not here.
Not here.
Yeah.
So you guys all by yourself? No one's here. Okay, so you guys are all by yourself. Yeah, okay, that's concerning.
That is concerning. Let's bring in Newsweek's senior editor-at-large, Josh Hammer. Josh, tell me about this focus on LA now, on California in general. Surely it can't be as diabolical as what we saw in Minnesota.
Well, it's quite bad. I mean, envision, Rita, Minnesota on steroids. That's basically what California is. California is essentially democratic governance on steroids. It's been that way for a very long time. Unfortunately, it's reached something of a low point under Gavin Newsom. I guess we'll see if it can get even lower in the future Democrat gubernatorial administration in Sacramento. Far be from me to predict that, but I frankly probably could get even worse than this. It centers around Medicare and Medicaid fraud. That's why Dr. Oz, the former television star who's now the head of...
Good one, Mark. Yeah, sue their ass.
He's been at the formal
If they corrupt, sue 'em.
sector exposing a lot of these issues out in Los Angeles County. According to the receipts, Los Angeles County, California is single-handedly responsible for somewhere between 15 and 20%, if memory serves, of the Medicare-related quote-unquote payments in America, which doesn't actually make sense. It's a large county, but it's only one county. So the administration is starting to expose some of this fraud. Nick Shirley and others are on the ground trying to expose more of this. Shirley continues to do a lot of really solid investigative work when it comes to this. He's basically just showing up with a camera, Rita. It's really not exactly the work that you need a PhD in filmmaking to do. It's really kind of just very entrepreneurial type stuff there. My hat off to him for doing this, and we'll see where it goes, I guess.
Josh, let's hear from Dr. Mehmet Oz. You mentioned him. He is President Trump's administrator for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Service. Here is what he had to say about fraud in LA.
$100 million. You get the national numbers that you just highlighted.
Doc,
You have states
what up,
red and
Doc?
blue who are suffering because the rules were lax and weak, and folks, fraudsters, took advantage of them. But we're onto them, and we're going after not just autism, which is, of course, a heinous way to steal money from the American taxpayer, but you're also going in for home health care that's unnecessary, hospice care. John, California has 1/3 of, forget Los Angeles. The city of Los Angeles, the county around it, is 1/3 of all hospice centers in the entire country. Is everyone dying in Los Angeles? These are impossible numbers.
That's what you were talking about, Josh, and they do seem like impossible numbers. How can LA alone have 1/3 of all the hospice centers in the entire country?
Yeah, so that's shocking to me, Rhea. I actually had not heard that exact statistic about 1/3 of hospice centers. I mean, what I had seen is 15 to 20% of autism-related centers, things like that there. I mean, 1/3 of look, LA is a big city. It has a declining population, actually, and in fact, it's probably going to decline even more. It probably will get surpassed, actually, as the nation's second largest city if current trends hold by a place like a Phoenix, Arizona, or Houston, Texas, potentially in the next 10, 15 years. So we'll see how that goes. But there are a lot of people in LA, but no, there are not 1/3 of older people who need hospice. That is facially absurd. And the median American looks at that and starts scratching his or her head and says, this cannot possibly be right. What on earth happened here? And what happened here is that these blue jurisdictions at best turn a blind eye to rampant fraud, to rampant welfare fraud, the very welfare that the Democratic Party has institutionally, structurally put in place in America, going back to the Lyndon Johnson Great Society in the 1960s, and many programs have been built on top of that since then there. So they started the welfare state, and now they are bilking the federal taxpayer via the welfare state. It's something that they've been doing for a very, very long time. And I guess one of the many benefits of having this current administration in power is that they are no longer actually turning a blind eye to it. Personally, Rita, what I would like to know is I would like to know the extent to which the Biden administration in particular was complicit in this. Were they aiding and abetting this? Surely Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is a Californian herself, let's not forget there. She has a very long relationship with Gavin Newsom there. I would be curious to know, what did Kamala Harris know about this fraud in Los Angeles County, and when did she know it? That would be the top of my list of questions.
And you've got Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom, the front runners for the Democratic presidential candidacy in 2028. I mean, that is the best they have at the moment. And let's have a look at California to see how well that's going. Now, I saw a piece you wrote for the LA Times, a fantastic piece on what victory would look like for the US in the Iran war. Tell me why you see this war as fitting the America First agenda, and when and how can the Trump administration exit this conflict?
Sure. So this war is nothing that came by surprise. There are a lot of folks that are saying this is not what Donald Trump campaigned on. He campaigned on ending forever wars, and so he did. So he absolutely did. But the framing is off, Rita. I don't have to be the one to tell you that the Iranian regime has been at war with the United States and the West, but really above all, possibly the United States, for 47 years. How do I know that? Because they literally chanted every single day, because their very first act, the revolutionaries' very first act back in the Jimmy Carter presidency in 1979, was to storm the United States embassy. That was their first act. They held the Americans hostage for 444 days. They have not stopped killing Americans ever since then, from the Hezbollah Beirut barracks bombings back in 1983, all the way to the roadside IEDs in Iraq from Qasem Soleimani, until most recently, the attempt to assassinate Donald Trump on our own soil, for which a Pakistani national was actually just recently convicted here in federal court. So they've been doing this for a very, very, very long time. So the war has been waged against the United States, whether Americans think about it or whether we want to acknowledge it or not. The only difference is that Donald Trump is a man who is finally actually addressing this head on. He's not interested in kicking the can down the road like prior presidents have been doing for 47 years and counting there. Now, he's not going to drag this on forever. It's not going to be an interminable Iraq or Afghanistan-like conflict. He has no interest in trying to sculpt a Jeffersonian or Lockean liberal democracy there in Iran. Rather, the goal of Operation Epic Fury, from an American national interest, therefore a MAGA American First perspective, the goal here is to neutralize the Islamic Republic of Iran as a threat to the United States and our interests. We've already come a pretty far way on that. The task is not yet completed there. But that is the goal on its own terms. When that goal has been met, and it's admittedly a debate as to exactly how to judge that goal, but when that goal is met, this operation can be finished. Now, the ideal situation, the ideal goal, of course, is for the United States and our Israeli allies to lay the conditions for the Iranian people to take matters into their own hands and to actually make sure that this most horrific of regimes goes to the hellish ash heap of history where it so richly belongs there. But while that is the ideal scenario, that is not necessarily the strict necessary criteria, in my estimation, for this operation succeeding on its own terms. The operation, from our perspective here in the U.S., is a success when the nation of Iran is no longer a threat to the United States. Ideally, that's regime change, but I think it's at least theoretically possible for something slightly less than. I'm thinking here along the lines of the Venezuela model, where you have a Delcy Rodriguez type figure, someone who is technically on paper of the regime, but he or she is basically just doing the biddings of the United States in reality.
If that doesn't happen, if the regime manages to hold on for weeks, months, and we've got the midterms looming, how will that factor into the equation? Because this is a conflict you would think the president would like to wrap up well before the midterms.
It's a great question, and I think certainly Republicans would prefer that this war be wound up sooner rather than later. I think no one wants to head into August, September, October with a months-long campaign in the Middle East, front and center for voters. The big question, Rita, comes to the price of oil. What is going to happen here when it comes to oil? Energy is kind of the mother's milk of prices more generally. If you buy any goods, you purchase food at the supermarket, it's all downstream of energy because those goods were transported there on tankers, on airplanes, on trucks. It literally all comes from energy. So wherever the oil markets are, I think is going to be the number one factor here. And oil has spiked. It hasn't spiked quite as much as people, I think, in many ways thought it would, because America is now the world's number one exporter, actually, of oil and natural gas. So let's see what happens with the Strait of Hormuz. And I guess Trump's message to our NATO quote-unquote allies is pretty clear, which is you guys should help us. You guys should help us secure the Strait of Hormuz, which is this 21-mile choke point that Iran controls there. Make sure the energy flows there. Frankly, he could say to Keir Starmer, Emmanuel Macron, any of these guys there, you guys should care about the price of gas just like we should. Guess what? We all drive cars. We all fly on planes there. So it's Trump thus far has not apparently been able to convince our very feckless, weak-minded European quote-unquote allies to join us on this particular mission. But God willing, Rita, that'll get done. And I think any midterm implications will be assuaged if that happens.
Now, a top counterterrorism official, Joe Kent, has resigned over the war with Iran. He claims that Israel has misled President Donald Trump into this conflict. But Josh, despite claims that the war is splitting MAGA, the polls say
Thanks, Bruce. Appreciate
Here
it.
is CNN.
Sometimes you look at the polls
Thank you.
and there are numbers that just jump off the screen at you, and this is one of those. Because just take a look here. MAGA GOP view of Trump. Approve 100%. 100%. If you are a member of MAGA in the GOP, you approve of Donald John Trump. 0% say that they disapprove.
Okay, then, cool. That'll work, Bruce. That'll work.
Go higher than 100%. He is the 1972 Miami Dolphins.
Oh, gosh, I love seeing those poll numbers on CNN of all places. But we keep hearing about the MAGA base being split, the America First agenda being in tatters, and Republicans being upset with the president. But, the polling is fairly consistent, and that one is pretty emphatic, Josh.
Yeah, the polling is very consistent. So that's the thumbs up, thumbs down when it comes to MAGA approval of Donald Trump. The polling on the specific Iran operation, Rita, among self-described MAGA Republicans is pretty unanimous across the board as well. Anywhere between 80% and 90% of MAGA Republicans support President Trump's crusade against the Iranian regime. This is really not a matter of doubt. Now, you would think that it is a matter of some question listening to people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, and unfortunately these days increasingly Megyn Kelly as well. And it's just not the case. It is simply not true that this is a matter of debate among self-identified MAGA Republicans, which of course raises the question as to why there are some podcasters like the ones I just mentioned who want to make it seem like there is a very lively debate. And perhaps that's a conversation for another day. In my estimation, Rita, it comes to 2028 and attempting to define what the American right looks like post-Donald Trump. But for now, I think we can say to Joe Kent, who resigned this week, good freaking riddance, because as Donald Trump himself said at the Oval Office when he was asked by a reporter, if you don't consider Iran a threat to the United States, you should not be working for the United States government, period, full stop, end of story. In fact, Joe Kent ran to Tucker Carlson's show immediately, very predictable, of course, to give his very first post-resignation interview. And in this interview, he actually, I was shocked to see this, he actually said that the Iranian regime Khamenei years ago issued a fatwa, so a Shiite Islamic ruling, saying that the Islamic regime there cannot, under Islamic law, ever get nuclear weapons, which he never did. This is literally pro-Tehran agitprop that's been disseminated across Western media for decades, but he fell for this hook, line, and sinker. This was the former director of the Counterterrorism Center within the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. So the relevant...
The drones away. Is if you invest in your education and understand what the hell is going on. Not on X, not on CNN, but to the people who are actually doing stuff. And then when you can see the field clearly in front of you, like, what do you mean you're not leaving? What? You're not wanted at this party, bro. Go away. Nope, I'm not leaving, and I'm not lowering the interest rates. What business person does that? What business person worth $50 million does that? So don't tell me this guy, this puppet for the deep state, isn't being told, you stay your butt right there. You don't give Trump not even an inch. You don't leave. We need to screw this guy to the wall. We can't have his supporters thinking they're going to be prosperous.
Of course, Powell's term as chairman is up on May 15th. However, he can stay on the board as a governor through early 2028. Joining us.
Did you know that? We all knew that he had to leave in May, but not only he's going to leave as the chairman, but he's going to stay on as one of the governors board where he still has a vote to screw people. Like I read, talk to you about Lear. They are doing everything they can to suppress everything. So what happens when they can't suppress anymore? Well, that's when you buy $17 million mansions in Boca because you know what's about to happen.
And Mr. Secretary, it's always a pleasure to see you. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Good morning, Maria.
I want to get your take on the impact of this war on Iran. Of course, you are in the middle of this, the intersection of the economy and war. And you've been allowing oil flows from Iran, Russia, of course, what the president did in terms of Venezuela to try to stabilize prices. But I want to get your take about that in terms of potentially funding our enemies in doing all of this. Is the reality?
Thank you guys for being in the chat. 2 hours and 39 minutes in. Thank you guys. Like and subscribe if you haven't.
On Iran.
Not at all, Maria, because it's the president's maximum pressure campaign that started last
Thank you
March,
guys. Thank you.
Against Iran and its oil exports. The customers, their shadow fleet that brought the Iranian economy to its knees in December. They had a very large bank failure. The central bank had to come in and rescue the bank, printed money, caused great inflation, and the people went out onto the streets. And that was the real turning point for this regime. The regime is in trouble. I said last week on another show that they're in Hitler's bunker and Hitler's dead. Well, I can tell you, as of this week, Himmler and Göring are dead too. The leadership has been decapitated, and contrary to what the mainstream media in the U.S. wants you to believe, they are in chaos. They are having trouble communicating, and all these rocket launches that you see are the death throes of a dying regime.
Death throes. Agonal breathing. That's what I say. If you sit back and watch it and you say, like he called about Hitler and Himmler and all the other guys are all dead. And I love the direct way they are saying this stuff. Trump's like, I negotiate, but they're all dead. I'm not going to negotiate with a piece of cardboard. And so everybody who says we're losing or Trump doesn't have control, ask them who they got. Who's in control? Who's running your country? I see J.D. Vance yesterday. President Trump's getting ready to come on in a little while. You guys got anybody? I mean, anybody? How can you be losing when there's no players on the field? How can you be winning when there's no players on the field, I guess I should say? When Candace and all these people say, oh, it's over. Over to who? Nobody wants to answer that because right now they are in as well the death throes. Whatever puppet master is running some of these people online, they are also in their death throes. Makes them dangerous. Don't make no bones about it. It makes them very dangerous. One of the things we're hearing today, all of a sudden, is that it was an unspoken secret that Joe Kent was a leaker. Everybody knew it. And it makes you think, well, why the hell did they do something about it? No, because he was feeding them information. And so you're seeing a media right now that's having their spigot.
Damn!
Gone. And they're losing it.
Yeah, and you know, the escalation overnight and the president tweeting and posting on Truth Social about there will be no more attacks on that very important gas and oil infrastructure in Iran because it triggered Qatar. I feel like there was an escalation. Can you tell us anything about what the president is trying to message out here? He's been very, very direct in terms of obliterating Iran's military infrastructure, but holding back in terms of hitting the oil and gas infrastructure.
Yeah, and Maria, on the military, last night was the biggest night for strikes thus far in this campaign. As we move into days 19 and 20, We keep escalating the military campaign. President Trump wants to have something for the Iranian people on the other side. So we are not attacking their energy infrastructure. On Karg Island, which is the nexus, 90% of Iranian oil comes out of there. We did a precision strike against all the military targets on that island, and none of the energy assets were targeted. So we have allowed Iranian oil to continue out of the Gulf, where some Indian tankers have moved out, some Chinese tankers have moved out. And Maria, to be clear, this is a coordinated effort. We had a break the glass plan across the administration and at Treasury. We unsanctioned Russian oil. We knew that there were about 130 million barrels on the water, and we created supply that is beyond the Straits of Hormuz. So we anticipated this. We knew that there could be a temporary, and I want to emphasize temporary choke point there, and there was 130 million barrels of floating storage. In the coming days, we may unsanction the Iranian oil that's on the water. It's about 140 million barrels. So depending on how you count it, that's 10 days to 2 weeks of supply that the Iranians had been pushing out. That would have all gone to China. In essence, we will be using the Iranian barrels against the Iranians.
We're using your own supply against you. Bet you don't hear that from the Panicans today. Bet you won't hear that anywhere on the news today. How the different moves that President Trump and Scott Bessent. I haven't seen a Treasury Secretary this involved with the entirety of what the president is doing. Think back. How many former Treasury Secretaries can you even name? What was a woman who looked like a bald eagle? I forget her name, but she wasn't involved. None of them have been involved with world and global economics the way this guy is. I think he's actually probably one of the brain trust of the whole thing. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to tighten this one. We're going to open up this one. So what did the first thing the media say yesterday? Oh, so you're going to let Russia make some money. All right, well, instead the question should have been, why are you letting Russia make some money? That's not they don't understand it. Why would you let Russia get oil, but not let China get oil? I'm telling you right now, if you went to the pump and it was 265, 270, 270, nobody would even turn on the news. Doesn't affect you. Doesn't really affect you now, except for a couple cents extra on a fill up. But what would it be like? The camera just came up. What would it be like if you didn't have to worry about what the price of gas was? How much attention would you be looking at X for every little bit of thing? Wow, that was quick, and they're already on. Let's get to it.
Excuse me, we need to shift. This is the US pool.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's great to have you, and we have a very special person, just won a tremendous election in a record-setting fashion, so you have something in common. And I was very proud and honored to endorse the Prime Minister because of the fact that I felt she was really good. I thought she did a fantastic job. I respect her a lot, so I gave her an endorsement. And she had the most successful election, in my opinion, in the history of Japan, won by the most ever. So we have a very popular, powerful woman, and she's a great woman. We have a very fine relationship, and we're going to be talking about trade and many other things. And It's an honor to have you. Thank you very much.
皆様ありがとうございます。本日は非常に特別な方にいらしていただいております。歴史的な選挙の圧勝ということで、私と共通するものがあると思います。私たち素晴らしい絆を持っておりまして、だからこそ私の方からも応援のメッセージを出させていただきました。素晴らしい人であり、私も心から尊敬している方です。日本の歴史上最も、素晴らしい選挙で圧勝したということで人気の高い女性であり、すごい、方だと私も思っております。
Yes, I support the Constitution. Yes, 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 yes. I'm an American. Why wouldn't I?
Thank you, Donald, for inviting me to the White House today.
Why you asked that question?
It is timely. So, given the current situation.
Oh, please, yes, absolutely. You have a very good interpreter.
Yeah.
Your friend. With Shinzo,
Your
right?
friend. 今中東情勢も含めて、それから世界中の安全保障環境が非常に厳しい状況にあります。
Right now, situations in the Middle East and also the entire world, we are actually experiencing a very severe security environment.
そして世界経済もかなり厳しい影響を受けつつあります。
And also the global economy is now about to experience a huge hit because of this development.
でも私は、世界の、繁栄とそして平和に貢献できる、世界中に、平和と繁栄をもたらせるのはドナルだけだと思っています。
But even against that backdrop, I firmly believe that it is only you, Donald, who can achieve peace across the world.
そのために私は、諸外国に働きかけて、しっかりと応援をしたいと思っています。
And to do so, I am ready to reach out to many of the partners in the international community to achieve our objective together.
今日私はそれを伝えに来ました。
So today, I came here at the White House to directly convey this message to you.
そしてイランに関してはもう核兵器の開発、これは許されてはならないことですから。
Henry, how you doing?
And speaking of the situation in Iran, Iran's
Welcome to the
development
chat.
of nuclear weapons must never.
Name is Deunta.
And that is why we, Japan, have been urging them and also reaching out to other partners in the world.
そして我が国は周辺国に対する攻撃、ホルムズ海峡の実質的な閉鎖についてもこれは非難をし、そして茂木外務大臣からもイランの外務大臣に対してもうそれをやめるように申し入れる。
Thank you guys for being in the chat. Appreciate
In
it.
addition, Japan condemns Iran's actions such as attacking the neighboring region and also the de facto or effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. As a matter of fact, my fellow minister, Minister Motegi, Foreign Minister Motegi, also had a direct exchange with the Iranian foreign minister and urged Iran to stop such activities.
You let me know. You let me know.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Like and subscribe. I go live Monday through Thursday, 8 in the morning to 11 a.m., if not longer. But thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And also the security environment in the Indo-Pacific region is also becoming increasingly severe. Donald, you have shown deep trust in Japan and also the unwavering commitment to the Japan-US alliance. Once again, thank you very much for that.
今日は日本とアメリカが共に強く豊かになっていくための話し合いをしたいと思っています。
And today, I look forward to having a discussion on how we can cooperate to make our two nations, both Japan and the United States, stronger and more prosperous.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
エネルギーマーケットを落ち着かせるための提案も持ってまいりました。
And I also brought specific proposals to calm down the global energy market.
この後、主に、経済安全保障、重要鉱物ですか、エネルギーに関する協力、そしてお互いに強い経済を作るための、成長のための話し合い、経済成長のための話し合いをしたいと思っています。Thank you.
So today, I really look forward to having our discussion, particularly focusing on our collaboration in economic security in the important areas such as energy and rare earth minerals. And also, I look forward to discussing with you how we can make our two economies stronger moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you're doing a great job. Again, congratulations on the biggest win in the history of Japan. That's not bad. That's a pretty long history. That's a large nation with with a great reputation, but it's a tremendous victory. Congratulations to everybody. Very proud of you. Very proud of you. We've become friends, and I'm very proud of the job you've done. It's not easy. Any questions, please?
Mr. President.
Are you fully satisfied with the level of support that you're getting from Japan on Iran, including around minesweepers?
Well, we're going to be speaking about it today. Go ahead, you can go.
日本から平手などの支援に関してその点について今の状況に満足していらっしゃいますか
We're going to be speaking about it today. We've had tremendous support and relationship with Japan on everything. And I believe that based on statements that were given to us yesterday, the day before yesterday, having to do with Japan, they are really stepping up to the plate. Yes.
Mr. President, do you expect...
Unlike NATO. Please.
Mr. President, do you intend to lift sanctions on Iranian oil, and do you intend to potentially put U.S. troops or more troops in the region?
No, I'm not putting troops anywhere. If I were, I certainly wouldn't tell you. But I'm not putting troops, and we will do whatever is necessary to keep the price as well. I actually thought when I did this, look, the Dow just hit 50,000 a couple of weeks ago. They said that couldn't happen for 4 years. It wouldn't happen in my term. It's such an outrageous thing because I said it would happen. I didn't know it was going to happen that fast, but it just hit 50,000, and we did that in 1 year, not 4. S&P had just hit 7,000. They said that was even more impossible than the Dow hitting 50, and we did that in 1 year. So it was all done. Everything was going great. The economy was great. Oil prices were very low. Gasoline was dropping to, we had $1.99, $1.85. We had great everything. And I saw what was happening in Iran, and I said, I hate to make this excursion, but we're going to have to do it. And I actually thought the numbers would be worse. I thought that it would go up more than it did. But we're doing this excursion, and when it's completed, we're going to have a much safer world. And the Prime Minister agrees with me on this. She considers it to be terrible what Iran did. I think every country does, just about every country does. Iran is a serious threat to the world, to the Middle East and to the world. And everybody agrees with me. I think virtually every country agrees with me on that. So I wanted to put out that fire. And I said, if I do that, oil prices will go up, the economy will go down a little bit. I thought it would be worse, much worse, actually. I thought there was a chance it could be much worse. It's not bad, and it's going to be over with pretty soon. We've obliterated the Navy. We've obliterated just about everything there is to obliterate, including leadership. The Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone, their anti-aircraft equipment is gone. We're flying wherever we want. We have nobody even shooting at us. They have, and as you know, their leadership is gone. Their leaders are gone. They picked new leaders, they're gone. They picked new leaders, they're gone. And now they're looking for new leaders again. We can take out the island if anytime we want. I call it the little oil island that sits there, so totally unprotected. And we've taken out everything but the pipes. We left the pipes because to rebuild the pipes would take years for them to do. But I would say we are substantially ahead of schedule. And I had to do this. I call it an excursion. I had to take this little excursion and do something that no other president had the courage to do. And everybody wanted to do it, but they never had the courage to do it. And I don't blame them. I'm not blaming them. It was left to me, and we've done a great job. Our military is incredible. We have an incredible military. We have the strongest military in the world by far. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. In fact, Japan buys our equipment, buys a lot of it, and we're honored by that. And that's one.
Not even an inch, man. It was like it was nothing really.
So it's just an honor to have the prime minister. We've had
It wasn't nothing much to even cover the car up with. The car was in the garage, but the car's out here in the streets, light snow.
Is that okay? You understand? It's very good. I tell you. I mean, it's so nice that we don't have to.
Matter of fact, it's melting.
The next time you come, I'll have your language passed. All right, go ahead.
The war is almost over. Why is the Pentagon going to ask Congress for an additional $200 billion?
Well, we're asking for a lot of reasons beyond even what we're talking about in Iran. This is a very volatile world, and the military equipment, the power of some of this weaponry is unthinkable. You don't even want to know about it. Oh, you could end this thing in 2 seconds if you wanted to.
It's getting, but I think tomorrow and Saturday could be like in the 60s and 70s, so it's gonna get better for us. Out here in Rockford, it's gonna get better.
I rebuilt the military in my first term. Biden gave away so stupidly to Afghanistan a lot. He didn't want to move it. He was too lazy, too stupid to move it. But it was a very small amount. It was a lot, but it was very small relative to what I purchased.
No, you don't bust my smoker down in a minute. You gotta bust it down.
Biden gave $350 million worth of cash and military equipment to Ukraine, and he didn't rebuild anything. Fortunately, we have a lot. We have a tremendous, unlimited supply of what you call middle and upper middle armaments and military equipment, munitions, armaments, but munitions in particular. At the high end, we have a lot, but we're preserving it. We don't really need it, but we're building. Our manufacturers of military equipment are building at a level they've never seen before. They've never done before. Pete's in charge of it with all of us, really. But Pete's been very strong on it.
Subscribe.
Myself, the whole group. And Raytheon is building 4 factories. Lockheed is building 5 or 6 factories, and they're building them fast. Because we had a very tough meeting with them. They were going out and buying back stock for $51 billion in one case. They spent $51 billion buying back stock. Now they're not allowed to do that. And they are now building a tremendous, there's never been anything like it, what's taking place right now. So we're in very good shape, but we want to be in the best shape we've ever been in. We were that, when I rebuilt the military, we were in great shape, and then Biden blew it. And he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. And if you listen to the Democrats, they don't even want to have a military. Now you see how important it is. But we have the strongest military in the world. We have the best equipment. We make by far the best equipment. The other night, they had 114 rockets shot at a certain location. And out of 100 highly sophisticated rockets, out of 114 sophisticated rockets, every single one of them was shot down with our equipment. All our equipment. It's amazing, actually, how good it is. So we want to be sure, and it's a small price to pay to make sure that we stay tippy top. Well, we have a man named the Treasury Secretary here, so maybe he wants to discuss it. Does anybody know? Do you know who he is? Central Casting.
We are seeing the defections at all levels as they're starting to sense what's going on with the regime. It doesn't get reported here in the U.S. very well, But we are trouncing them from the air, and the regime will probably collapse within itself. At Treasury, we've seen where they've wired their money out of the country. We're coming for that. We're going to get it back to the Iranian people.
There's been a change of defection. There's a lot of military defections. You have a lot of military defections in Iran. I don't blame them. Yeah, I did. I told him don't do that, and he won't do that. We didn't discuss. We do. We're independent. We get along great. It's coordinated, but on occasion he'll do something, and if I don't like it, and so we're not doing that anymore.
And last one, the Fed chairman told yesterday that he plans to stay until the Fed chairman is confirmed. He also plans to stay on the board until the investigation.
Well, he's under investigation because he's building a building for hundreds of billions of dollars more than it's supposed to cost. The building you see over there is under budget and ahead of schedule. That's the ballroom. The ballroom is a much bigger building. It's a much more complex building than what he's doing, and it's at a fraction of the cost. Something is going on, whether it's contractors. That's what I do best in the world. I build great buildings. I've always done it, and I build them under budget and ahead of schedule. They could have $4 billion. This is a renovation job for $4 billion. And if you look at the building, it's not even, I don't know if Kevin Warsh is ever going to be able to move into it. It's been under construction for years. It's the most expensive building ever built. Now, I know it's gross incompetent because I happen to think he's grossly incompetent. Today, certainly he should be lowering interest rates. All right. Certainly, who would not lower them? But he's stubborn, and he's got Trump derangement syndrome. A lot of people have that. It's not a curable disease. But,
Damn.
But he's also building. He should be lowering rates immediately, but he won't do that because he's a stubborn, incompetent person, and that's a bad thing. When you're stubborn and incompetent, I think it's the worst combination. And he's also not a smart person, but he's building a complex over there that's under his jurisdiction. He started it, and it's out of control. It's billions of dollars for a little building. I could have done that building and made it beautiful for $25 million. $25 million, and it would have been beautiful. Look what I've done at the White House, fixing it up, and the place was in bad shape. You see the floors and everything. It was in bad shape. I could have made that building beautiful for $25 million. They're spending $4 billion. All right. So it's there is criminality. Maybe it's with the contractor, but because I know more about contractors than any human being maybe that's ever lived. But that contractor,
Trump funny.
Whoever the contractor is, and we know, but whoever the contractor is an extremely rich man. He's going to make. He could make millions of dollars. I'm hearing numbers from $3 to $4 billion. That would make it the most expensive building on a square foot basis ever built in history. And you're not even building a building, it's a renovation. The exterior skin is staying, the steel is staying, the structure. So all I want to do is bring out to the public that this guy is incompetent. He's a very incompetent guy. And he may be a dishonest guy, but somebody's dishonest because there's no way that building could be 3 to 4.
That one joke. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Japan.
This looks like one of your people.
Thank you.
Is he good or bad? Is he a good reporter or bad?
So.
Not a, all right, it looks like it. Go ahead.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Japan. What kind of expect from Japan?
Yep. Good afternoon. Yep. Thank you, guys. 3 hours and 8 minutes in. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you. Let's go, Trump.
45,000 soldiers in Japan. We have,
Like and subscribe if you haven't.
and we've had that kind of relationship. So I'm not surprised that they would step up. We don't need much. We don't need anything. Honestly, we don't need anything from Japan or from anyone else. But think it's appropriate that people step up. In the case of Japan, I hear they get more than 90% of their oil through the strait. So that's a big reason to step up. I mean, we've demolished that country. Is close to.
How I don't sell out my culture? I'm black. I ain't sell out nothing.
Two people and they can drop little
You selling
bombs
out? Get off the plantation.
to hold their dudes up. We don't want that to happen. But honestly,
Joker, get off the plantation. I'm not no sellout.
Europe, parts of
I'm just a black card. You can have it.
We get none practically. We're less than 1%. We don't have to be any percent. We don't even. I think we do it just to be nice. But we.
So, Joke, I guess I'm a coon. I'm a sellout. I'm a bootlicker. What else am I? Oh, I'm a house nigga too. Slang word the slave master use. Democrats.
But now they're getting much nicer because they're seeing my attitude.
I'm born black, so if how am I give a card up? That doesn't exist.
You can send aircraft carriers down. And I said, I want the aircraft carriers.
I can bleach my body all day. I'ma still produce black kids regardless. I'm black. It's in my DNA.
There's practically nobody to shoot at.
Welcome to the chat.
Their missile count is down.
All is welcome.
By about 90-something%. The drones are way down, and the factories are being.
All is welcome. No bots.
Missiles being shot are down over 90% since the beginning. One-way attack drones down 90% since the beginning, which is a reflection of overwhelming firepower. But you mentioned the most important part, Mr. President, their defense industrial base. If you can't make more of it in the future, then you have a limited supply. And so we're going after all of their defense contractors that make all of their exquisite weapons and ensuring that even if they wanted to rebuild more launchers or more missiles, they couldn't in the future. And that's a level of devastation for their military that they've never seen before.
So we have, in literally 2 weeks, we've demolished their Navy, their Air Force. All technology is gone. All communication is gone. And all of the leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. Okay, how about one more question for the Prime Minister?
Yeah, they butthurt.
Let me pick a beautiful-looking person from Japan.
Now, one white person called me a coon, a sellout, a nigger, or anything crazy. It's all black people saying it. The Democrats. It's cool though, because I'm doing something right. I appreciate it. I ain't lost friends and family being on this side. Zero job growth.
One thing you don't want to signal too much, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay, right? He's asking me.
I try to introduce myself. Me and my wife moved here in Rockford. We got us a house out here, and we got a diverse neighborhood. The black neighbors don't want to kick it with us. The white neighbors, we kicked it with them. They barbecued for my wife for her birthday. We went kayaking and everything out here in Rockford with the white family, with the white couple. The black family, like, you know what I'm saying? We stank or something. And my house is bigger than theirs. So I guess he judged my house bigger than theirs or what, but you would think that us being black, we'll kick it, have a barbecue with each other. The guy on bullshit. That's why you don't know me. Well, get to know me. My white neighbors had no problem meeting me, inviting us into their house. Black neighbors on bullshit. That's crazy. So yeah, if I'm gonna sell out, I sell out for a good reason. Because the black party, the black people, my people on bullshit.
Believe in surprise. I think much more so than us. And we had to surprise them, and we did. And because of that surprise, we knocked out, the first 2 days, we probably knocked out 50% of what we...
Oh, you all good, Pat? I know we all good. Like I said, I love everybody. Everybody welcome to the chat. I'm not here to convince nobody to like Trump or dislike Trump.
Okay, one more for the Prime Minister. Are you gonna for the Prime
It's just funny, everybody that's on here that called me a bootlicker, they got to be black. And if that's the case, then Jesus Christ, stop tap dancing. Grow a pair. Do some research.
It's for control and very harsh terms. ask, would you plan to bring out relationship between Japan and China while you are there?
Well, I'll be going to China very quickly, but I think I'd really like to have the Prime Minister talk about China because I know they have a little bit of an edgy relationship, and I'd just like to know where it stands, how you're doing with China. So, please.
で日本はいつも中国に対してオープンです。会話はオープンにしています。それから冷静に対応しています。とにかく米中関係も含めてですね、これが地域の安定、それから世界のサプライチェーン、
Yeah, that's what happened.
これに貢献するものであることを願っています。日本は常にオープン。
So first of all, Japan has been consistently open to dialogue with China. And also, second, we have been addressing our relations with China in a calm manner. And also speaking of the U.S.-China relationship, my sincere hope is that the relationship will be something conducive for regional security and also ensuring the global supply chain in the world. Once again, I would like to reiterate that Japan has been consistently open to dialogue with China.
And I think we're going to have a great trip. The trip has been postponed for about a month and a half. It's been reset, and we look forward to it. And I'll be speaking Japan's praises when I'm in China with President Xi. But we're going to have some good talks today. And I think mostly about trade, because they want to do a lot of trade. They're a tremendous purchaser of our energy, our oil, gas from, in particular, Alaska. Because Alaska, believe it or not, is very close. It's much closer than any other source. It seems a little cold compared to, but it's just a short trip.
So that's something that we will talk after the first quarter.
We'll be discussing trade, and a lot of the talk will be about energy. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, so that was shorter than I expected. I see all the players in the room: Scott Bessent, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, didn't say anything, J.D. Vance, Howard Lutnick. Howard Lutnick was supposed to be getting booted or something. Yeah, right. It's all fake. You can tell by the reporters, you hear the same old questions over and over again. It's all fake. So we're going to get back to the Scott Bessent, interview with Maria Bartiromo, and let's react to that. And then, of course, I've got the Pete Hegseth press conference. That's all queued up as well. But first, let me tell you about one of today's sponsors. Break for it. The next pandemic, according to the experts, isn't a virus. It's antimicrobial resistance, or when antibiotics no longer work. But here's what they're not talking about. The real damage isn't just resistant bacteria. It's what decades of antibiotic overuse does to your gut. Antibiotics don't just kill the bad bacteria.
Specific foreign threat. And I've read the reporting that you were looking for possible foreign threats, but is there a specific foreign threat that drove you to take this action?
There were questions about whether or not there were vulnerabilities that a threat could have taken advantage of, and that was the purpose for their requesting us to look into those vulnerabilities.
Where are those voting machines now?
I believe they are held in a secure facility at ODNI.
Have you or other ODNI officials taken any other state or territory's voting equipment into custody?
Not to my knowledge.
That's the first time that I have actually heard that we have seized the voting equipment from Puerto Rico. Things are getting really juicy, aren't they? Oh, they're getting really juicy. And I have one more breaking news story from you, which can tell you how bad the Democrats are flailing right now. I mean, this is unbelievable. When you think about your gas prices, I want to tell you about this. And then we'll get back to Scott Bessent.
But these rigs have been dormant for a decade till Friday when President Trump turned on the tap.
Hollywood
Hollywood celebrities last year protested the reopening of a major oil pipeline.
It is, they'll tell lies up the kazoo in order to justify drilling for oil at a time when we shouldn't be doing that.
In 2015, the state effectively closed oil rigs off the Santa Barbara coast when a pipeline carrying the crude burst. The new owner repaired the pipe, but the state still opposes restarting production.
The Trump administration has no ground to stand on. The law is clear. These pipelines fall within California's jurisdiction.
But Friday, President Trump used his authority to override the state and reopen the pipeline.
We're going to fill up 6 million Californian consuming cars every month with our oil out of Sable offshore. And if that's not impactful in California, I don't know what is.
California oil production has dropped dramatically in recent decades, forcing dozens of refineries to close, leading the state to become more dependent on foreign oil. Nonetheless,
what the hell are we doing? How do you have arguably one of the biggest states in the country whose economy is dependent upon, or not dependent, but rivals some third world and other countries across the world, and you're turning off the spigot of gas for people who live in your state because there might be some fish that got sick 11 years ago? You see how things have been manipulated? They saw the graph where the oil and gas production in the state of California has completely plummeted, and then these wackos get out there and protest. And by the way, I won't show it, but in about an hour, Gavin Newsom is having a press conference to announce that he's suing the President of the United States and the country because they're turning the gas spigot back on. Let that sink in right now and combine it with what I told you earlier, how anything they can possibly do to stop the Trump train is what they're doing. They're going to sue to stop him from bringing more oil and gas into America.
Stupid.
Meanwhile, we're going to go buy it from some other country.
The TDS.
Ships that are coming across
The
the ocean
TDS.
and heading their way into California, that's okay. But drilling so you become self-sufficient, oh no, we can't do that. We're going to go as far as sue. Wow.
as Governor Gavin Newsom opposes the pipeline. California will not allow this desperate political stunt to put our coastal communities and environment at risk.
So the three wells here are currently pumping out 50,000 barrels a day, enough to fuel hundreds of thousands of cars. The state is going to challenge the administration in court, arguing that the pipeline...
I see the policy was bad, but it's not. They just don't like Trump, and that's stupid.
The oil still flows.
You can't make this stuff up. I didn't make it up. When I talked to you earlier and said they're throwing everything they possibly can to stop... They're trying to keep this country from being prosperous. They will do whatever they possibly.
Right, and at the same time, by Trump being Trump, he's stopping their money from being sent from overseas and all that other shit. That's the problem. Is the Democrat Party ain't getting paid like they was getting paid. That's the problem. He cutting their money off, and they know it. That's the problem. Follow the money. Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Chuck Schumer, all of them. Been in politicians for years, so they know the players. Now Trump, and they mad.
Simply can to stop it from entering some sort of prosperity for the rest of everybody. You're going to be able to fuel hundreds of thousands of cars per week across the state of California. Like, no, we can't have that. We got to have the $7 a gallon gas that we're getting from somebody else. Don't let any Democrat tell you that there's anything but an effort afoot to destroy this country. My gosh. When you get the information, you actually can see it. You can smell the desperation at this point. All right, so let's go back to Scott Bessent.
And when President when President Trump says our allies should join us in a coalition along the Straits of Hormuz, that they're the ones who need this oil. The U.S., we're an oil exporter.
Absolutely. And you're hitting at exactly the point that I was making at the top of this interview, and that is you are walking this balance of energy.
Good afternoon, Mike. Good afternoon.
Versus keeping the pressure on Iran.
Welcome to the chat.
In terms of the Treasury intervening in markets, I mean, Secretary, markets have been under pressure, obviously, from the beginning of this conflict. The Dow down nearly 6%, the S&P and the NASDAQ down as oil prices move higher. I mean, Brent at one point this morning was at $118 after those attacks overnight that we talked about on the key energy facilities. You've said no plans to intervene in markets specifically. What conditions would force Treasury?
Well, we had a pipeline. Joe Biden stopped that. So a lot of BS going on around here.
I think
so kept that pipeline going. Joe Biden.
The U.S. Treasury would intervene in the futures market.
Drill, baby, drill.
We're absolutely not doing that. But we are intervening in markets by creating this excess supply with oil that's on the water. So in essence, by the time we unsanction the floating Iranian oil, we would have intervened and we would have created about 260 million excess barrels of energy. And if
wait a second. So you're telling me that gas prices are rising 40 and 50 cents a gallon. We're just bringing over 200 million gazillion barrels of oil that's flowing freely, and all these other countries are now seeing the light, like, I guess we got to help Donald. I guess we got to go secure this thing because we need it. Not us. They need it. It's not coming to us. We got our own. But our gas prices are up. And then you get the governor of one of our biggest states saying, we can't have oil unless we buy it from someplace else. We're in a twilight zone, people. I saw Tina, somebody, I think it was Tina, she's like, my head is spinning. I just can't. You're exactly right. You are exactly right. You do have a tension headache because I'm like, the more I tell you guys, the more you hear, the more you pay attention to, the more you sit back and go, what in the hell is going on? How can this possibly be? Did we really go into some form of alternate reality? No, what you're watching is the reality of the Democrats beginning to see, or really understanding, they're completely screwed. And so they are doing everything like a kid throwing tantrums. No, you can't have the oil. No, you're not going to get the Save America Act. No. Epstein, anything. I'll talk to you about the Epstein stuff later on because that was just a complete theater. And so if you do the Rudyard Kipling and keep your head about you, like, woosah, you can clearly see you're watching a movie and some of the actors in this movie have lost it. Completely lost it. SV tells me it's a really bad day today with trolls. You ever ask yourself why we have so many trolls? You ever wonder to yourself, what makes somebody who doesn't like you go in and talk crap about the stuff you're watching? Because it's a concerted effort to distract you. They don't want you knowing a lot of this stuff. They can't take it when people are an informed population. And so it's easy to crank down the stock market or gold or silver or the housing market. It's easy to manipulate it. And Jerome Powell can say, I'm not lowering interest rates. I'm not leaving. Why? Why is it so important for you guys to disrupt chats, to manipulate the markets? What is it that your end goal is? And then when you sit back and go, the end goal is to get rid of Trump and MAGA and to maintain power. Power.
Think that the temporary closure in the strait is leading to about a 10 to 14 million barrel per day deficit, then that is, depending on how you count it, approximately three weeks of oil to stabilize the market. So
okay. So if the man in charge of the country's money, essentially, Scott Bessent, is looking at a forecast of, we're looking at 2, 3, let's go to the outside, 4 weeks or so. And we should be looking like some stabilization on their markets. Remember, this isn't for us. This is for people over there. Japan gets 80%. We don't. Like President Trump said, we're good. We're trying to help you guys. We're really good. We got Venezuela, remember? Yeah. And so if they're looking at this thing as a 3 to 4 week, they've already factored in all the disruptions, what they're going to do, and how they're going to do it, the protests, blah, 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 the actors, the Oscars. Oh, by the way, the quick squirrel. You see what happened with the Oscars? Nobody's watching it. What made these people, I don't want to get away from Scott, but what made these people think we wanted to watch a show about the Oscars, about movies we ain't going to? That's the part that got me. It's like, we ain't even buying tickets to your movies. Why the hell would we watch the show where you congratulate somebody on a movie we ain't going to? That make any sense? That's like having a party in your neighborhood and inviting people you don't want in the backyard of your house. I'm sorry, I digress.
It's a physical intervention. We are not going to do a financial market intervention. Maria, you get these price spikes. We got one Sunday 2 weeks ago.
Right.
It was a big price spike. Then we had the largest sell-off in history. And
okay. I want to explain that. When you hear the term sell-off, some people are like, what the hell is a sell-off? What's that mean? Well, it's a big, big term for manipulation. You see, and we used to call it when I was selling stocks, just pump and dump. Let's see what we can pump up, then let's dump it, and things crash. The manipulation of the market, the insider trading, all the different things. Hey, we better have some cash, i.e. profit, sell-off, because you can't make any profit until you actually sell the stuff. And we grab all the money we can, and it drops. And then guess what happens? Now we can go back in because we made it drop and buy some other cheap stuff. And if we buy the other cheap stuff and it goes up and we wait, what do? And we sell it again. It's called a sell-off. People don't know what sell-off means. Right now, I'm telling you, there are going to be a whole lot of people making a whole lot of money on gold and silver. Why? It's been a sell-off. There's been a liquidation. Oh my God, it's been bloating. The price is going to drop. Did you see the movie Trading Places? Yeah. Buy, and it goes back up. And they make a whole ton of money. And you're just sitting here on this pulley while other people are manipulating, and that's what President Trump is trying to stop, is the gross manipulation of finances. Right now, I think silver was like at 68. And when you're thinking of people who have hundreds of millions, billions of dollars to play with, and they get in today at 68, and it goes to, 73 on Monday, and it goes up 3 or 4%, 3 or 4% on $100 million, well, you do the math. They call that work. It was just sit there and wait and hit a button. Okay, watch everybody freak out, watch people on TV talk, watch the panicans talk, and watch it drop, and I'm buying now. And now it's going to go back up, and now I'm going to sell. And I might make just 2 or 3%, but 2 or 3% on $100 million or $1 billion is a lot of doggone money. And it's really that simple. You saw the movie Trading Places. Maybe I didn't know Trading Places was going to be a tutorial. You remember the movie Trading Places with Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy? When they were going to get the crop report before everybody else got the crop report. And then they switched the crop report and the whole thing pooped the bed. And then they went back on the floor and started buying. By the way, did you notice in that movie that when Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd were buying and selling, nobody exchanged any cash? That's the other thing they don't tell you. You saw at the end of the movie when the Dukes went broke and they had a margin call. What's a margin call? Because they were trading on credit. Nobody pays for any of this stuff. That's the biggest scam in stock market. I'm going to buy gold today at 65. I'm not even paying for it. I'm going to wait till it goes to 70. I'm going to sell it. I'm going to take the profit, and I never even paid for it. It's risky if you aren't part of the game playing, manipulating the money. A lot of people don't know that. What's a margin? You're just going to borrow some money that you never pay back because you're going to get profit because you liquefy, and you dump, pump and dump, pump and dump, pump and dump. And you make your money on that little percentage.
Michael, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. That's what's up. You serve. That's what's up. And your family. Thank you guys.
$100,000. I'll make it even smaller. You had $10,000. Let's make it even smaller.
Is it for America?
And you buy $1,000 of X stock, or you buy $1,000 of gold or silver or whatever, and it goes up on Tuesday to 6%.
All right.
Now, it doesn't sound like a lot to you because on your $1,000, 6% is just what, $60. I didn't make a whole lot of money. I made $60 today. But what if you didn't have to spend that $1,000? What if you just had an IOU and said, put in a buy for some silver or gold for me, and you make $60 and you didn't spend any money? Now take that number and amplify it times 100 million. And now that $60 turns into 6 million. And you made 6 million in a couple days and you didn't do anything. And then you do it again and again and again. See, these are some of the secrets that they don't tell normal people. Normal people go to work 30, 40, 50 hours a week for 40 years, and then get back, they get to watch at $1,500 a month. They don't even teach it to them in college. I just told you something that some of you probably like, wait.
When it comes to housing prices, this is the Democrat states. I don't know, cities on that one, because I know Brandon Johnson come out raising the price on housing. New York, Madani, the same thing, raising price on housing. So that's, to me, sound like it's Democrat states. The blue states are the ones having a crisis with it come to housing and pricing. Keep promising them free stuff, and they fall right for it.
Because that's how it works. And so when you're seeing, and the reason why I'm bringing this stuff up is because as you're seeing all this manipulation, it's not meant for most people to even understand what the game is. They don't even know game's being played. They just see this chart numbers going up and down, and they don't realize people are making as much or more on the down. It is better than any sort of form of actual work. You just sit back, you read charts, and go, what do you think today is going to happen? Today you're thinking, well, I think oil could go up, so I buy here. But I think it's going to go down next week. Well, then I short it. You make money coming and going. For some reason, it's not taught to people. People have asked me in real estate, what are you going to do if the market goes bad? Make more money. What? I forget who said it. Rockefeller might have said it. The time to make money is when...
Again, I don't know everything. All I know is when it comes to the Democrats, they always say they're going to not raise property tax and housing.
Because you can profit
and they still do.
Panic. People sell assets they shouldn't be selling because they just don't understand they're being manipulated. I can't convince you. You have
well,
to get
that's what the Democrats keep running on. So I'm not saying it's the Democrats, but if they run, when they run, they always going to say they're going to lower property taxes and housing. Most of the Democrats say that. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
You can research and profit from it.
My 40 years in the market, I always found, especially people who work for me, when they lost a lot of money, they said that there was some mysterious intervention rather than bad trading. So to be clear, we're not intervening in the financial markets. We are supplying the physical markets.
Well, I'm glad that you pointed out the difference in terms of where Brent is and where U.S. crude is, because I was very taken aback when our European friends said we're not going to get involved and send warships to the Strait of Hormuz, we know that particularly Europeans need that strait even more so than the United States, much more, as they are relying on their LNG. And 20% of LNG is passed through, supposed to be passing through that every day. And natural gas has been surging, right? And they need that for electricity. When the Europeans said, this is not my war, this is not our war, did the president discuss what he could answer? I mean, that could, set up the president for saying, well, Ukraine is not my war.
I think the president's been very clear here that he believes that those who are benefiting from these actions
I didn't say all that,
in their economies should contribute. And I think over time we will likely see a clarification here that that NATO, maybe some of our Asian allies, will not directly get involved in the fighting as we continue the bombing campaign. I would be surprised that if eventually there isn't some kind of a global coalition to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. It'd be very disappointing for those who benefit the most not to do something.
Oh God! I watched this stuff, and I used to be a big movie buff when they made good movies, and I swear this looks like an episode of The Godfather. Not only will I not put up the money for the license, Senator, but you're gonna put it up for me. Because that's what he just did. Not only is this good for you, now you got to come over and pay for it. And you're going to have to pay Trump in America for what we did to
I'm going to still talk about it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm right, I'm right.
to find that out.
Educate me. I'm still going to talk, but educate me then if I'm wrong. Don't tell me not to talk. That's crazy. How we can communicate.
It literally is like watching The Godfather. I've been a longtime fan of the Godfather movies, and I had to stop watching them because De Niro pisses me off. But when you see this stuff, it's like a Hollywood script. And the whole thing with it is, and I hate
facts over feelings.
Is the American
I have no problems with
people
that.
are being used as pawns. They're being used by the government. They're being used by the media. They're being used by all kinds of different factors because of one simple thing. The lack of knowledge of what you're seeing happening. It's not about a bomb. Go back to what it all goes back to. And maybe I'll do that in the show tomorrow. What the real... Down here, way under the microphone, way down here. What's really happening? What's this really all about? Is it about the nuclear stuff that Iran was going to do? Yeah, they're bad guys. Is it about taking the oil? Yeah, because that was part of it. But why do we need the oil? Tick, 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 tick. Why is the oil so important? Tick, 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 tick. I'll answer that tomorrow. But I want you guys to start thinking at this point, what is so darn important about this oil? Why is it so important at this point? The environmentalists look stupid. They realize, the same environmentalists now realize how important this oil is. And how stupid they look thinking that, fossil fuels, we're gonna get rid of fossil fuels. You're seeing the entire world go, I need my oil. You haven't heard one country go, you know what? We're good if the Straits of Hormuz isn't open. We're just going to build some windmills. We'll be fine. Go ahead and put it in the chat if you've seen a country say that. If you've seen even one country come out and say, well, we don't want oil. So this is actually, you've accelerated where we want to go. We don't want oil. Nope, don't want it. We're going to put up windmills and have a bunch of people riding bikes all day. I don't know. That's what we were told by Kamala and Joe, right? We're going to do away with fossil fuels. Why is nobody on the planet talking about doing away with the fossil fuels. It would be very easy. Let's just put a big old blockade at the end of the Straits of Hormuz, and nobody gets any oil. Problem solved. We're all doing windmills. You got your nirvana. That's what you fought for. That's what the new green scam was. You wanted to do away. Bernie, we got to do away with fossil fuel. Okay, we're done. Nobody has any oil. Y'all happy? Why is it that nobody has said that? Not a single country. Not one has said, hey, listen, this is a good time for us to just start being, oil free. They're not talking about it on TV. You should be thinking about it. Why was the oil so important?
And of course, the Prime Minister of Japan is at the White House today. You will be meeting with her, and I know this is a very close relationship. Are you expecting Japan to change its stance on this and perhaps get more involved in this fight and support the United States?
But again, they don't have to be involved in the actual bombing campaign, but I would expect, and that Japan, who gets, I can't remember, 95% of their crude supplies from the Gulf, would be very interested in making sure that these supplies, they are safe. The Japanese Navy is one of the three great navies in the world. They have some of the best minesweepers and mine detection capabilities. So, I think we're going to have a very good discussion with the Prime Minister. President Trump has an excellent relationship with her. She very popular, and with his endorsement, she recorded a record in post-war Japan history. And
Hold on. Wait a second. So President Trump's endorsement of a Japanese politician allowed her to have the biggest election in history of the country of Japan. How is that? How is that possible? How did President Trump's endorsement of a Japanese politician allow her to have the biggest win in their history? Another thing you should probably look up, because these people just come out and they tell you this stuff, and if you don't say, wait a second, how could that be? You see, something else just happened. Again, you have to watch the moves President Trump makes. And in addition to finding out why the oil is so important, which I'll tell you tomorrow, the other thing he did without doing anything really is let other people in other countries expose the insanity of that Green New Deal scam thing that other countries were trying to do. He already tore down DEI. He already tore down the idiocy of transformers. He's already torn down and shown people this is how things can be if you don't let newcomers into your country. And now he just got the entire world to say, no, we need oil. When literally 2 years ago, we were going down, you can't even have a gas-powered car. You got to have everything EV. What? It seemed like a distant memory at this point. Without really doing much, he has shown the world that this entire green energy thing was a complete scam. Everything they pushed into for, everything the Democrats wanted, all the environmentalists in Europe and other countries now are sitting back and going, we got had. Yeah, because you got the perfect opportunity to go green right now. You can go green cold turkey. Turn everything off. No, I can't do that. Okay. Well, just turn it off until you generate enough power through the windmills. Can't do that. Well, maybe you can do like a nuclear reactor to create your power. You won't need any oil. No, we're not ready for that. Okay, well, how long is it going to take? I don't know, 10, 20 years. Oh, so what are you going to tell your people right now who can't go into the kitchen and get something out the refrigerator? He exposed the lunacy of the green stuff in 18 days. Let that sink in, which nobody's talking about. In 18 days, President Trump has exposed to the world the complicity of that whole green energy scam. Nobody can ever believe it again. If in 18 days the entire world is freaking out about oil coming from the Strait of Hormuz, then you just dropped your pants in front of everybody. But nobody's talking about it.
Of her margin in the parliament. So, she's in a very strong position. She's very pro-U.S. I think we're going to have a very good discussion today.
And of course, she was one of the first, when this first started, to say she wanted to unleash oil into the market to pressure prices. She's been supportive in terms of understanding the issues here at hand, where oil prices are spiking.
She's been very supportive, and the Japanese have a very large strategic petroleum reserve. My guess is that they will begin releasing in excess of what the IEA equivalent release would have been. So, I think they're going to supply the market. And again, they're a good ally, and the relationship with the president is very good. On the other hand, we have the Chinese, who have once again proven themselves to be unreliable suppliers. This is why the U.S., we are determined. We don't want to decouple via trade, but we do need a strategic decoupling. And what the Chinese have stopped exporting during the Iran conflict here is they've cut off all refined product exports to the rest of the world. So people who are depending on them, countries who are depending on them for jet fuel, other refined products, they are now in the lurch, and the U.S. continues to export energy.
Yeah, they wiped out the other drug dealer and the other 5 families, and we've just taken control. We are the exporter. Reading between the lines, one of the things you have to also understand, which is why I said pay close attention and take notes, if he's saying this stuff publicly, where are we going in private? When President Trump and Scott Bessent and Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance and Pete Hegseth turned off the cameras in that meeting, what did they discuss when the cameras are off? What are we going to hear later in the day, maybe tomorrow, next week? If this is what Scott's saying in public now, this is just the iceberg, the tip of the iceberg. What are they not telling us that they're getting ready to do? That's the problem with today's media. They don't think like that. Trump keeps telling them. You keep hearing it. What tells you something else is happening? What do you hear in these press conferences that should make you understand there's a head fake going on? It's very simple. He goes, why would I tell you? That should be a slap in the face. Wait a minute. So there is something happening. Why in the world would I tell you? Who are you? Why would I tell you what I'm about to talk to about the Prime Minister of Japan? Why would I tell you what we're getting ready to do in Iran? Who are you? Podcaster?
Fox Finding.
Anakin? Black Pillar?
Glad you're in the chat. Thanks for being in the chat.
What's about to happen? None. But I've just told you something's happening. Why would I tell you? So when you're hearing Scott Bessent talk like this on television, that message has already been filtered and approved. And there's still a lot more. That's why I said pay attention, because you're writing this down and you're like, okay, so we're going to be basically choking off China, and we're going to tell China this is what we need, and what you're waiting for is when it actually happens. And so when I sit back, even with my financial planning for Robin and the family, I go, okay, honey, here's what's getting ready to happen. Let's position ourselves.
You mean Bill Gates and Clinton?
Because he's giving you the breadcrumbs, but he's not showing you the bakery. And Trump laughs at these people in press conferences. We laugh at it. Why would I tell you? That is, to me, and I haven't said it before, to me, that's the most chilling statement he makes in these press conferences. So what are you going to do about X, Y, and Z? Why the hell would I tell you? At that point, if I'm a reporter in the White House, and I'm like, oh, so something else is coming in. I don't know. You tell me.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and the president, of course, postponing that trip to China, and he is going to be here focused on the war.
I want to be clear on the postponement of that trip. Postponement of that trip was the logistics during this conflict. President Trump believes that it's important for him to stay here in the United States, not travel abroad. It had nothing to do with an ask to the Chinese to get involved with the Straits of Hormuz. So it was a decision by the president to move the date out.
Yes, I understand that, sir. And I think that's completely practical. I understand that fully. The president needs to be here in Washington, in the United States. When a war with Iran is undergoing. But let's put that aside for a moment, because China has been complicit the whole time. And we know that China has been supporting Iran for a long time, buying 90% of Iranian exports, 90%, helping in terms of...
They say he's supposed to be gay. He was a gay man, but nobody else saying it. I'm saying it now. If Trump's so bogus, don't like blacks and all this and that, this man is openly gay, but you don't hear about it. He don't go around saying he's the first gay or this and this and that. He doing his job, a phenomenal job. He bringing the facts. He bringing the receipts.
When you had your conversations in Paris last week with your Chinese counterparts, that China has obviously been supporting our number one adversary for a long time?
Maria, you put your finger on something that, Iran is the head of the snake for global terrorism. They are the leading state sponsor of terrorism. And the Chinese have been buying 90-95% of the Iranian oil, so they were funding the leading.
Nope, he's not DEI.
They were getting a
he earned his shit
by buying that oil. When we go through as we plan to unsanction the Iranian oil, that oil will go up to a market price, and it will end up in places other than China. It can flow into Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, Japan, India, who have been good actors in this.
You're good boys, Malaysia. We're going to give you some. Oh, you're good over there, Indonesia. You can have some. China, you've been very, very bad. And you've been getting a discount. So we're not going to hurt you too bad.
I'm not skipping anything.
We'll help you get what you need. The discount's
I'm responding if I need to, and when I don't need to, I'm not.
Market price. I'm making you an offer you can't refuse. You get nothing, or you pay full price. That's pretty much what he just said.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder, the president made an interesting point recently.
Oh my gosh! Don't be a bot, Brian. Don't be a bot. You already said it already.
At some point, Iran apparently is working on a law to charge ships for the Hormuz safe passage. Would the president consider that in terms of once you do get control of the strait, start charging ships that travel through
it? This is nonsense, Maria. For the regime, we're back to the stuff of Baghdad Bob here. The regime is in collapse, and the people are starting to turn against them. We're starting to see defections at Treasury.
I'm still right here.
We now know where
I know everything about the property tax and interest rates. I know everything about it. If you do, educate me. Other than that, I'm just saying the most Democratic that runs for office always talking about property taxes going low and rent going down low. When they get back in office, when they get in office, they raising it up, or they say they gotta raise it up. Perfect example: Brandon Johnson and Madani. They said they're not gonna raise taxes, but they ain't raising it. So other than that, I don't know why you gotta go through all that.
Leadership bank accounts are, and those are being frozen. And we will hold them and see who comes forward.
Did you catch that? That's a new nugget we hadn't heard. So wait a second. Not only are you bombing the hell out of them and making them run through tunnels, now you also
Brian, why are you being a bot? You keep saying the same thing.
We've frozen their accounts.
Bush was an oil president too. Both the Bushes were oil presidents.
Maria. They can't do anything. Not only have we blown them to bits, we also now control their fake money. I mean, they're hiding where they hid their money. How the hell did you find their money? You got to imagine over the course of, 10, 20 years or so that the Iranians are putting money here or there and putting it in bolt holes. How did you find the bank accounts that they had the money in? And how did you get the people where the money was being held to freeze the accounts? They've been watching everything. You step back and think, wait a second. So Trump just took office in, January of 2025, right? All right. So he didn't have access to all this information. So over the last year, they've been tracing money transfers all over the place. That's what he just said. We froze their money. How the hell did you know it? Oh, because you've been planning this. Trump didn't have a plan. Obviously, he did. They've been looking at these people running around. Oh, he's putting his. Oh, yeah, they just made a deposit there. Made a deposit there. Oh, let's go in and take their money.
So you could with somebody saying death to America, build a nuclear weapon.
You got to sell the oil.
And want to take us out.
Make the money from the sale.
No, can't have that.
Cash is already money you got. The cash is the money you got from selling 90% of your oil to Japan and China and everywhere else. So all we had to do is sit back and watch where you made the deposits. What do you think hurt more?
60 Grit, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to the chat.
You know right now, if somebody you got a text and saying your account's been frozen, that's when you just go, what? Yeah, we already got your money. I blow you up. Don't go outside real quick. You're gone. So now we're blowing you up and we're taking your money. But we're losing. Okay, because I'm pretty sure nobody has frozen American accounts, but we're the ones losing, right, Candace?
In terms of defections, but we're starting to see defections throughout the regime, and that's how this ends. So, the idea of some tolling arrangement is ridiculous. What President Trump is talking about, and to be clear, he has focused on Carg Island since 1988, before the Shah fell, that the U.S. should be focused on that. He is laser focused on it. As I said, there was a bombing campaign last week. The military assets on Carg Island were destroyed. And the other thing I can tell you, if you're an oil worker, you don't want to work there. So all the oil workers there are being coerced to stay there. And, we will see what happens with whether that eventually becomes a U.S. asset.
What? What did he just hint at? Is that why President Trump was pissed at Israel yesterday for bombing? Hey, man, don't mess with the pipes. Don't do that. You hear what he just said? We will see soon enough if that becomes a U.S. You might want to hear that again, because I was like, you got to be kidding me. Was that just a little bit of a
should be focused on that? He is laser focused on it. As I said, there was a bombing campaign last week. The military assets on Carg Island were destroyed. And the other thing I can tell you, if you're an oil worker, you don't want to work there. So all the oil workers there are being coerced to stay there. And, we will see what happens with whether that eventually becomes a U.S. asset.
I told you there are all kinds of nuggets in here. Sometimes people think, Barry, why do you keep interrupting? Because you need to hear it. You can't be on your phone. What did he just say? We'll see real soon if that becomes a U.S.
Yeah, I see, Pat. It's all good, man. They don't know nothing about me. I don't know nothing about them. But I'm here to learn. Other than that, it's amazing. I had no idea really what's going on in Iran. I live in America, Rockford, Illinois. I have no talking points at all.
U.S. asset. How exactly is that going to happen? We're going to take the oil. For him?
And then, number one, I'm 43 years old. I've been a Democrat. And guess what? Now I'm a conservative Republican. So I was on that party already. I've been there. I don't want to be there no more. I grew the fuck up. I did my research. So that's how I know I'm doing the right thing. I did my own research. And I lived it. I voted it. Not no more. MAGA.
I'm to say that in public, you have to understand what he just said. We'll see if that becomes a U.S. asset. I'm pretty sure I know the difference between an asset.
And when I was a Democrat, the white people didn't say nothing negative to me. White, whatever. Even though the Karens didn't say nothing to me when I was a Democrat. So when I said I'm a Republican, everybody flipped on me. Friends and relatives, everybody. Facebook, all of them just flipped on me. Amazing. And I show them the facts, they still be tripping. That's how I know that I'm doing the right thing. Oh, yeah. Like and subscribe if you haven't. Let's continue.
Asset and a liability. Asset meaning we control or own or take, whatever. And he just
Thank you,
said
guys.
to the
Thank
world,
you. Thank you.
Yeah, we might take it. Ours. Put the big red, white, and blue with stars on it. Boop. Plant the flag. This is ours. Now, China, you buy from us. Wow. Hope you guys grasp that.
What would be your best assessment or expectation for the impact of all of this on the economy, Secretary? Of course, we've got oil prices spiking now. We understand that your expectation is that this is a temporary situation, but you have had growth, deregulation,
Nah, ain't no shit. I've been working with you guys for 4 hours live streaming. I'm right here with you guys.
economic issues that are positive for the growth of this country on its economy as your number one priority before this conflict.
Yeah, like J.C. Lee Peterson. Amazing.
Well, again, Maria, I think we have to get the American people and
I should play Jesse in the morning. I go live stream.
Mindset of there is no prosperity without security. There's no prosperity without security. Any prosperity without security is an illusion. So
I know you guys keep saying Barry.
Amazing. Thank you guys. Thank you. Let's grow. Common Sense Channel.
People keep comparing President Trump
Thank
to
you.
other presidents, but you don't hear and you haven't heard other people in other administrations.
Thank you, Pat. 2,000 subs. Why not? Let's get it. 2,000 subs. We can make it happen.
Bottom line is, I want America to be prosperous. They keep saying it. Not my words. I'm not making it up. Here, you can hear them say it again.
Economy, Secretary. Of course, we've got oil prices spiking now. We understand that your expectation is that this is a temporary situation, but you have had growth, deregulation, economic issues that are positive for the growth of this country on its economy as your number one priority before this conflict. How does that change?
Well, again, Maria, I think we have to get the American people and our entire government back in the mindset of there is no prosperity without security. There's no.
So his words right there, we have to get back your mindset. He said the government and the American people. That's your charge at this point. Get your mindset, do whatever you need to do, rub your forehead, let it sink in. I can be prosperous. I've been told for so long I can't be prosperous. I need to work 40 hours, 50, 60 hours a week. I need to do that for the next 30 or 40 years. And I'm not a hamster wheel. And then I get a nice little watch and some cupcakes, and then they send me home. Because that mindset has to be learned. You haven't been taught, for the most part. Most people haven't been taught about being prosperous. Go to school, maybe go to college, get a job, work for 30 or 40 years, and then die. Or move to Florida and go play tennis. Or pickleball. Sorry, SB. That's it. Well, what do I do along the way? Is there any way I can make sure so that 30 years from now, I'm not a retiree, I'm an active person living a great life? How about maybe I only need to work for 10 years? Maybe I only need to work for 15 years. Who gave us the recipe that you guys need to be on a hamster wheel for the rest of your life? Where'd that come from? He just told you. We have to get the American people to understand that you have to be prosperous. What if prosperity was always the goal?
Long term.
Some of you guys probably thinking to yourself, what if when you're a little tyke for a little girl. You're playing hot.
Democrats want short term, Republicans want long term. That's another thing I noticed too, the difference. Democrat, they want it right now. No. Patience. Patience. It's much better reward with patience.
Scotch, whatever. And Daddy says, I'm going to show you how to be prosperous. What's prosperous, Dad? Prosperous is where you, if I'm not here or your mom's not here, you're good on your own. Well, Grandpa says we need to get a job and work for 40 years. I'm going to show you prosperity. And this is what the hard question is, because at this point you have to look in the mirror and say, have you been taught prosperity? Probably not. Then the next question is, why not? Then the third question is, how do I learn to be prosperous and understand a significant prerequisite of prosperity is safety? And you hearing the Secretary of the Treasury,
How you guys don't like the name MAGA, Make America Great? How y'all not like that name? If it's a code or not, it should be a great thing to have to represent and respect. Especially when you live here in America. Why not make it great? Or keep it great?
money guy from the government telling you that's what our plan is.
Why not?
Our plan is to try and show Americans that prosperity is the way to be.
We all should want to be great.
Too many people who, that the unknown is just like, oh my goodness, it's bad. No, it's not bad. I told Robin, I equate prosperity talking, not like crapload dollar, not like some preacher. I equate it to like getting in the pool in like February and March if you don't have the heater on. You're like, oh, that's cold. Just get in. It's kind of cold. Get in. And you put your legs in because, ours is heated. And you're like, oh, it still feels like it's warm. Yeah, get in the pool. You can't look at the water and go, it's too cold. I can't do that. It's cold out here. Get in the hot tub. When are you going to get in the hot tub? When are you going to get in the pool? When are you going to say to yourself, I deserve this? And not feel bad to say it. I deserve prosperity. It is inherent. And I think that's one of the problems we're seeing with the Trump administration, because the more people who understand where we're headed, the harder it is for the Democrats to say, you can't do that. You got to give all your money to the po peoples and the Somalians.
Prosperity without security, any prosperity without security is an illusion. So now President Trump.
Damn, I'm going to get that on a T-shirt. We need to have T-shirts that say that. It's an illusion. It's never going to happen. Come on, Scott, give me that again. Give me that again.
On this economy as your number one priority before this conflict. How does that change?
Well, again, Maria, I think we have to get the American people and our entire government back in the mindset of there is no prosperity without security. There's no prosperity without security.
Good afternoon.
Without security, it is an illusion. So now President Trump, by doing this, we will be more secure than ever. The Vice President said yesterday, this is short term. We are going to get to the other side of this. And Maria, I think it's a decided lack of imagination, both market participants and the foreign policy commentary at blob. Let's imagine what this looks like on the other side.
Right.
With Maduro gone in Venezuela, it looks like Cuba, there may be very slow motion regime change there. Iran and this horrible sponsor of global terrorism, their military is degraded. They are unable to project power. And
welcome to the chat, Scott. Welcome to the chat.
And I think gas prices, energy prices will be lower than they were on February 28th. For an extended period of time. I've met with the many bank CEOs, with real economy CEOs. And I can tell you, the economy is strong, the consumer is strong. So the economy went into this conflict in a very good place. We did it from a position of strength, not a position of weakness.
Right, I understand, but we were talking about 5% growth, close to it in the fourth quarter. Are we still talking about 3% growth for 2026?
Maria, I think it can be above that. I think it can be non-inflationary growth. And again, this is temporary.
You had her going, what? Look at her face. What did you just say? Yeah, it's going to be even better than that. Maria, very experienced, great woman talking about economic matters. And look at her face as he said that. You think we can get back to? No, we're going past that. Stunned even her. Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Move beyond this, and we will come out on the other side, and the growth will be better, and our security will be real, not illusory.
Yeah, and I appreciate very much your focus on national security, the president's agenda on national security. I understand that very clearly. Have you changed your assessment of tariffs in the face of all of this? Because, of course, we've got these dueling Section 301 investigations underway. China is among those that you're looking at in a number of ways in terms of this results of the IEPA decision from the Supreme Court. Should we expect any change in your tariff strategy given the spikes that we've seen in commodities like oil, like fertilizer, et cetera, et cetera?
Not at all. And Maria, to be clear, there are no tariffs on nitrogen-based fertilizer, which the farmer in your previous segment talked about. Secretary Rollins will likely be making an announcement on fertilizer in the next few days. And the tariff investigations via Section 301 continue. USTR Jameson Greer will be doing their studies, and we will get the results of those in July, and we will see what happens. But the expectation, if the studies are complete, successful, would be that the tariff regime would be under a new authority and unchanged. But again, that's contingent on successful 301 investigations.
Secretary, before you go, let me end on the Federal Reserve, because we understand that the confirmation hearing and the confirmation process for Kevin Warsh is pretty much on hold as this investigation continues into Jay Powell. You know the facts after James Boasberg reversed or said that he did not approve of those subpoenas on Jay Powell, causing Jeanine Pirro to say, I'm going to appeal, sparking Tom Tillis to say, well, then I'm digging in and I'm going to keep this up. You heard what the chairman said yesterday. He's got no intention of stepping down or leaving the Fed altogether until this investigation is closing. Has the president made any decision in terms of ending this probe into Jay Powell so that you can get Kevin Warsh moving into the chairman's spot?
Well, Maria, to be clear, it is not the president's decision. It is Jeanine Pirro, the U.S. attorney for D.C., and I'm not.
These guys are very good. They don't take the bait. They know when they get asked questions, if it's out of your purview, make sure you say whose purview it is. It's not President Trump's decision to charge Jerome Powell. And she should have known that, but he was smart enough to use the tennis racket and just go right back.
I'm going to comment on an ongoing investigation. We'll see where this goes. But what is going to happen, Kevin Warsh has been up on the Hill meeting senators. The meetings are going very well. There will be a hearing. What will be held if Senator Tillis insists on waiting until the investigation ends, then what will be held up is the vote. And Chair Powell, it's his decision to stay as a governor or not. And historic, I would tell you that would be out of historic norms. Only one former chair has stayed on as a governor, and the President of the United States asked him to stay. I can't imagine President Trump's going to ask Chair Powell to stay on as a governor.
Right. Secretary, it's good to have you this morning. Thanks for taking all of that on. We so appreciate your leadership, sir. Thank you.
Maria, good to be with you.
All right, Secretary Scott Bessent.
So right now, it appears that this is coming to a head very quickly. Breaking news that comes out is that Iran, or whoever thinks they still have power, says they're going to close the Strait of Hormuz. Good luck. Good luck, and understand what you're about to see happen. And no uncertain terms, now they're going to take it. Now you are going to see President Trump with Middle East allies. They're going to go in and take the strait. It's over. Say your prayers, whatever bunker you're in, it's about to go down. And then, of course, what you're going to see, well, you should tell me in the chat what you're going to see. If you know right now that Iran has declared that they're going to close the Strait of Hormuz, what's the next thing you're going to see? Oil prices going to go up. It's all reactionary. Everything they do is reactionary. Let me tell you real quick, because before I go to SB, and then we're going to do Pete Hegseth. So let me tell you about Tax Network USA. Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? Or have you filed every year but still keep owing more? Did you retire and suddenly get hit with a tax bill you didn't expect? Are you a business owner with a messy books and a balance you can't afford? Maybe you pulled money from your 401k or your IRA early, and now the IRS wants its piece. However your tax issue started, the outcome is the same.
Ships, support vessels, and guard ships. Video that's circulating on social media is showing a fire near a refinery in Haifa. Now, Barak Ravid, you're looking at his post here. He is with Axios and says, breaking, Iranian missile has hit an oil refinery in Haifa. Again, at this point, we don't have a lot of information, but we do continue to follow all of that, and we'll keep you updated as we get additional details. Also want to take you out to this video right here as Israel's military releasing footage after striking Iranian targets in the Caspian Sea for the first time ever. Lieutenant Colonel Nadav Shoshani, the spokesman for the Israel Defense Forces, saying a short time ago the strikes hit dozens of targets there. He says that includes Iranian.
This was post 24 minutes ago.
A port command center where Iranian Navy forces controlled naval operations and central infrastructure used for vessel
What is going on?
maintenance. Again, this is video there provided by the IDF, and it shows the explosions as those strikes were underway. Right now, I want to take you out to this live look that we do have over the Capitol here as Secretary of War Pete Hegseth says that anyone who replaces a top military leader in Iran won't be in the role for very long. During an update to reporters earlier today, Hegseth explained, quote, the last job anyone in the world wants right now, senior leader for the IRGC.
We're hunting and striking death and destruction from above. Iran's air defenses flattened. Iran's defense industrial base, the factories, the production lines that feed their missile and drone programs being overwhelmingly destroyed. We've hit hundreds of their defense industrial bases directly. Their ability to manufacture new ballistic missiles has probably taken the hardest hit of all. Ballistic missile attacks
wow.
down 90% since the start of the conflict. Same with one-way attack UAVs. Think kamikaze drones, down 90%. Now, the Iranians will still shoot, we know that, but they would shoot a lot more if they could, but they can't. The last job anyone in the world wants right now? Senior leader for the IRGC or Besiege. Temp jobs, all of them.
Again, that was Secretary of War.
Damn.
Earlier on today, it was brought that to you. Now, General Dan Ray
Raising Cane, the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, revealed that American forces have struck more than.
Thank you guys. Wow, 15-15. Thank you guys. We are growing. We are growing together. Thank you.
The U.S. targets included all of the island's
We are growing together.
military-only infrastructure, like air defenses, a naval base, and mine storage facilities. He added that U.S. forces are attacking deeper into Iranian territory, dropping those 5,000-pound bunker buster bombs we've talked about into underground weapon storage facilities. Now, the U.S. also using Warthog attack planes to hunt Iranian boats in the Strait of Hormuz and Apache helicopters to strike Iranian drones. Now, as always, there is a lot to discuss here, so I do want to bring in Jonathan Saye. He is, of course, with the Foundation for Defense of Democracies and always joins us to break down the latest. Jonathan, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Hi, Josh. It's great to be with you again.
And first off, I want to start by asking you a little bit about the fact that in Haifa, we have learned that this Iranian missile, maybe several, have apparently hit this refinery or nearby. What do we know about that, and how significant is that?
It is quite significant, and this attack comes after reported strikes against Iran's energy infrastructure. And now we know for the longest time that attack in itself was a retaliatory measure, given that the Islamic Republic has been specifically focused on taking out different energy installations throughout the Persian Gulf. So that was really a response to that. In addition to that, Tehran has been again blocking the Strait of Hormuz. So this has been a measure, this has really been a new theater in the war, that the focus is also shifting, going beyond just military and repression, and there's an economic battle, targeting one another's economic infrastructure. And for the implications as to what happened in Israel, it is quite significant. You know, this country has been dealing with war for years now. I think the populations of both Iranians and Israelis are increasingly getting at war fatigue. So we're really reaching a point where we need to move forward with a more decisive decision-making as to how we envision this war to carry on. What is the long-term strategy here?
And of course, there to the right-hand side of your screen, that is some of the video here coming in from the IDF. They're saying, of course, that they have struck the Caspian Sea, the Iranian vessels there. How significant of a move is that as you take a look at all of this as a whole?
It really tells you that this campaign has thoroughly, effectively decimated the Islamic Republic's naval force. But that said, when we raise alarms about the regime's boat capabilities, naval assets, we're mostly talking about the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. The Caspian Sea, geographic.
Young Chief, the Tomahawk missile is not confirmed that it came from America. You know, Iran got their schools right next to the military base as well.
It's really far from that area. It is still significant that they were able to take out some of these targets. Many were not really predicting Israeli strikes to go as far as the north, near the Caucasus Mountains. But again, on a military level, it tells you that the Iranian skies are open for operations. But when it comes to destroying Iran's naval asset, the focus and the implications of major change would come from the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz. But that said, the Caspian Sea front was still an area that they produced a lot of material. They repaired a lot of ships. So the implications are still there, but the focus is on the south over the north.
I want to talk a little bit about the U.S. side and Operation Epic Fury, because we heard from Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, earlier today, and what you're looking at on your screen is just some of the video coming in out of CENTCOM. But what do you make of Secretary Hegseth saying the U.S. is launching the, quote, largest strike package yet as all of this continues to escalate? Each time we hear almost that it's getting more and more intense.
It has certainly been one of the most extensive campaigns. The targets are as high as 8,000 so far, and the war has gone on for over 2 weeks, on just under a month. It's quite extensive. But I think what really stood out about what Pete Hegseth said was the phrase, death from above. It is similar to what we heard in Libya of leading from behind. Ultimately, the idea here is that the United States so far has not really signaled using ground forces. There's been some messages, there's been some unconfirmed reports of perhaps deploying Marines to Khark Island. So far, we haven't seen that. And what Hegseth really hinted at was the fact that the operations have really been from above and destroying the military capabilities. But for systemic change and for us to ensure that there's going to be a government in Tehran that is not going to pursue this Islamist ideology, the death from above is not always going to be applicable. It really comes down to ground operations. And that's something Israel has been leading. Hyperlocal strikes against specific squads and repression apparatus. So that is really, I think the next phase of the war would be decided based on how much this campaign is going to advance into Iranian streets.
And again, there are a lot of questions about what happens next here. We know that Iran has been launching missiles not just at Israel alongside Hezbollah, but also at several other countries there, the Gulf Arab countries. Now, President Trump has kind of explained that Qatar is kind of a red line. Can you explain for folks out there maybe why that is?
Because Qatar hosts our CENTCOM, effectively. When it comes to a strategic importance of the country, Qatar has been crucial. But that said, Doha is far from a reliable ally. There's numerous geopolitical issues that Washington and Doha do not agree on, Muslim Brotherhood being one of them, supporting Hamas being crucial to that. And prior to this conflict, we have to keep in mind, Qatar was instrumental in preventing an attack against the Islamic Republic. So it's not like they're even adversarial against the regime in Tehran either. The Qatar has for long sought to preserve the regime. They collaborate on numerous fronts, money laundering, terror financing. There might be competitors, but they're definitely far from rivals. As to the implications of attacking Qatar, I think many of us were surprised. We were not expecting the Islamic Republic to go after the only Persian Gulf country that is remotely close to being a partner to Tehran. Given the cooperation that I just noted, it was striking. And I think what's really notable is to see how Qatar's Al Jazeera language media has shifted its language about Tehran. Islamic Republic as the victim, but once those attacks happen against Qatar, all of a sudden they're changing their rhetoric and really labeling the regime for what it is. So as to what this means for the regime in Tehran is very clear. They thought by regionalizing the war, they're going to inflict more political cost and end it sooner, whereas what we're seeing is that they're being portrayed as the aggressor in this context, and they are turning neutral states against them.
Are there any question or questions that you might have as somebody who's following this so closely? We know there are a lot of unknowns and a lot of questions. Anything that comes to your mind that you hope maybe we will get the answer to at some point soon?
You're right to point out there are quite a few developments that we're tracking. I think what I'm particularly interested in is how this campaign aims to follow through with its promises of aiding the Iranian people. We have to remember on February 28th, the president clearly stated that he was the only U.S. president willing to provide help to the Iranian people. And at the end, he closed that and concluded that statement by saying, let's see how you react, addressing the Iranian people. So he is very well aware that ultimately comes down to the masses in Iran that are anti-regime to take to the streets. So the question is how they're facilitating that. There's a division of labor between Jerusalem and Washington. Seems like Israel has been leading a lot of the repression apparatus fronts, taking out some of these besieged commanders. But I think the next phase for us would be interesting to see whether there's going to be any efforts of arming the Iranian populace, or if the hyper-local strikes would go higher in numbers. So far, the death count has been maybe about 5,000. Iran still has 500,000 armed personnel left. So defections is another thing I'm looking out for. Israelis reaching out to these commanders, informing them that it is time for them to defect. Because as we all know, it's a matter of time until Iranians take to the streets, and that moment is going to be pivotal, not for the region, but for the entire world.
And how important is it that we actually haven't seen Iran's new supreme leader? We have not seen him in person. We've seen what appeared to be an AI photo of sorts, as well as that message that was read by somebody else with a photo over it. So how significant is that when you haven't seen the leader for folks there?
It is quite significant. Not to mention, we haven't even heard of him. We haven't even heard his voice, let alone having seen him. So it has two major implications. One, it does demoralize the regime's support base, because the Islamic Republic's supreme leader is more than just a manager that harmonizes different branches of the Islamic Republic. It is the leader of the Shia Islamist world. Millions look at him as strikes.
As strikes unfold in the Middle East, Iranian state media broadcast images of what they say is a girl's
This is the result of the single deadliest known attack in this war so far. This aerial image shows around 100 graves being dug after an elementary school was hit in attack.
Just from New York Times. All I'm doing is showing it. Just showing it. From New York Times.
Called Minab in southern Iran. You can see excavators there, workmen digging. Graves that are marked out to be dug. These were mostly children. On Saturday morning, when the US and Israel started its attacks on Iran, our colleagues got in touch with us and said there were reports of a school being hit. After the attack, disinformation started to swirl. There were denials online that the US or Israel was responsible. The question was, could we verify what happened? The first videos that emerged after the strike show these massive plumes of smoke over Minab, what was being described as the school building that had been destroyed, and children under the rubble. The challenge there is to verify that this building is in fact a school. There were reports that it was near a military base of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. So we started looking for military bases in that area, found one that had been bombed, and adjacent to that military base was the school. We were able to match the architectural features of the school, the contours of the building, the size of it, with satellite imagery. Going back over historic satellite imagery, we could see that the building that the school is in was part of the IRGC compound in 2013. But by September 2016, it had been cordoned off into its own compound. There was a play area. You could see the bright pastel colors of the school walls, and it very clearly became a school and wasn't part of the IRGC base. What we can see in the satellite imagery and the images from the ground is that more than half the building is gone. A very powerful explosion. A precision strike is required to do that. It's not secondary damage from a strike nearby. A precision strike is where an army will take the coordinates of a target, input that into their targeting system, or visually identify a target and lock onto it. We can see in the satellite imagery precision strikes that destroyed buildings or punched holes in the roofs of those buildings very precisely. Our reporting has shown this is characteristic of Israeli and US strikes. So far, the US hasn't confirmed or denied responsibility for the strike on the school. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said,
"We, of course, never target civilian targets, but we're taking a look and investigating that."
At the same briefing, Dan Kane, who's the US Military Joint Chiefs Chairman, said that during the first 100 hours of operations over Iran, Israel was bombing in the north and the US was bombing in the south, which is where the school in Minab is located. So, given that the US was operating in that area at the time, the evidence seems to be pointing at US responsibility. This is the result of the single deadliest known attack.
Hold on.
Axis of resistance, of the fight against Israel, of the fight against the United States. So failure to really moralize and promote that sentiment is going to risk alienating a lot of Tehran's proxies, not only inside Iran, but across the region. So that's one. On the other hand, it does have the opposite effect, of course, on the ordinary Iranians. They see that one by one, a supreme leader is either taken out or is so severely wounded that it's a matter of time that they have to appoint another one and another one. So the idea that these officials are falling like dominoes certainly does not work in their favor from a PR perspective. People can see through the lies that this person hasn't been alive. But the last thing I say on that is it does reinforce the sentiment that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, as the main ideological entity and the armed apparatus of the regime, is not calling the shots. And that's critical. So what we've seen so far is an alliance between the clergy and the IRGC, but it seems like mostly the IRGC is now dominating that sphere.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us, breaking it down. So many different developments. We'd be here for hours if we went over everything. Anything we missed of importance that you want to make sure we add here before I let you go?
I think we covered all the main themes. As I noted, this war from different perspectives is unlikely to carry on for a long time. But the last thing I say on that is I do think there was an appetite in Washington trying to conclude this operation, this campaign. But the fact that the Islamic Republic continues to block the Strait of Hormuz is going to have major implications. And I think it is that miscalculation from Tehran that's going to make sure that Washington stays in this war for longer. But that said, the war cannot end until we see a change of government in Tehran.
All right. Jonathan Saye there with the Foundation for Defensive Democracies. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us.
Thank you for having me.
I spoke to General Keane earlier. You won't get a better insight into this war anywhere. General Jack Keane, thank you so much for your time. There's a lot of media doom preaching, as you know, about this war. A lot of people, including journalists, seem to be so obsessed with Trump hatred or whatever that they want the US to fail. So it seems to me, at any rate. You have actually been privy to the war plans. How do you assess progress so far?
Yeah, well, we're pretty much on message and on target here in terms of what we're trying to achieve. You know, for our audience to understand, yes, I am familiar with the planning on the U.S. and the Israeli side, as well as the execution on both. And we're acting as a combined force. And for our audience to appreciate this, this is the first time in many decades the United States has had an equal partner. And by that, I mean a partner that is not only willing to participate, but brings full capability as a proven combat force. These are the United States military and the Israeli military, the two most proven militaries operating in the world today, and we're doing this together. And when I say together, I mean working together every hour of the day, making certain that we're well coordinated. So what is happening here is the United States objectives are to take away
Thank you.
all of the Iranian
Thank you.
defensive and offensive conventional military capabilities, and also as well as their nuclear capability. The defensive was taken away early on in the first 24, 36 hours. We have been systematically stripping them of their storage of ballistic missiles, their launchers, and as well as their drone storage and drones themselves being defeated in combat. And the progress are measured by the amount of retaliation they can muster. And it has gone down some 90% since the war started for both ballistic missiles and drones. And we're very confident about their nuclear enterprise and what is happening to it and what will happen to it. The other thing that's very noteworthy, Andrew, is that we have systematically, with the Israelis, have destroyed their manufacturing capability for all offensive and defensive weapons. We are about at the end of that task. And the mission from the beginning is not only to destroy their current capability to attack the United States, to attack Israel, to attack partners in the region, but also their future capability, take that away from them for years to come. The second thing that's happening is what the Israelis are doing exclusively, and that is because of the human intelligence that Mossad has, they are much more capable of doing this, and that is the destruction of the organizations that are sustaining the regime. The IRGC, the Basel militia, which is actually a repressive force.
What up, Jarnell? What up, bro?
Torture the Iranian people.
How you been? I've been live streaming about 4 hours and 41 minutes. Just chilling, man. Sharing information with the people. Glad you're in the chat.
Law Enforcement Command, as well as the police national infrastructure. Killing leaders, to be sure, but even much more so than that. They have killed hundreds of the Basel militia who have been operating at checkpoints in tents in various cities. And that task is going on every single day. What the Israel.
Hey, chat, Jigger Rich, that's my homie. It's my best friend. Went to school together. That's my homie. Richardson. That's my homie, y'all. Check him out. It's all good.
Doing the mission they have assigned themselves here.
Make sure you hit all on notifications. Hit all.
By doing what I just described for the regime to eventually collapse. And so we're working hand in glove together to accomplish those tasks, and the progress has been quite excellent in the doing of it.
Is there any sign that you can make out of these security agencies, like this paramilitary group, losing control over the population and any sign of internal division?
Yeah, I haven't heard a report like that. I haven't asked the question either. But what I do know, there are cracks in the leadership of these organizations that sustain the regime. There are specific morale problems in these security forces, to include the Baazi militia, particularly when you get down to literally killing hundreds of them that are operating on the streets. It would not surprise me in the least that Baazi militia who are in the streets.
Thanks, Jernil. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that, man. Thank you for the chat. Thank you for the super chat. Thank
where
you.
they are at. So yes, certainly we may see in the future activity by the Kurds who are operating. They are part of the infrastructure and the population that exists in Iran, and as well as the Azeris, and they both have armed forces. I mean, not exactly an army to be sure, but a paramilitary force. And it would be likely at some point, I would think, that we would see them engaged to try to take a local town and welcome the people in the town into the streets as a result of it. And if the IRGC or a military force tries to retake it, believe me, Israeli and U.S. air support will be there to deny them that. So these are all movements in the right direction, but to affirm at least some of what you suggested, cracks in leadership to be sure, morale problems to be sure, somewhat chaotic in their decision making. We are witnessing because a lot of the decision makers are killed, and I can state for a fact there's going to be a lot more that are also being targeted.
Interesting. The major problem, though, General, for the US and Israel is the Strait of Hormuz, breaking the Iranian blockade of the Persian Gulf and that narrow strip of water so that 20% of the world's oil exports can flow again. Do you see the US managing to clear that strait, and how?
Yeah, well, we have plans in place. First of all, the major plan itself solves the problem at the Straits of Hormuz because we take away systematically all of their retaliation capability, period, in terms of offensive capability. And obviously that would pertain to the Straits of Hormuz. What the Iranians would welcome us to do is just focus principally on the Straits of Hormuz because of oil prices and go toe-to-toe with them and distract from all the other missions that we have assigned ourselves in terms of a total takedown of their military capability and what the Israelis are doing with their organizational takedown. We're not going to do that. But obviously we will give Straits of Hormuz some attention to be sure, and we certainly understand what's happening with the oil prices. But it takes time to eliminate a drone threat, not only going against the Gulf states, and look at the Gulf states are right where the Straits of Hormuz is located. Anybody looking at a map would know that. So we have to take down ballistic missiles, cruise missiles. This is dealing with the Straits of Hormuz. Drone threats as well, artillery in the area, whatever seaborne threat that they may have on the surface or underneath the surface, to make certain that that's all dealt with. And we are systematically dealing with that. We're well over 100 ships that have been sunk to include patrol boats and mine laying capability, etc. So it takes time to do this. We're on plan here. We're not going to be diverted from a plan. The president has asked for some assistance. So people understand the United States wants some help here because just think of it this way. There's hundreds of ships, not a few, not 20 or 30, hundreds of ships that pass through this daily. And to move those ships through the Straits of Hormuz, likely to move a ship or two ships at one time takes two Navy ships, one in front, one in the rear at a minimum. And you don't exactly take them through the Straits of Hormuz and go back and get two more 20 minutes later. So we have warships in the area that are conducting offensive operations. We have other ships in the area with defensive missile systems that are conducting defensive operations to protect Israel, U.S. bases, and the Gulf states. And we're asking from us some assistance to help escort ships through the Straits of Hormuz. We can obviously do this ourselves to a certain degree, but we don't want to sacrifice the offensive and defensive missions that we assigned ourselves. So we went to our allies who are impacted by this oil prices and the shutdown of the Straits of Hormuz to see if they would assist us. And a number of them, to include your country, have said no. I think a number of the Europeans are going to change when they understand. And I think there was some initial misunderstanding about that. They thought we needed their help immediately. We don't. But we want to put together a plan in terms of what, how, when will we do this. So there are some discussions going on beyond just U.S. support. But it is disappointing to see when you ask for help, which would be in the interest of the countries involved that we're asking, because they're dependent on the oil coming out of there, and they stiff us and say, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to take the risk.
Very short-sighted, driven a lot by hatred of Trump, but also an eye to the domestic politics on exactly that. General Jack Keane, fascinating rundown. Thank you so much indeed for your time.
Yeah, great. As always, talking to you, Andrew. Thank you.
Now, to the matter of petrol, and of course,
I'm gonna play another video, guys. I'm about to cut it short, get to the wife. She's off work. I work the weekend shift, so that's why on weekends I don't go live, because I work 36-hour shift. But let's continue.
I don't want nobody voting Jim Crow 2.0. Do any of you all know what Jim Crow is? A lot of y'all like to repeat that word because it's trending to folks. But when you are asking people to bring them an ID in, damn it, why not? Go get one if you don't have one. I don't want nobody voting that cannot ID themselves. Because we don't know who you are. The delusional Democrats want those immigrants to come in and vote with no ID. They don't want nothing. They don't want the Safe American Act. They want them immigrants to be able to vote so they can keep them in their seats. They're a bunch of sea warmers anyway. They're not even doing nothing for the American people. But little do y'all realize, we Americans are not going to take it. Black Democrats are finding you all out, some of them that are coming to their senses. But the ones that have come to their senses, baby, we are ready for you all on election day. We are ready for you Democrats. We're ready for y'all mess. We're ready for y'all crap. If y'all think for 1 second people are going to bend the knee because y'all do not want to pass this Save American Act, it says what it says, Save America. Something y'all don't want to do, because if you did, y'all never would open up those borders and let everybody in. Didn't care who
She's cooking. She cooking. Like and subscribe. She cooking.
Some of them are going to vote, but a large majority of them ain't giving them about America. They just found a new stomping ground to do their BS in. Seats. We need to flip them right up on their faces.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And we need to start putting people in place that will put America first. Y'all are not it no more. Y'all are not it.
Did you just look and see? Thank you.
Well, showing a little ID to vote didn't seem like a big deal to President Obama back in 2012. But right now, his party is throwing a fit over an issue that the majority of Americans already agree on. The Senate is currently debating the SAVE Act after 51 Republicans and 0 Democrats voted to advance the bill that would codify voter ID into law. But you already know the Democrats' playbook. Chuck Schumer's staff was literally rolling out a Jim Crow 2.0 poster as he and other Democrats cried foul.
MAGA Republicans want to bog down the Senate over a debate on voter suppression. Democrats are ready. We're ready to be here all day, all night. A SAVE Act is not a voter ID bill. It is in every sense a voter suppression bill. Our objection as Democrats is not to a photo ID. You'd have to define it clearly and properly and easily, but not to a photo ID when you show up to vote.
The United States Constitution also makes clear that only citizens can vote.
I'd ask our Republican colleagues, why aren't they focused on the Save America Money Act right now?
All right, everyone's all fired up. Okay, Greg, go ahead.
Well, I love seeing President Obama show his ID. If you notice, it wasn't a birth certificate. My sources say it was a Kenyan library card from 1970. I mean, I'm just raising questions. I love Hakeem Jeffries saying, you don't need voter ID because the Constitution makes non-citizens voting illegal. I don't think you need then policing for anything. I mean, we certainly don't need laws against discrimination at work anymore because we already know it's illegal. We don't need the police for shoplifting or anything because we know it's illegal. In fact, just by knowing something's illegal, that stops all crime. Did you know that? Did you know that? Just tell your criminal that, okay? I don't really believe there's any opposition to this idea. If there was some kind of bizarre opportunity for Democrats where they could flip sides, meaning that the Republicans would be against voter ID and they would be for it, they would switch in a heartbeat. If they could, in fact, if Dems could snap their fingers and flip the side on every major issue, trans, crime, border, war, they would. Because they're on the wrong side of everything. And it's really hard to get back over because that side's been taken. Once you moved out, somebody else moved in and they don't know what to do. So they keep choosing the wrong side. To this day, the Dems can't bring forth one person who's being suppressed because everybody who wants to vote or who can vote or is here has an ID. A photo ID of some kind. So obviously when you're talking about suppression, you're the racist because you believe minorities are just too stupid to figure it out.
What's going on, everybody? Appreciate you guys pulling up, man. We got to talk about this situation here, the Save America Act. I'm hoping that it does get passed through, but I want to start with this scripture here. And actually there's two that we've combined. 2 Timothy chapter 1, verse 7, 1 Thessalonians chapter 5, verse 21. It says, God calls us to have faith in him, but he also gave us a sound mind to test things, to discern the truth, and not
Alabama, Arizona, Georgia. Bogus. All Democrat states, ain't it? Oh, wow.
With the Save America Act. You have a plethora of people on the right who agree with the Save America Act. But for one reason or another, we have politicians that feel like they know what's better and what's best for those of us that they are supposed to serve and represent. We need term limits. It's really frustrating. And when you hear people like Chuck Schumer and Raphael Warnock and other people on the left.
Right, term limit, because Chuck was all for the IDs back in the day. Chuck Schumer on the podium saying he was for IDs. It makes sense to have it. Nancy Pelosi. But the longer they stay in office, all of a sudden they're going to change their mind on it because it's not fitting their narrative. Term limits.
Come out here and say, by making it mandatory to have an ID to vote, when you need an ID to go to the liquor store, to get on an airplane, to purchase a bus ticket, to purchase a train ticket, to do a plethora of things. When you need an ID to do so, if you got to go to the pharmacy, you got to show ID to make sure that they're giving you and giving the right person the proper prescription. But they want to tell you in something that is so sacred, that is so important, which is our elections. They're going to tell you that it is Jim Crow 2.0 to make it mandatory that
everywhere people go, let's admit the truth. Everywhere people go, they're asked for a social security card. In fact, one way to prove you're a bona fide person who can have a job is to ask for a driver's license and a social security card. Let's admit the truth. Everywhere people go, they're asked for a social security
card. And only verified citizens can vote in our elections. It's a slap in the face to all Black people who dealt with Jim Crow way back when. There are people still walking around, still walking this earth that dealt with that. What they also don't want to tell you, these Democrats, is that they are the proponents of the Jim Crow. They are the proponents of it. Everybody knows that the Democrat Party is the party of slavery. They're the party of redlining, the party of the KKK. They're a party of the Jim Crow in general. They literally voted against every civil rights act that has ever been implemented into law. And they're showing themselves to be exactly who they have always been. We got a lot to get into. Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel. Let's go.
nationalizing elections in recent months himself. It's state.
Well, if what you mean by intervening in the election is that we want everybody to have a voter ID before voting in this country, yes, we should be doing that. To be clear.
Photo ID to enroll in college. You need a photo ID to open a bank account. You need a photo ID to check into a hotel. And I got to admit, this is my personal favorite. You need a photo ID, actually 2 photo IDs, to shovel snow in New York City.
The hypocrisy is on 1,000 with these people.
Yeah.
And for the life of me, I don't understand why the citizens, those that do support the Democrat Party, why are they not more angry and vocal about this? I understand that they suffer from Trump derangement syndrome. Orange man is bad. But a lot of them think that this is a good thing as well. So why aren't they as upset as we are about them not passing this? This should be a no-brainer. When you have 75 to 80% of Americans want this, it should be a no-brainer on both sides. The vote right now, I think it came in, it was 51-49. They need 60 votes to get this thing passed. It should be a no-brainer. Seriously.
So I have called this act over and over again, Jim Crow 2.0. And they hate it. I've gotten 50 million right-wing attacks on my email because I said it. And you know why they attack it? Because they know it's the truth. It is Jim Crow 2.0, but it's spread across the whole country, not just regionalized.
Admit the truth. Everywhere people go, they're asked for a social security card. In fact, one way to prove you're a bona fide person who can have a job is to ask for a driver's license and a social security card. This is an anti-fraud amendment. Over where we go, people say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud.
Now here, Chuck Schumer, way back when, obviously, a lot younger looking guy. This is from like 1996. He's out here talking about how important it is for you to have an ID and so forth and so on and work. And he's talking about it's fraud and all these other types of things. Now, all of a sudden, you fast forward, what is that, 30 years? Fast forward. And now to have an ID to vote, it's Jim Crow 2.0. I mean, it is literally a slap in the face. These Democrats are some of the worst human beings in the country. Gutfeld is absolutely right. They're on the wrong side of every 80-20 issue in the country. And they're so terrible that they're willing to go against their own constituents, their own people who put them in office so that they can maintain power. It's despicable, man.
Do you know how disrespectful it is to our ancestors? Those of us who can trace their families back to slavery here in America, for white liberals to constantly use that to push a narrative. Do you know how disrespectful it is to our ancestors who had to actually go through Jim Crow for many of years? For Chuck Schumer to say and call the SAVE Act Jim Crow 2.0. And you know how disrespectful it is for black people, FBAs, foundational black people whose families were slaves in this country, to sit back and allow this man to say this. I'm tired of them doing that. They've been using the plight of the black community to push democratic agendas for the past 60-something years, man. And they're so comfortable with doing it. You know why? Because we sit back and allow it. It is a blatant slap in the face to our ancestors for Chuck Schumer to keep calling the SAVE Act Jim Crow 2.0.
He's absolutely right. I'm glad this brother came out and said it. I know the sister that started this video off, she came out and said it. I'm glad that people are coming out and voicing their opinion. And I need to see more brothers and sisters get out there. I need to see more Black folks get out there. I need to see my brothers and sisters in Christ get out there and say, hey, this is wrong. You are absolutely wrong for comparing this bill to the Jim Crow era in the South that Democrats implemented. That goes to show you how diabolical they are and how crazy this situation is. But it also goes to show you the Stockholm syndrome that a lot of Black folks are still living up under.
Facts over feelings. They're getting their feelings. They the word
the party that sick became
trigger words. They're getting their feelings instead of doing research.
The party that Jim Crowed you. For whatever reason, you got a plethora of Black folks still supporting these fools. It is hands down the craziest thing out there. The true enemy to Black folks in this country, it's not the conservative whites. It's not Christian whites. It is liberals. Liberals are the true enemy to Black folks here in America. I'm glad people are starting to wake up. Seriously. I really am. I want to hear from you guys in the comment section. What are your thoughts? Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel, turn the notifications on to all so you never...
All right, you guys, I'm going to get up out of here. It's been 5 hours streaming with you guys. Hit you guys. Hit the notification bell, hit all. I'll be back soon. I'll live stream Monday through Thursday in the morning. If anything comes up, I'll live stream right away. Here to share information with you guys. Here to learn, here to grow. Like and subscribe. Thank you.